May we request everyone to kindly be seated. All those outside are kindly requested to be seated inside. They can do the registration process post the inaugural session during the tea break. We request everyone to kindly take their seats. Also, all mobile phones to be put on to silent mode. I would request all our guests who are outside at the registration may kindly take their seats inside the hall. They may do the registration formalities post the inaugural session during the tea break. Ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting everyone to be seated. So we are ready to go ahead with the proceedings of our today's conference and the inaugural session. And I have the proud privilege in inviting on stage our special guest of honor, Shri V.J. Christopher. He's the Wireless Advisor, WPC, Department of Telecommunications. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Also inviting Mr. Tiago Rodrigues, CEO, WBA. A very warm welcome to you, sir. I have the privilege of inviting Ms. Aruna Sundararajan, Chairperson, BIF. A very warm welcome to you, sir. I invite Mr. T.V. Ramachandran, President, Broadband India Forum, and Mr. Debashish Bhattacharya, Senior DDG, BIF. Namaskar and good morning. Special guest of honor, Shri V.J. Christopher, Wireless Advisor, Wireless Planning and Coordination, Department of Telecommunications. Eminent dignitaries on the day, special invitees, our industry experts, distinguished delegates, respected members of the press and media, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the inaugural session of the Wi-Fi and delicensing of 6 GHz, the driving force of broadband for all. On the theme, enabling broadband through next-gen Wi-Fi technologies, which is being organized by the Broadband India Forum, BIF, the think tank of digital transformation and Wireless Broadband Alliance, WBA, in partnership with Meta and Open Wi-Fi, the gold partners, HPCL and Spectra, media partners, Communications Today, and event partners, Bharat Exhibitions. Ladies and gentlemen, the robust broadband connectivity is the underlying backbone for digital connectivity. The only highway during the pandemic that was fully loaded and was running at overloaded capacity was the information highway or the digital highway. This highway was built using digital infrastructure. Never has there been a more exciting time in Wi-Fi history, and never has it been more important to ensure that Wi-Fi's evolution is supported and stimulated through access to additional spectrum. And today, the esteemed presence of eminent dignitaries is a source of inspiration for all of us. I would request Mr. Debashish Bhattacharya to kindly do the honors of welcoming and honoring our special guest of honor, Shri V.J. Christopher ji, with a shawl. Once again, a very warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you for being here with us today. Thank you, Mr. Devashish. I would now request Dr. Shiv Kumar to kindly do the honors of welcoming Mr. Tiago Roderick, CEO, WBA. A warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Kumar. I now invite Dr. S.N. Gupta to welcome and honor Ms. Aruna Sundarajan, Chairperson, BIF. Warm welcome to you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Gupta, for doing the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, we would also like to welcome our sign language interpreters who have joined us online. We welcome Dr. Renuka Rameshan, President of Association of Sign Language Interpreters, India. And we welcome Mr. Saurav Roy Chaudhary, Member Association of Sign Language Interpreters, India. A warm welcome. I would now like to invite Mr. T.V. Ramachandran, President, Broadband India Forum, to kindly begin the proceedings with his welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome him.
Thank you, Swapna. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests on the dais. I would first like to start by wishing everybody a great year of inclusivity for all, which is what our Honorable Prime Minister keeps saying, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. And we from Broadband India Forum wish to put action where the words are. That's why you'll find in every conference our sign language colleagues to interpret what we're saying in sign language. That's true inclusivity, and we are committed to that. With those words, I would start to say a few. Mine is not supposed to be I've been allotted only 5 minutes, so I have to try and keep within that. My first thing is a most hearty welcome once again to all the distinguished people on the dais, and particularly special day today for us, not only because it is about 6 gigahertz, which is so close to our hearts, but because this is the first public event. Our chairperson, Madam Aruna Sundarajan, is here. I wish all to put a hand together for her. She's a remarkable person, as you all know, one of the prime movers, architects of NCD, National Communication Development Policy 2018, where she worked with all the stakeholders of the entire industry segment and put together a top-class policy which is still standing the test of time. And in that, she had stressed for the first time ever the importance of Wi-Fi, the importance of delicensed spectrum. The department had stressed that for the growth of this country's economy. Because I will not say growth of the segment alone, it's the economy. And for that, a crucial element is delicensed spectrum. Here we have got a wonderful opportunity before us in India. This is like, I think Jeff Bezos said 2 days ago, this century is our century, India, because we have got tremendous growth here. And this is another area of fantastic growth possible. In delicensed spectrum, the way to go is only up, because we have got only 1/20th of the world's amount of quantum of delicensed spectrum allocated to industry, only 1/20th here in India allocated. So the way to go is only up, and the department is working night and day to make that happen. Thank you, Mr. Christopher, to you and your colleagues. Mr. Christopher is the CEO of Wireless for India in that sense. And he is the one who's looking into this matter. I'm sure, we are very confident that government will make it available. And we'll be on par and excel the rest of the world. Because without delicensed spectrum, one cannot have 5G, one cannot have 6G. Let's be very clear on that. This is the era of collaboration, cooperation, like stressed rightly in the Mobile World Congress a few weeks ago in Barcelona. This is the year of collaboration. In 5G and beyond, we will need collaboration between the different players, not each disputing with any other. And what the role of delicensed spectrum and Wi-Fi is for supporting and augmenting the new technologies. Good morning, sir. Please come on the dais, sir. Mr. R.K. No, you have to. Sir, please. Sir, please. That's Dr. R.K. Upadhyay, the CEO of R&D and Innovation for India, otherwise known as CDOT. He is the person you all know about who has made India happen on the India stack on 4G and 5G and looking beyond. Coming back to what I was saying, this is the era of collaboration, and there are some maybe misunderstanding, mistaken impressions in some quarters that either this or that. No. Delicensed spectrum is going to be the backbone for many aspects of growth going forward, whether it is 5G or 6G. Delicensed spectrum and Wi-Fi are not in competition. Without one, the other cannot exist. For the download capacity which you will have on 5G and 6G, you cannot do without Wi-Fi, without more delicensed spectrum. We got only 1/20th. And it is not just the number of hotspots. Madam Aruna Sundarajan and her team put down in NDCP 2018 the goal of 5 million hotspots to be created for India by 2022. Well, we are working towards it, not yet happened, but very, very strongly reiterated now by the vision document for 6G, which was recently released by the government. There, they have taken it further. Why 5 million? They're saying 50 million hotspots required soon, I think by 2025. So with that as a goal, and with the goal of 5G and 6G, where we are looking for more of data-intensive applications, AR, VR, gaming, etc., you must have adequate download capacity, which mobile networks will be hard-pressed to serve. It is not possible because by virtue of RF engineering characteristics, they've got some constraints. So we have to support the mobile operators by giving them enough Wi-Fi capacity. And that's the importance of 6G and delicensing. And my last and most important point for placing before you all, I don't know whether it is on the agenda for discussion today, but the fact is that Broadband India Forum and some other agencies have done in-depth work, studies, to study the coexistence possibility of delicensed 6 gigahertz with other incumbents like FSS. The incumbent is a fixed satellite system, and we have done some excellent work, even if I do say so myself, with world-reputed experts and placed it before government. So let there be no apprehension, no worry about whether this will interfere with this or that. Delicensed 6 gigahertz can very happily coexist with incumbent FSS players. And America has shown the way. USA was the first, more than a year ago, to delicense the entire 6 gigahertz band, 1200 megahertz. And when you have 1200 megahertz, you can even create carriers of 320 megahertz within that. And that will give fantastic capacity of speed for the most sophisticated gaming, for 6G, for AR, VR, near reality, metaverse. So, I will therefore conclude. I already exceeded 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, I look forward to a very, very interesting session where we got great experts to talk to us about it. We've got the global apex body, Wireless Broadband Alliance, CEO of that, my good friend Tiago here. And they're going to tell us about the world experience on what is happening in this area. I think India has to take the lead in this and go forward. All the best to all of you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for those warm words of welcome and for setting the context for today's event. And ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome our special guest of honor, Dr. R.K. Upadhyay, CEO, C. and Chairman, BIF's New Tech Committee. A warm welcome to you, sir. Yes, sir. This is welcoming. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the privilege of having with us today Ms. Aruna Sundararajan, Chairperson, BIF. She's a retired officer of the Indian Administrative Service. She served as the Secretary to the Government of India in the Ministries of Steel, IT and Telecom, and retired as the Chairperson of the Digital Communications Commission in July 2019. During her tenure, played a pioneering role in steering various important tech policies and initiatives across the domains of telecom and hardware manufacturing, e-governance, digital payments, data protection, cybersecurity, and tech startups. Post her retirement, serves on the boards of leading companies including Delivery, Info Edge, and Bharat FIH, India's National Bank of Infra Financing and Development, NAB FID, Cochin International Airport, a neo-banking startup, Digi Vriddhi. She is also an active member of various tech mentoring and angel financing initiatives. And I have the proud privilege in inviting Ms. Aruna Sundararajan for her address. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together once again to welcome ma'am.
Dignitaries on the dais, wireless advisor to the Government of India, Sri V.J. Christopher, our special guest for today, CEO of C. Dr. Upadhyay, CEO Wireless Broadband Alliance, Tiago, who has flown a long way to be with us, President of the Broadband India Forum, Sri T.V. Ramachandran, Managing Director, Bharat Exhibitions, Sri Shashidharan, senior officers from the government, the media, representatives of TRI, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, a very good morning to all of you. It's a pleasant surprise to see that so early in the morning, you have a venue that's really full. And I think that is partly to the organizational skills of the Broadband India Forum, Mr. Ramchandran. And secondly, of course, to the fact that this is a very pivotal topic. And I think we are at a pivotal moment on shaping the whole digital ecosystem, not just broadband, but actually I would say the larger digital ecosystem. And this is one of the key questions, key issues that will determine or influence to a very large extent how the whole system actually expands and develops. I also wish to say that this occasion is of special delight to me because this is my first event where I am participating as chairperson, and I have had the opportunity of seeing Broadband India Forum even before its inception, when it was just an idea, and many of the prime movers of actually taking that idea and making it into what it is today, a premier think tank. I think the telecom sector, and especially those on the stage here, will appreciate what I'm saying. Often in many decision-making positions in the government, we are handicapped by a lack of independent think tanks which can really present information, tell us what are good practices across the globe, keep abreast of trends. And I am glad that BIF is fulfilling that role as far as the telecom sector is concerned. Because often when decisions have to be taken in government, there are conflicting interests and considerations which have to be balanced. So this delicate balancing act often gets reduced to that of a binary. Whereas I think it is possible to take much more calibrated, nuanced positions if we have enough information which will tell us what is the weightage to be actually allocated to a particular consideration. And I think that is one of the important roles that BIF has played in the past and will continue to play in the future. I think we are, in more senses than one, at a critical point because, the whole digital India paradigm has been growing at such a fast rate. And we are now at the cusp of seeing the next phase of its growth. And that is because 3 or 4 things are coming together. One is, manufacturing. India is beginning to assume quite a bit of heft in this area. Again, in terms of the digital public infrastructure, India is taking a leading global role in this area. And even in the matter of digital regulation, I have no doubt that when the Digital India Act and the various legislations that are currently on the table, when all this is put together, I think the architecture of digital regulation that we will have in India will also perhaps be a benchmark for many countries. So we are also beginning to see, the DOT has already been extremely proactive in terms of driving and enabling the rollout of 5G. Web 3.0 is actually beginning to happen. We are seeing gaming taking off in India. We are seeing startups come in a lot of areas. So clearly, how broadband is made available to each of these players in enough quantity and quality is going to be very important to decide what is the experience of service that the citizen at the other end will receive. I'm also acutely aware that as we speak, this whole issue of how much spectrum do we need to give to the mobile, the TSPs, what are the legitimate needs of our security, what are the legitimate needs of satellite broadcasters. All this needs to be balanced so that we have holistic growth of the sector. Clearly we cannot be arguing only for the growth of one technology. But what I am hoping is that by the end of this day, the decision makers would have received enough inputs which will tell them how we can actually enable holistic growth in this sector. And I think many of the presentations and the papers that are going to be, that you're going to see today, address many of these critical questions and bring out how globally countries are addressing this, how it is possible to have a coexistence of technologies and players, and show a path forward whereby we can maximize the the benefits that will flow for everyone. Because one thing we have to recognize that in India, what we have seen in the growth of the digital ecosystem is that its growth was planned to be less than incremental when we initially started. But very quickly, it became hugely incremental. And today, I think it has surpassed all expectations and has become not just exponential, it has become explosive. The question before us is, do we want to enable that kind of explosive transformational growth, or do we want incremental growth? The world over, delicensing has shown that what it can catalyze is exponential transformational growth versus enabling incremental growth. Now, as a former telecom secretary, I should be the first to say here that our TSPs, our satellite providers have done fantastic work. Nobody would have imagined that any TSP in the world would have done what our TSPs have done. So we have to recognize that. Having recognized that, I want to underline what Mr. Ramchandran said in his opening remarks, that these technologies are intended to aid, support, and enhance what they are already doing. And that is, I think, what we actually have to address and see, how do we now take this to the next level? Because at the end of the day, when more traffic flows, it will go back into their own networks. So I think you are, as I mentioned, each of these key topics which is being addressed, what are the next gen Wi-Fi technologies? How is it going to converge with 5G? How can we de-license in a manner, learning good practices and best practices from other countries, so that there is no segment of service providers that feels that they have not been given a fair deal. Public Wi-Fi roaming, PM Wani, how it has been structured. I think, by the way, that again was a very proactive step by the DOT and showed a way forward. How do we build on that? And now we are now also beginning to see Wi-Fi 7, which will deliver much better quality of service. So I think, in conclusion, see, India has an opportunity to take a global leadership position in Wi-Fi, just as it did in digital public infrastructure, just as it is doing in fintech, just as it did in rolling out mobile services. And I think that is what really the ecosystem needs to think about. How do we become global leaders in Wi-Fi? Because as I said, we know that Wi-Fi supports the growth of mobile traffic. Wi-Fi is most democratic, and Wi-Fi is perhaps, for a country like India, in fact, I think I can think of few countries where, Wi-Fi is more naturally suited for usage, given our geographic dispersal, given the way in which people have gotten used to Wi-Fi over the years. Because earlier I was discussing with Tiago, and like in the US, etc., we have seen municipalities, academia, other users come up to drive Wi-Fi. But in India, actually, I think there is already a high level of readiness to absorb Wi-Fi in the ecosystem. So the important thing is that, it is estimated we could actually unlock a value of about 250 billion. This figure, I'm sure those of you who have been attending many of these conferences and workshops would know that it is perhaps not an exaggerated figure. And we also know that we could, really double or triple the kind of economic and social value that small enterprises, the mom and pop stores that we see in millions in India, all these small businesses, if they have to be enabled, I think we have to think of Wi-Fi. Similarly, we know that India has one of the most vibrant startup movements anywhere in the world. Again, if we want to make affordable connectivity available to all these small players who are really going to drive the next phase of growth for India, then I think we need to address these questions very seriously. And I hope that we will see that, as I said, these are not binary questions. We need to be able to construct a broader, inclusive framework in which all these technologies, all these segments, all these service providers can come and collaborate to deliver more value for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for that insightful opening address. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are honored to have with us Mr. Tiago Rodrigues, who is CEO WBA. And he is responsible for leading the overall strategy together with WBA board and the operational planning for the WBA. As well as overseeing the day-to-day management, Mr. Tiago takes a leadership role in understanding industry challenges and working with membership to agree the key focus areas and programs that need to be developed to ensure the wireless industry optimizes market opportunities for Wi-Fi and works to resolve any business issues that impede the success of the industry overall. And I now have the great privilege in inviting Mr. Tiago Rodrigues, CEO, Wireless Broadband Alliance, for the introductory address. Ladies and gentlemen, please once again put your hands together to welcome Mr. Tiago.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the kind introduction. I want to start by reinforce the wonderful collaboration with Broadband Indian Forum. I reached out to Mr. TV just a few months ago, and very quickly we come up to the conclusion that it was important to have one event like this, and mainly BIF team and Mr. TV, they took this matter very seriously, and we are here all together today. So big thank you. I want to thank you as well to all the speakers and the sponsors of this event. Without them, we could not run this show. I just want to give you a quick snapshot about where the Wi-Fi industry is. I will not get in much details because we have a wonderful agenda throughout the day, so we can go into those deep discussions along the way. But I want to start just by giving this quick snapshot. So today there are more than 18 billion devices with Wi-Fi available on the market. Wi-Fi as an industry generates more than $3.5 trillion in revenues, is the dominant indoor technology for all of us. The pandemic just showed that we rely to our children to be on school, how to maintain our works and to do our buying goods and entertain and communicate during the pandemic. Wi-Fi was fundamental. Wi-Fi runs as well around 50% of all IP traffic of the world. And all these reasons reinforce what Mr. TV and Mrs. Aruna said. 6 gigahertz is as well an opportunity for Wi-Fi to evolve. But let me share what is happening on Wi-Fi today. And I will bring these 6 topics. I will give just a quick snapshot what is happening. And then throughout the day, we'll do these deep discussions. Starting with Wi-Fi 6E. So Wi-Fi 6E, based on our research, is very quickly becoming the dominant Wi-Fi standard in the world. We see that more than 50% of the players already have it. And there are another 44% looking to implement it this year. A significant number of countries already open up the entire band for Wi-Fi 6E or part of the band for additional spectrum. We see as well some of our members, major carriers like Orange or Turk Telecom or Comcast, deploying very heavily Wi-Fi 6E to all their customers that are millions of houses across the world. Then a topic that I will talk later, and I have a deep presentation on this matter. So as Mrs. Aruna said, there are mechanisms to safeguard the use of this 6 gigahertz band whenever there are already incumbents, either fixed point-to-point links or any other use of the 6 gigahertz. So WBA and our members, we have been very deeply involved on creating these automated frequency coordination platforms, so what we call AFC, to guarantee that we can have a dynamic use of the spectrum. So we can use the 6 gigahertz on Wi-Fi without making any interferences to any other use of the band. I want to highlight as well that FCC, the US telecom regulator, is the most advanced regulator in the world on this matter. We are working with them very closely, but I expect that other countries will come up with their own AFC solutions and requests very quickly. Then I want to just mention that Wi-Fi 7 is already here. And I'm very proud to see multiple companies deploying Wi-Fi 7 and announcing Wi-Fi 7 today. We'll talk more about it at the end of the day. But good to see HFCL as well deploying Wi-Fi 7, announcing Wi-Fi 7, and really to take out all the capacity from Wi-Fi 7 standards. It's very important that the 6 gigahertz spectrum is available and the technology can take advantages of that extra spectrum. Just a snapshot that Wi-Fi is not only about the standards like Wi-Fi 6, 6E, and Wi-Fi 7. There is a ton of other capabilities being developed, either IEEE or Wi-Fi Alliance or even in WBA, that can augment the capacities of the Wi-Fi as a technology. So topics like Wi-Fi sensing, Wi-Fi halo, Wi-Fi location, new standards for QoS over Wi-Fi, open Wi-Fi that we discussed later today, and even open roaming among other capabilities. Very close to my heart, the public Wi-Fi roaming and roaming between different Wi-Fi hotspots. In WBA, we have been having a comprehensive program called Open Roaming to bring this Passpoint Hotspot 2.0 technology into reality. There is a session today on this matter. I think Open Roaming can be an excellent complement to the P1 work in India. I share here on the slide the example of the Tokyo metropolitan government, that they released a massive Wi-Fi, free Wi-Fi network in Tokyo with Open Roaming. So definitely a technology to watch out and to take in consideration. Another topic very close to my work along these years is on the convergence between cellular and Wi-Fi. So I'm deeply convinced that due to the data demand that we see today on the world, we need every wireless technology that we have. So we need cellular. I believe we cannot live without cellular technologies, but we need as well Wi-Fi, and we cannot live without Wi-Fi. So the convergence is a critical item for the telecom's future and to deliver all the data that all of us as consumers will continue to demand. And by the way, all our research confirms that there is a big support for this convergence of technologies. So in summary, I want to share that the Wi-Fi industry is having a huge momentum in terms of innovations and new capabilities. 6 gigahertz spectrum for the Wi-Fi to evolve is a fundamental step to give that extra capacity. New use cases, new innovations based on XR technologies, metaverse are coming, and they will require more bandwidth and capacity. User experience is very fundamental. The way that we connect to these technologies needs to be very seamless and automatic. And I will leave a message as well, somehow to complement with what Mrs. Aruna said. I think India is on a on a momentum to take advantage of his capabilities, not only in manufacturing that I highlight here, but as well to be one of the strongest players on the Wi-Fi industry, both in manufacturing, delivering services, and as well software development and innovation. And I hope that these type of events can help to expedite those capabilities, those innovations, and bring more entrepreneurs to invest and take this industry forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for that introductory address. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the MOU signing ceremony between Broadband India Forum and Wireless Broadband Alliance, I would like to invite Mr. Tiago Rodrigues, CEO WBA, and Mr. TV Ramachandran, President BIF. You have to sign first. You have to submit this to be done. And ladies and gentlemen, after that MOU signing, they will be exchanged between BIF and WBA. Thank you very much indeed, and congratulations to BIF and WBA for that MOU. Thank you very much indeed, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion, as the special guest of honor, we have amongst us Dr. R.K. Upadhyay. He's an ITS officer and earlier served in key positions in Prasar Bharati, Department of Telecommunication, BSNL, DRDO, and TRI, having worked on various issues including infrastructure, spectrum, pricing, broadband, NGN, interconnection, indigenous telecom equipment manufacturing, etc. He is a winner of several awards, including the J.C. Bose Award by Ministry MOD, National E-Governance Award, CIO 100 Award by IDG, and Deepak C. Jain Award by IIM Bangalore. He is a governing council member of TSDSI, BIF, TPC, and TCOE, and is the chairman of New Technology Committee of BIF and member of TSDSI Standing Committee on Standardization and Transposition. And may I invite Dr. R.K. Upadhyay ji for his address. Please put your hands together to welcome.
Chairperson BIF, Mrs. Aruna Sundaranjan ji, President BIF, Shri Ramchandran ji, Mr. Tiago Rodrigues, CEO, Wireless Broadband Alliance, Wireless Advisor to Government of India, Shri VJ Christopher, Mr. Debashish Bhattacharya, Senior ADG BIF, dignitaries of the dais, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I must thank BIF for inviting me to this event. I think a lot has been already, the context has been set by Madam Aruna Sundaranjan ji and Mr. Tiago, Mr. Ramchandran. So I will only focus on why is the Wi-Fi important in India. If you look globally, out of 8 billion population, around 5.3 billion are online and 2.7 billion are still to be made online. So it's a huge gap, huge digital divide, which we all need to work together to ensure that the broadband is available to this population also, so that they can also participate in the mainstream and get into economic development of their respective nations. With respect to India, we have made a very good progress. I think TSPs, ISPs have worked very hard, and in a short time, we have reached a figure of around 800 million broadband customers in India. And not only the numbers, in terms of uses, I remember when we used to buy a pack of 250 MB at 500 rupees per month. Today, people are asking, give me 2 GB per day. 5 GB per day is still not sufficient. And the data uses in India has gone up to 17 GB per month per user. And the data rates have reduced drastically. That has come down less than 10 rupee per GB. And we used to pay it for 250 MB, 500 rupees some years ago. But India also, because as I said, only 800 are connected. So close to 500 plus million population is still unserved, unconnected. And that is the need. And there is a great need that this population also is connected, so that the vision of Honorable Prime Minister to become 5 trillion economy by 2025 is really realized, because we have made definitely great progress in terms of digital infrastructure. You see today, a pan wala, a samosa wala, 5 rupee, 2 rupees being transacted on, UPI. And this all requires net. And we, being in urban, we take it granted that net is available everywhere. Recently, last week, I was in Meghalaya. Many of the parts, I didn't see any connectivity. I was out of connection. So the connectivity is very, very important. And if you look at the data who are online, 102%. In terms of internet density, if you look, urban, we have done well. Our internet density in urban areas is 102%, but in rural, it is just 37%. What does it mean? That 63% of the rural population is still, is not available online, and we need to work on that. We have, some may argue that 4G is there to give broadband, 5G is there, and their wireline infrastructure is there. As you know that we leapfrogged into mobile, the landline infrastructure really did not take off. There are hardly any landline infrastructure in the country yet. The fixed line, by the time fixed line was to get augmented, mobile came and it served because the cost was less, the mobile leapfrogged. So 4G, 5G fixed, yes, definitely they are major candidates for providing broadband, but Wi-Fi is definitely a complementary technology that can serve, that can help, connect the unconnected or poorly connected. It could be used in two ways. Wi-Fi, why I see a lot of potential for Wi-Fi. It can be used in two ways. One, in the operator network. The operators are also using Wi-Fi for offloading the traffic. You all know the spectrum costs are very high. Spectrum is sold as per the auctions, and the prices are in thousands of crores. And therefore, this is a very costly item. It becomes an input cost to the operator when they price their services. So therefore, it is wise that unlicensed spectrum of 2.4 and 5 gigahertz, which is in India currently, is used for offloading. So many of all the manufacturers of 4G, 5G have made this facility. Even our own 5G, 4G and 5G, which we are deploying in BSNL soon, has this Wi-Fi offloading facility. And with the advent of Wi-Fi 6, which can, with the data rate of 9.6 Gbps per second, I think it will lead to a lot of saving in terms of cost and providing a much more better service. Given the population of India and the explosive data growth, I don't think anytime the spectrum will be sufficient enough to meet the data demands. In terms of the second use of Wi-Fi is in a public Wi-Fi hotspots. And word over, public Wi-Fi hotspots are progressing very well, and India has also taken lead in terms through PM WANI. We are giving the public Wi-Fi hotspots. The Wi-Fi speeds which were given by the Wi-Fi hotspots in 2018 was around 30 MB per second, 30 MB, and currently this data speed has gone to 92 MB per second. New Wi-Fi 6 has already 11% of the Wi-Fi hotspots globally are from Wi-Fi 6. Now, Madam Sundarajan has already said that it gives a great economic value, use of Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi contributes to global economy. If you look at its impact on the global economy, it is 5 trillion by 2025. And as per the BIF report, I was reading one of the BIF report, it says that Wi-Fi will contribute 12.7 lakh crore for India. Now, in India, we have currently unlicensed band 2.4 gigahertz, around 70 megahertz in that. I think Mr. Christopher will correct me if I'm wrong somewhere. 5 gigahertz, we have around 605 megahertz, which is unlicensed. TRA had given a recommendation for 60 gigahertz somewhere in 2015 for opening up 60 gigahertz for Wi-Fi, around 7 gigahertz band for Wi-Fi. 6 gigahertz, as Mr. Tiago pointed out, FCC was the first in April 2022. They put out complete 1200 megahertz as unlicensed spectrum for providing Wi-Fi services. UK give 600 megahertz. So many countries have given full band of 1200. Some have given partial band. So more than 60 plus countries have already embraced 6 gigahertz to provide Wi-Fi 6E services in the world. Now, what is happening in the some of the work which is happening in Wi-Fi, I will just name that, like 802.11 AX. This was, higher efficiency wireless. This already got published in May 2021. Then .11 BE, extreme high throughput. It is coming up in May 2024. .11 AD/AY Wi-Fi at 60 gigahertz, that has been published already in during May 21. .11 BF Wi-Fi sensing, which Mr. Tiago was referring to, will come up by May 2025. .11 AZ is a next generation positioning. It is published in March 2023, very recently. Then we have .11 BC enhanced broadcast, which will come by June 2023. So Wi-Fi 6E has already made inroads. Wi-Fi 7, although it is a standard, it has to be published if I am correct, but the many firms have already started rolling out Wi-Fi 7 devices because these are the companies which participate in the standard making. I was in Barcelona and saw many companies, including Qualcomm and others, displaying their Wi-Fi 7 devices. And because Wi-Fi 7 devices gives a throughput of 30 Gbps per second, I think it will highly complement the 5G technology, 4G, 5G technology to offload lot much of traffic. Wi-Fi not only for connectivity, it is being used in smart home as for industrial IoT, Industry 4.0, and many other applications which will come up because of Wi-Fi positioning and Wi-Fi sensing, connected vehicles. A lot of work is happening on, because Wi-Fi is a best effort basis, because everybody gets that same although AFC, what Mr. Tiago was referring to, AFC has come, but still Wi-Fi is a best effort business. So if you need to do the very reliable kind of communication, you need reliability. Therefore, the work is happening on ultra high reliability, UHR, and this is likely to come by 2028, which will actually complement 6G. So there, in nutshell, what I'll say that there's huge potential for Wi-Fi, and Wi-Fi as a technology is progressing at a very regular pace with the technology, the counterpart technology like 3G, 4G, 5G, 6G. It is keeping in pace, and Wi-Fi is not a competitor to 5G, 6G. It will be not a competitor, but it will be complementing these things. Now, coming back to CDOT, we do manufacture for Wi-Fi 4, 5, 6. We have given transfer technology, and anybody interested in our technology, we will provide the whole technology for manufacturing. Unfortunately, we are in India because of the Chinese onslaught, the offtake of Indian things are, Indian technology is not that picking up, although the government of India has taken many initiative under PLI, DLI to offset these disadvantages. But still, even under Make in India regulation, a lot of Chinese brand the kits are coming and people are putting cover and selling it under Make in India. So a good amount of work needs to be done at the government level to, protect this Indian industry, which can be a major hub for making the Wi-Fi devices, not only Wi-Fi 6, but going forward Wi-Fi 7 and Wi-Fi. I would also take this opportunity to tell the audience here that we at CDOT have a collaboration, CDOT collaboration research policy, wherein we fund the industry startups which come up with a unique idea or something which they have reached at TRL 3 and they want to scale up. So please do contact us if you need any funding for any innovative technology that can be helpful to our citizens. We also have DCIS scheme, which is run by DOT. We already have funded DCIS 1, DCIS 2, and DCIS 3, where we again fund the industry for coming up with innovative applications. So we'll welcome anyone to, you make use of CDOT's expertise and CDOT funds for taking this Wi-Fi ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we also have the privilege in acknowledging the esteemed presence of Shri A.K. Tiwari ji, Department of Telecommunications, who is present here with us. A very warm welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, our special guest of honor, Shri V.J. Christopher, has worked in WMO since 1991 and has worked at different monitoring stations, satellite monitoring station, Jalna, and regional headquarters, Mumbai. In 2006, was posted to WPC, worked in different divisions in licensing. In 2018, promoted as JWA and posted at RLO, Mumbai. In November 2022, was promoted as the wireless advisor. He has experience in spectrum management work at Ministry in different divisions and also played an active role in the spectrum auction held in the year 2016. And ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our special guest of honor, Shri V.J. Christopher, for his address.
Distinguished dignitaries on the dais, Mrs. Aruna Sundararajan, Chairperson, Broadband. Okay. Mr. T.V. Ravachandran, President of Broadband India Forum. Mr. Tiago Rodrigues, CEO of Wireless Broadband Alliance. Mr. Dr. R.K. Upadhyay, CEO of CDOT, Chairman, and other delegates and participants, speakers, and ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to thank the Broadband India Forum and Wireless Broadband Alliance for inviting me to this event, so-called Wi-Fi and delicensing of 6 gigahertz. That's they're organizing today. I'm happy to note that organizations like Broadband India Forum have been promoting the broadband ecosystem and particularly the use of Wi-Fi for the same. As you know, and it has already been told here, Wi-Fi and public hotspot can play a significant role in helping the broadband penetration in the country and so bringing socio-economic progress to the nation. The growth of Wi-Fi hotspot is particularly significant for India because in the context of PM Vani, one of the government's flagship schemes which aim in building a robust digital economy. And it has been mentioned that our data consumption has risen from 0.3 GB per user per month in the year 2016 to a level of 17 GB per user per month and is still counting. Now, with the country having approximately 840 million broadband connections, the Indian appetite for data-rich services appears to be growing manifold. 5G and other mobile technologies deliver a richer experience and speed to the mobile user in terms of the connectivity between the device and the nearest tower. While keeping in mind the mobile spectrum availability and network infrastructure constraints, it is important to have a complementary framework of Wi-Fi, including public Wi-Fi hotspot, to provide a means for downloading the data traffic as happening in around the world. As you know, public Wi-Fi is evolving as one of the means of enhancing broadband connectivity and proliferation among the masses all over the world. If we recall the number of Wi-Fi connection envisaged by the National Digital Communication Policy 2018, there is still a gap in meeting that goal. So this can give rise to challenges as well as growth potential in order to achieve this objective. And we have seen about the new Wi-Fi technologies like Wi-Fi 6E, Wi-Fi 7, etc., some of which are already in the horizon. These technologies are claiming data download speed up to 10 Gbps with latency of less than 1 millisecond. This would help complement 5G technology and improve overall quality of service by taking care of significant high-value data downloads. Now, this having stated about this impact and importance of Wi-Fi, now I would like to turn to some of the to flagging some of the issues pertaining to the 6 gigahertz band, which as will act as an input for the different sessions that is going to be held today. As you know, the 6 gigahertz band is spanning from 5925 to 7125 megahertz, which is 1200 megahertz, have been adopted in many countries for Wi-Fi, either as a partial or as a whole package of 1200 megahertz band. Even it has been seen that countries that have opted for a rapid deployment of 5G, such as South Korea and US, has delicensed the entire 6 gigahertz band. In this background, the pros and cons of adopting the 6 gigahertz band for Wi-Fi in India has to be deliberated by these experts for these different sessions that is going to be held soon. There are different approaches in the basket regarding the use of this band. 6 gigahertz approach range from different approaches are like entire full band is giving for unlicensed use. Another option is a hybrid option where lower part 5925 to 6425 megahertz is exempted from licensing, and the upper part 6425 to 7125 megahertz is licensed. Then making the entire licensed band is also being considered as another approach. So we have different approaches in the basket. Which one we will have to choose? It is on us. And as you know, WRC 23 is going to be held in the month of November. There is an agenda item on this particular band 6425 to 7025 for IMT, but that is for region 1. So in this context, it has to be pondered whether it wouldn't be justified to await the WRC decision, which can help us in deciding either go for the band allocation or band segmentation, as the case may be. And another thing that we have to think is adopting 6 gigahertz for Wi-Fi can spur the growth of manufacturing, but whether it can also open the market for dumping the technology to India. Vice versa, if we go for the IMT, then that can open this ban for R&D in developments and more IP filing in India. These are the questions that can be discussed. And it's a fact that Broadband Association are pushing for the use of the entire 6 gigahertz band for Wi-Fi. Mobile operator organization like GSMA and COAI advocate reserving full or part of the band for IMT. And in our case, in the Indian scenario, presence of an incumbent fixed satellite service is another matter that further complicates the matter regarding the allocation of the spectrum for Wi-Fi. See, on the one hand, the harmonization for Wi-Fi could result in major economies of scale, reducing the cost to the end users. But on the other hand, harmonization of 6 gigahertz spectrum for IMT could also provide more bandwidth and improve network performance. So it is a binary. And as you may be aware, there is already a committee operating in DOT to give recommendation for the 6 gigahertz band allocation. The dichotomy between the demand of IMT advocates and Wi-Fi itself has become a challenging task for the committee. Other consideration, like if outdoor and mobile use for Wi-Fi, if permitted, can demand a sophisticated AFC system to avoid the interference. In 2018, we have allocated 605 megahertz for Wi-Fi in the 5 gigahertz band. In addition to that, 80 megahertz already given earlier in the 2.4 gigahertz. So the question is whether it has been fully utilized. So that can also influence our decision. I think the DOT committee may be diving into such issues and hope to come out with a balanced approach to satisfy all the stakeholders. As the need for affordable and quality broadband continue to grow, especially in the semi-urban and rural areas, Wi-Fi can become an indispensable tool in bridging the digital divide, allowing people in remote and underserved areas to access critical services, education, and job opportunities. And further, it is an undeniable fact that going for globally harmonized band for any service, including Wi-Fi, will have the multiplier effect on the GDP growth of the country. Now, though fraught with these challenges, a decision has to be taken about the use of 6 gigahertz band, as we have seen that more than 60 countries are already done. So to reap the benefit of any new technology, the sooner, the better. I wish all success to this special event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to request Ms. Devashish Bhattacharya, Senior DDG BIF, to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude and appreciation to all our distinguished guests. We present to Sri V.J. Christopher a small memento. Thank you very much indeed, sir. And a small token of gratitude to you, sir. Thank you very much indeed for gracing this occasion. We present and honor Dr. R.K. Upadhyay. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for being here with us today. And a small token of gratitude, sir. We present to Mr. Tiago Rodrigues. Thank you very much indeed. and to Ms. Aruna Sundararajan. Thank you very much indeed, ma'am, for being here with us today. Thank you, sir. I would now request Mr. Devashish Bhattacharya ji to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you very much. It's my privilege and honor to be delivering the vote of thanks amongst this august gathering, which is here on the dais. So let me start by first thanking our special guest of honor, Shri Vijay Christopher, a wireless advisor to the Government of India. Thank you very much, sir, for saying those very nice words about the challenges before us in this context of delicensing of 6 gigahertz and for setting the context for the rest of the day. Thank you, sir. I would also like to now thank our guest of honor, special guest of honor, Dr. R.K. Upadhyay, CEO CDOT, for giving us the context, both in the global perspective as well as in the Indian perspective, as to how Wi-Fi and the importance of Wi-Fi particularly will play out in this particular band. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our chairperson, Madam Aruna Sundararajan, for having set the context so nicely and having really laid down the roadmap as to how 6 gigahertz can play a vital role and delicensing of that for the economic growth of the country. I'd also like to thank our special partner, which is Wireless Broadband Wireless Alliance, Wireless Broadband Alliance, my apologies, CEO Mr. Tiago Rodrigues, for giving a global perspective on what's going on in this particular band. And last but not the least, I'd like to thank our president, Mr. T.V. Ramachandran, for having set the context for this excellent session which we had this morning. My gratitude and thanks to all the distinguished delegates who have come here early in the morning, as Madam Aruna Sundararajan remarked, at early in the morning at 9:30 to start this session. It's so good to see so many people here. Thank you all for having come. And I also wish to thank members from the media, members from the industry, and others who have taken time off to be with us today in the morning. Last but not the least, I'd also like to thank our organizers, Broadband Wireless Alliance and BIF together, along with our sponsors, which is HFCL, Spectra, Open Wi-Fi, and also like to thank our communication partners, which is Communications Today, as well as our event partners, which is Bharat Exhibitions. Thank you all for having been here with us this morning. And with this, I now hand over back to Sapna. Over to you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And before we close the inaugural session, may I request all our esteemed dignitaries on the dais for a group photograph. I would request you all to kindly step forward. And ladies and gentlemen, after this, I would like to invite all the esteemed dignitaries for a demo on PM Vani roaming and open roaming. And ladies and gentlemen, while all our dignitaries proceed for the demo on PM Vani, roaming and open roaming, I would invite all our guests for a refreshment break of tea, coffee, and the networking break, which is served on my right-hand side. But I would request all of you to kindly be seated back in 15 minutes for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everybody to be back in time for the next session. Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everyone to kindly take their seats. May I request all our delegates, our guests to kindly be seated as soon as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting everyone to kindly be seated. I would now request everyone to kindly take their seats. We're ready to go ahead with the proceedings of our business session 1, our technical session 1. The session is on convergence of 5G and Wi-Fi. And ladies and gentlemen, as we go ahead with the proceedings of session, our next session, session 2, convergence of 5G and Wi-Fi, I have the proud privilege in inviting on stage distinguished session chair, Shri A.K. Tiwari ji, Honorable Principal Advisor, BIF. Let's put our hands together to welcome sir. I also have the proud privilege in inviting all our eminent speakers for this session. I invite Mr. Vivek Dua, General Manager, FWA BSNL. A warm welcome. I invite Mr. Jayant Mandal, Group Leader, C. Warm welcome. I invite Mr. Steve Namasivam, Vice President, Industry Engagement, WBA. Ms. Sindhu Verma from Broadcom will be joining us virtually. I invite Mr. Paramjeet Singh Puri, the Global Director, Membership, Wi-Fi Alliance. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, a very warm welcome to session 2 on convergence of 5G and Wi-Fi. Ladies and gentlemen, the time duration for this session is approximately 1 hour, 10 minutes, which includes the opening and closing remarks by the session chair, presentations or addresses by all our eminent speakers for 10 minutes each, and we shall have question and answers in the end if the time permits, and we'll close the session with presentation by Ms. Nishtha Vashishtha. And ladies and gentlemen, before I hand over to our session chair, I have the proud privilege of introducing the esteemed panel on the stage for session 2. Our session chair, Shri A.K. Tiwari ji, is an ITS officer of 1983 batch. He was superannuated as Member Technology of the Department of Telecommunications on 31st October 2022. He joined the department in 1985, was responsible for implementation part of DOT policies in the field, and has mostly worked in the field units of DOT as TDE, TDM, and Director, and DDG RTEC. Before joining as Member Technology, he was Advisor Technology in Uttar Pradesh East LSA and Senior DDG in JNK LSA. He is well conversant in all field activities of DOT as well as in licensing, security, national broadband mission, disaster management, etc., and has represented India in NEAX 61S workshop for consecutive 3 years in 1992 to 94. And once again, a very warm welcome to you, sir. We welcome Mr. Vivek Dua, General Manager, BSNL. He specializes in setting up IT and telecom networks involving mix of radio, optical and wire technologies, data center management, product and pricing for Wi-Fi and FTTH programs, disaster management, amongst many others, and has earlier served in the Ministry of Communications and IT and BSNL Data Center South Zone. We also welcome Mr. Jayant Mondal, Group Leader, New Technology C. who's BE in Electronics and Telecommunication from NIT Allahabad. The field of expertise includes support of legacy C. switching system and key role in the migration of all the legacy MAX and RAC system of BSNL to MAX next generation. Has received various awards and accolades for C. Wi-Fi, including the prestigious Wireless Broadband Alliance Award at London for Best Wireless Deployment in Rural and Remote Area through C. Wi-Fi Solution for the deployment of Rota block of Meerut district, along with AG's Graham Bell Awards, IEEE Award, Elsina Awards, and Scotch Order of Merit Award. Ladies and gentlemen, we also welcome Mr. Steve Namasivyam, Director of Industry and Membership Engagements, WBA, who is an industry veteran, having worked in the Wi-Fi ecosystem since 2003 in his current role in WBA. He is responsible for driving industry engagements with all types of organizations. These organizations include regulators, industry alliances, cities, enterprises, and any type of organizations that are stakeholders in Wi-Fi. He also heads up the WBA membership team and is tasked with growing and developing the WBA membership ecosystem so it broadens to appeal to more industry partners. Finally, membership engagement in helping WBA members achieve their Wi-Fi goals is a key component of Steve's role of the WBA. We also welcome Ms. Sindhu Verma, who has joined us virtually, the Master Engineer Broadcom, has worked in standardization of various generations of 802.11 alongside performance, modeling, evaluation, and design of corresponding features in 802.11 products. Previously, she has worked on standardization of WiMAX, LTE, and LAA LTE and NR licensed. Ms. Sindhu Verma received her bachelor's and master's in electrical engineering from the Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. And ladies and gentlemen, we also welcome Mr. Paramjeet Singh Puri, Global Director, Membership, Wi-Fi Alliance. He has previously headed industry development and membership for the Wireless Broadband Alliance Limited and is a seasoned veteran of ICT industry, having worked in organizations like AT&T, Cisco, Siemens, Compaq, and Epson in senior positions, including MD of Epson India. He has been promoting and working in the area of Wi-Fi and unlicensed from the last 12 years and is closely involved with FICI and interacting with TRI and DOT in the areas of Wi-Fi and unlicensed spectrums. So, ladies and gentlemen, with those words of introduction, I hand over to our distinguished session chair, Shri A.K. Tiwari ji, for your opening remarks, sir, and to kindly carry forward the proceedings of the session. I would once again kindly remind all our eminent panelists and speakers for the time limit they have is maximum 10 minutes, and we have placed a clicker here for your presentations. Thank you, sir, and over to you, Tiwari, sir, for your opening remarks. Yes, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege to be here in this BIF full-day conference for 5G and Wi-Fi convergence, delicensing of 6 gigahertz. And we have eminent speakers with us from industry, government, and this thing with a lot of expertise. Probably, as Madam has already given, said the context that we should go in the time, but we are already given 25 minutes late. It was 10:55, so probably nobody will, just hasten this program because the session is very, very important, 5G and Wi-Fi convergence. I thought that I will set the context before our eminent speaker starts. But in the morning session, first session, when Mr. Ramchandran, Madam Aruna Sundrajan, and wireless advisor Sri Christopher and C. Was there, and they gave lot of valuable information regarding technology and regarding spectrum. So as far as I mean, we are pleading for the 6 gigahertz delicensing. Before that, I will say, for the convergence, 5G and Wi-Fi, for a layman, it is already converged. We don't distinguish, as a common person, we don't distinguish 5G and Wi-Fi. It is one and the same for a common person. But technology-wise, 5G, 4G, and even upcoming 6G is evolution from 3GPP. The beauty of the 3GPP is that it allows access to non-3GPP entity technology, which is like Wi-Fi actually. So 802.11, which is very important actually evolution, and recently 802.11, that the AX and other series, Wi-Fi 7, Wi-Fi 6C, they have tremendous capability basically, and they have developed tremendous control in the network. And in today's context, today's scenario, basically, and why there is some stiff resistance from other quarters, if suppose we are considering only Wi-Fi as an important technology, there is stiff resistance from the other quarters because of, it's a kind of business policy, basically, because they feel that someone is trying to eat their pie, business pie, actually, business chunk. Because Wi-Fi, after having so long evolution, has complete capability of giving enterprise solution, complete ubiquitous connectivity. But at the back end, if you see that Wi-Fi, for the huge connectivity, bandwidth, and all these things, speed, we need fiber basically. If there is no fiber in India is around 37%. Probably earlier it was 33%. And after my retirement, 2-3% definitely might have been improved. So fiber is pan-India 37%. And most of the places in rural and all these things where Wi-Fi is having a great potential to cover and to bridge the digital divide, there this Wi-Fi is a really important thing, but backend is the problem. And in that case, it will cater through the cellular network. Cellular, which allow the Wi-Fi also the 5G core also, 4G core, 5G core, everything, they allow non-3GPP entity to connect over it, to ride over it. So this is all context. Then there is another this thing, which wireless advisor, Mr. Christopher, is sitting here, by the way. Still, he has posed some, I mean, in a very diplomatic way, which probably from the government side, everyone does like this. He has posed some very important, if you could understand between the lines, that 6 gigahertz having 1200 megahertz of bandwidth total. Government of India in 2018-19, somewhere 5 gigahertz has already been delicensed, which is having around 605 megahertz or 800 megahertz. Total, including 2.4 and 5 gigahertz, is around 860 megahertz. That is already delicensed. There is proposal, and that is actively in the consideration in the government when I was in the government, for delicensing of 60 gigahertz V band, 76 to 77 gigahertz E band is already delicensed. That is there. So government has already put. Now, as Mr. Christopher from the government has raised one point, which probably you could notice or not, that government is weighing that whether the existing 805 megahertz of delicense is 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi band, which is being widely used for outdoor also, is it fully utilized? But I will say here, the 6 gigahertz capability, 6 in Wi-Fi 6E, which is giving by the 6 gigahertz band, that is tremendous. I mean, that cannot be matched with, I mean, compared with the what we are getting in 5 gigahertz D-license band. So apart from all this, government is also thinking, as I mean, some paper was moved, US Spectrum Horizon, probably many of you might have heard, US Spectrum Horizon program, 95 gigahertz to close to 300 gigahertz. There's a lot of chunks of band in between, which is open to the by the US government for research development free for next 10 years. Government of India also planning like this. I don't know what is the status right now. Probably it will be. The problem is because of the previous incidents which happened and which have tied and West. I mean, as what Madam, our ex secretary, Madam Aruna Sundarajan has already said in his opening remark, in the government taking decision for any spectrum is, I mean, it's not a easy job. So from the think tank, basically, what is best available for the country, that we have to give after all deliberations, that out of all this 1200 megahertz which is available, whether it should be D-license or it should be hybrid use, mixed used, or it should be given to 5G and 6G IMT 2020 and 2030. Problem is that as there are a lot of research also, and that is genuine research and study papers, that has been claimed by the COI based on the recommendation of GSMA. Internationally, it has been evaluated that total of 2 gigahertz bandwidth is required in the mid band. Presently, in the last auction when I was a part of there in the government, only we could arrange with lot of fight internally with the other government stakeholders from the broadcasting and all. We could arrange 370 gigahertz, 3300 to 3670 megahertz. Only this much, 370 government of India, I mean, our TSPs are having as midband. 3700 beyond 4200, there's a lot of hue and cry, because 4200 to 4400 megahertz is altimeter and human safety is involved in this thing, and DGCA and Civil Aviation Ministry presently is not allowing at all our TSP to, I mean, erect any installation around in and around airports. 4400 to 4990, this is again a mid-band possibility to gain some mid-band, but that is sparsely occupied by defense and strategic installations and some other use, and only 4800 and 4800 megahertz to 4990 TRA in last recommendation has recommended that this 190 megahertz, out of this 40 megahertz should be given to private industry network. So that way, if you see, there is no scope of mid-band available in India. 4900 beyond is already D-licensed for 5 megahertz, your Wi-Fi presently, which we are reaping the benefit, and we are ubiquitously connected to network through our all user equipment. All user devices are having 5G Wi-Fi enabled, and 6 gigahertz, there is big discussion between IMT and Wi-Fi. What I feel, IMT Wi-Fi is there to complement. It is already converged. It will complement IMT, means 5G. It is part of 5G. There should not, nobody should feel as a challenging or that, I mean, this thing, unregulated D-licensed route, because there is apprehension and there are some objections also, that this is a D-licensed route, unlicensed route, giving complete end-to-end solution for the enterprise solution. And therefore, what we are doing, it is a non-playing platform kind of use. But Wi-Fi is definitely going to complement it. It is definitely going to cooperate with 5G. No one can survive without the complement of other. That is the condition actually, and that will the benefit of Wi-Fi 6E and Wi-Fi 7. That definitely has to be part of network. Indian citizen cannot be deprived of those economical and social benefit. It's a trade-off. Government, I mean, in DOT is definitely considering lot of papers and everything is already there. And whatever today's outcome will be there, BIF is surely going to share it with the DOT and try. So let us come now. I mean, I will not take much of the time because I have already gone into the spectrum part. I will leave my floor open for our eminent speakers so that they can give their thought about this 6G delicensing and 6G Wi-Fi and all these things. Thank you. Thank you all. So I hope now I will request Mr. Vivek Dua, our first speaker. We have 5 speakers here. Madam has already this thing. Vivek Dua, GM FWA BSNL, to give his thought actually about this topic. Thank you.
I had shared one presentation. Somebody can help on that? Okay, thank you. Yeah, a very good morning. I'm from BSNL corporate office. I have spent large part of my career in data centers. And then 4 years back, I have moved to corporate office and have been focusing on the fiber rollouts in the country. Interestingly, my IT background has helped me in re-engineering the business processes and the systems in BSNL to encourage the partner ecosystem, which earlier had very little faith that doing business with BSNL means getting your payments timely, getting the whole business mired properly. All those challenges were there. But yes, experience helped in stitching those problems and bringing a healthy ecosystem to the partners. Why I'm narrating all of this is that the challenge that we have today is less about technology. The challenge is more about service delivery. We can talk about 5G, 6G, Wi-Fi 6. Those, of course, are the themes for discussion today. But I saw very interesting questions yesterday given by Ramachandran sir on email, where he said, how do you think Wi-Fi can complement 5G in areas where deploying towers and fiber may be a challenge, especially in the rural and remote areas of the country? I'm repeating, rural and remote areas of the country. And how will work to ensure seamless connectivity as we move from one network to another? Last question was, how is cooperation and competition? How is cooperation and competition likely to play out between cellular service providers and unlicensed Wi-Fi services providers? Now, these are the things where he's setting the tone or the stage to deliberate and think more on the challenges and little lesser about technology. Because we as an engineering community like to put more time, more efforts on the engineering discussions, but the challenge of service delivery still remains there. And this country, if I have to give the example of entertainment sector, आपके गली मोहल्ले में आपको जो खुश रखता था टीवी के साथ, वो आपका local cable service provider था. He was not a fancy guy with a big company or a big turnover. He was a small-time guy putting your wires through and ensuring when the wire is a problem, he comes and fixes it, right? And the entertainment called the TV was the real thing at home. So who was the champion for that entertainment at home? He was a small-time guy, the LCO, as you understand, right? And we as an organization, BSNL, understand that how good the technology may be, if it's not understood by the local champion who is the LCO, or we call it the partner, we cannot take it to masses. And that's where we have been so far successful in rolling out 3 million FTTH to homes, which are all done by the partners. Believe me, we have 25,000 plus partners who do this service to customer day in, day out. And I have few slides to share with you how this is going to impact the growth of digital India in the years to come. The mission, the imagination, the dreams of our Honorable Prime Minister to bridge this divide and then bring the genuine growth in the economy, which is across all strata, not just the urban that we keep talking and discussing more and more. So let me spend 5 to 7 minutes on the few slides that I have, then I'm open to questions. Next, please. So I dream of digital India, where knowledge is the strength and it empowers the people. Next. And then we have this survey where the smartphone users were being asked that how they get benefited. And COVID presented a lot of challenges. After COVID, the way we look at life is altogether different than the way we were looking before COVID. And the number one consumption is my children's access to education. I remember the bhai who used to come to our home, साहब मैंने तो अभी रिचार्ज ना 200 रुपए का शुरू कर दिया, पहले तो 50 रुपए में काम चल जाता था. I said, why? सर बच्चों का अभी तो होमवर्क भी उस पे होता है, क्लास भी उस पे होती है. So buy ensures that first thing in the month is to recharge the mobile with the data pack so that the education continues. Because that's where they see the future for their children. And that's where we see the future for our nation also. If the education gap is plugged, and of course, through the digital enablement, that is the first thing, then we have a great future. The economy is bound to grow. But without that, definitely, howsoever good the technology may be, the 5Gs and 6Gs will fail. Next. So a bit of background to the digital divide that we keep debating on. Across the country, the numbers are given at the bottom, which are the TRAI statistics. The total subscriber base in the country, if I have to take by the 100 as the base, 60% or 60 customers out of 100 have internet access. Urban internet, it's already 100 plus, so people have more than one SIM and then they have more data than what you can imagine. But you see the rural number. It's almost half of what we have in urban. Similar is the situation with tele-density also. So the gap is huge. That's where the role of the TSPs or the ISPs who have the technology, the 5G, the Wi-Fi 6, all gel together in the right manner, which becomes the right service delivery to the customer at the least possible cost. Now, this is a very interesting phenomena, the least possible cost. We as nation know, हम कितना भी कमा ले, finally वो सब्जी भाजी वाले से बोलते हैं भैया 50 की जगह 40 लगा ले. Because mentality or the genetic code is so strong on the pricing, it's so hypersensitive to pricing, we enjoy that. Right? And so is anybody, be it rural or urban, and this is a hyper price sensitive market. तो मेरे को लोग बोलते हैं आप एयर फाइबर कर रहे हैं, एयर फाइबर में we use the 5 gigahertz band that sir was telling, and we rolled out 50,000 plus on air fiber. Air fiber means only on a cost of, let us say 20,000, I'm able to connect a customer who is 20 kilometers away from the town and cannot have any fiber or any damn thing called 4G to connect the home. So we put the radio modems on the unlicensed band, which is 5 gig. The pair of modem doesn't cost you more than 20 to 30K, and we connect the customer, right? That is the beauty of the technology and the cost at which it comes. Somebody said, "Aap FSOC ko use kariye." I said, the beauty of FSOC is somewhere else, not on the air fiber that I do. So हम लोग बहुत बार technology को intermix करके present कर देते हैं that the more beautiful the technology looks like in the forums, it is not the right choice for the customer because it has a different use case for the rollout. तो ये जो balancing act है, while the service delivery happens through the service delivery partners. मेरे को डेटा सेंटर का अंडरस्टैंडिंग अलग था. अब जब पार्टनर के साथ काम करता हूं, दे आस्क मी हाउ टू इंक्रीज प्रोडक्टिविटी, हाउ टू डिक्रीज द कॉस्ट. वो सब चैलेंजेस को डे इन डे आउट देखता हूं एंड आई ट्राई टू आंसर दोज थिंग्स ईदर थ्रू द टेक्नोलॉजी और अदरवाइज ऑल्सो. नेक्स्ट. So this is how we see as the rollout of 5G and Wi-Fi 6 becoming the key enabler for the digital enablement in the rural area. Of course, the fiber backhauling, which is a huge investment that has been done by government. Madam Aruna Sundarajan was asking me just before the tea break, इतना invest किया government ने, rural enablement जो एक mission था, उसको अभी हमें बहुत रास्ता तय करना है. We have a long distance to cover. And last few months, the kind of effort or the focus which has been put in with the BSNL team joining hands with USOF, I'll show the numbers here. I'm very sure the investment which has been put in by the government through USOF in connecting so many Gram Panchayat across the country, now the revolution will start where all this fiber which has been put in the system, in the country, will actually lead to connecting all these Gram Panchayat. We are targeting to reach 6 lakh villages in next 3 years. Of course, we are already there in 2 lakh, right? So you'll see all these people across all these Gram Panchayat and villages connecting to the digital highway with the blended deployment of 5G and Wi-Fi. The backhauling, of course, or the core network will happen to be the 5G thing, because 5G as an architecture allows me to have in the access part a Wi-Fi deployment. And all of you know that sitting in the cities or towns, you have the pocket or the liberty to change your handset from a 3G to a 4G or to a 5G within a year or so. The person back in the village is not having that pocket. So they stay with the mobile for a couple of years, 4 years, 5 years. And all those device is a very important part in the whole ecosystem of technology. All those devices are Wi-Fi enabled, not 5G enabled or a 6G enabled, right? So we need to see that the device ecosystem really handshakes to my network, which is going to be Wi-Fi for sure for some time before the next stage of device change or the upgrade in the rural also starts to the 5G level, where end-to-end it will be 5G. But we see a blending of the two technology as the right way to enable rural India to connect to the super high-speed, low-latency network. So this is a pictorial layout of how we see the clusters as you see the green spots, the villages connecting on the Wi-Fi and then backhauling on the fiber plus the 5G. Next. So this is what I said. As an architecture, 3GPP allows you to have the access network done on Wi-Fi with the gateway sitting in between. And as a solution which demands telemedicine or other tele-education and more great stuff which should be enabled for the rural India to be made available through this architecture is available to the people in the village, right? So a blending is what we are looking at. Next. Next slide, please. Slide change, please. Yeah. So this is a typical layout of how the BharatNet or the rural network looks like. At the block level, we have the OLTs or the optical line terminations, which then are connected in the Gram Panchayat at the ONT. And then we have the Wi-Fi access points radiating to the customers. On the core side, definitely the 5G, today the 4G and tomorrow the 5G, will start enabling more and more applications to the customers where things like low latency or the low energy, all those benefits will start coming in the network. Next. Now, this is the most interesting and the ending part of my presentation. As I said, from 1st of April, the memorandum of understanding was done between BSNL and USOF that the monetization of the network, primarily by rolling out services in the rural area, will start happening. And because BSNL as a partner ecosystem had grown healthy, so the government wanted that the same partner ecosystem and the whole solution of partners that you have put in place should be enabled for the rural India also. That has helped starting 1st of October, when the incentive program also further announced by the government, where we are giving some level of initial capital incentive to the partners to put up those connections in the home. So we pay something like 3,000 as an upfront payment for the rural partner to put through that FTTH connection at home. And then there is a retention bonus also for 3 or 4 quarters. So all these things put together is encouraging people to come forward and start using this network, which has been laid to have that enablement done in the villages. So that missing piece of the last mile champion joining hand has now started happening. As you see in the slide, the data which was at 5,000 terabytes per month grew to 12,000 in the month of December, 25,000, 26,000, then touching 50,000 terabytes in the month of March. And if I go customer by customer, that means the averaging over the customer. Next slide. Next slide, please. No, previous one. Yeah, this is my last slide. So this is my last slide on the per home consumption. You see, from a 40 gigabytes consumption per home per month, it has reached to a level of 180 gigabytes. So the rural consumption is no less than the urban consumption. This is what I wanted to share here. So technology enabling people is what is required. The enablers, next slide, please. The enablers are the game changers, and we all need to become more of enablers, of course, with the right understanding of technology that we developed through these forums. But the need of the hour is to become more of an enabler. That's what I wanted to convey through my short 10 minutes that I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vivek. So our next speaker is Mr. Jayant Mandal, Group Leader, CDOT. Jayant, please.
Please put my presentation, please. Yes, sure. I will do. Good morning, everyone. And as you started in the previous session, that everybody is talking of the Wi-Fi delicensing of sector. So my topic is the convergence of 5G and Wi-Fi. As in the starting, the session chair, Sri A.K. Tiwari sir has already told a lot about that things which are happening and why he primarily talk about the delicensing of 6 gigahertz band and what are the challenge in the Indian perspective. My topic is the Wi-Fi 5G, and this, as we know that 5G and the Wi-Fi technology, that both are meant for the very high multi-gigabit peak data rate. Both are going to give the ultra low latency, more reliability in the network, massive network capacity, and the more user handling. So these are the primarily both 5G will also deliver, and the Wi-Fi, mainly the Wi-Fi 6 and the above, they will deliver both the things. That is what the user is expecting, that more speed and latency and everything, low latency and everything, that both the technology will provide. Now, why this connectivity with this high efficiency connectivity, that world is moving with the different communication like the machine to machine communication or device to device communication. These all requires a very high efficiency network, and 5G and Wi-Fi will deliver this high efficiency network. The customer need the quality of services, vehicle to everything. These all are the things which will enable 5G, and Wi-Fi will enable these type of things. Now we come to the why this 5G and Wi-Fi convergence. Because as we know, currently there is no convergence, there is a coexisting is there. What convergence will offer? Convergence will offer the improved visibility of the network. Telecom operators, if they have the converged 5G and the Wi-Fi network, they will get the better visibility of their network. Convergence will provide the greater flexibility and the interoperable 5G and Wi-Fi network. That is very important because customer need not to connect from cellular to Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi to cellular. Automatically this through the backend, through the core, if the convergence will happen, that will be the more convenient for the users, and the convergence will give the better customer experience, better services with the superior indoor coverage through the Wi-Fi. As we know that Wi-Fi is more suitable for the indoor, and as we all know that when we are inside the building, inside the premises, inside our home, we always prefer to be in the Wi-Fi. We never try to become in the 3G, 4G network. So Wi-Fi is always having the edge of indoor connectivity or the inside connectivity. And for the outdoor, definitely, because the Wi-Fi coverage is less, and this cellular operator will give the outdoor coverage. So if the convergence will happen, the customer experience will be much better when the customer move from the outdoor to indoor. So this superior indoor coverage will be provided through this convergence. This Wi-Fi and 5G coexist, and right now this coexistence is there. And currently this coexist, both technology remains separate, but coexist in the physical layer coexistence, right? As we all know that the Wi-Fi offload is the very popular things, and most of the mobile operators are doing the offload to shape their spectrum. And this is this already available. Cellular operators are using the technology for the offload. Best connection coexistence, this is the device specific things. Whenever there is some device which have this feature, generally they switch from the cellular to Wi-Fi or Wi-Fi to cellular for the better services. And the cellular Wi-Fi hotspot coexistence is there. This is just the when we have the cellular network and we don't have the Wi-Fi network, generally we switch on our Wi-Fi hotspot in our mobile and try to create a local hotspot for to connect our non-SIM based devices. And these are the coexistence. The Wi-Fi and 5G coexistence is there. Now the driver of convergence. Why we need the convergence? Because market is zeroing for the four main driver of convergence. This enterprise and campus network, as I have told, ki Wi-Fi is very suitable for the enterprise network, home network, campus network. So cellular operators are using the Wi-Fi technology to offload the local traffic. So there, this is the one driver, because if there is a convergence is there, then definitely the cellular operator and the user will get the seamless experience of the converged network. Industrial network requirement, as we know that the industry requires lot of IoT based requirement, and these all will be served only through the Wi-Fi. Mostly it is through the Wi-Fi. So that for that to meet that type of requirement, that type of industrial requirement, we need this convergence. And the cellular and Wi-Fi, if it is converged, it will going to offer the much better services. For the public hotspot, as you know that Wi-Fi is very suitable for the public hotspot, where there is some market area or some park or some public area where this if we create the hotspot, the user will prefer to select that type of public hotspot to access the internet rather than the cellular network. So this personal hotspot feature of the mobile, this public hotspot is there. And in the home network, if it is the SIM-based authentication, generally if the SIM-based authentication is available through the convergence, then whenever user will step into their home, they will automatically connect it to that Wi-Fi network through the same service provider, and they can able to use the seamless experience. They can able to get the seamless experience in the home. These are the major driver of the convergence. Now the challenges of convergence. The challenge of the convergence is only because these are the two different vertical cellular, this which has been driven by the 3GPP standard. Wi-Fi has been driven by the different WBA and the Wi-Fi Alliance standard. So these are the main demand and maturity standard of the some of the challenges are the business value. Both cellular and Wi-Fi are evolved separately. There is a need of deep architectural convergence, because if they need the architectural convergence, they need both the CAM need to sit together, find out the solution so that the convergence will happen at the architecture level, at the technical level. Adoption is the one, because the in the 5G 3GPP release 16 has come up with the convergence of the convergence standard, and again in the release 16 of the 3GPP that has been given as an optional standard. It's not the mandatory standard. The many of the OEM who are developing their 5G stack, they are not putting that is the one thing is required for the 5G stack developer, 5G OEMs to bring that complete specification of the convergence into their stack so that the seamless convergence will possible. Technology again is ensuring the end because this cellular operator is maintaining the different end-to-end quality of services, and there is always the debate that the quality of services will get compromised when from the GSM to Wi-Fi will happen or Wi-Fi to GSM will happen. So that type of end-to-end quality of services, security, and everything is required with this architectural convergence, and this definitely involves a lot of integration effort so that there is a seamless convergence will possible. And last is the politics, because there is a two different camp is there, cellular camp and Wi-Fi camp. Both are having this mutual understanding is required so that there will be a convergence framework will happen. So these are the major challenges of the convergence. And now with this, I am ending. This is the final one. Looking ahead, the convergence will of the 5G and Wi-Fi will be a reality in coming days. Till that time, 5G and Wi-Fi will coexist and complement each other. And in the bottom, I have just put one advertisement. Recently, the Airtel, the Indian biggest telco mobile service provider, and they have put this advertisement. They are showing that the 5G, you will get the Wi-Fi like speed in the 5G. So this is the best. Wi-Fi fraternity will get the best acknowledgement that now the 5G service provider are started comparing their services with the 5G. And if you see all across the country, you will see this banner that Wi-Fi like speed you will get in the 5G. So thank you with this. Thanks a lot. These are the different Wi-Fi product is there from the CDOT, as our CEO has told. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mandal. It was a very nice presentation. Now I request Mr. Steve for giving his presentation. Time is 10 minutes because we are already running late.
About 7 to 8 minutes.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Oh, good morning, everybody. I'm Steve Namasavam, so I'm VP of our Industry Alliances at the Wireless Broadband Alliance. Thank you for having us today. I have a few slides. I just want to expose a bit about the vision of the Wireless Broadband Alliance when it comes to this topic of convergence, and just share some of the work that we've been doing as well over the last 5 years, and also some case studies. I think we talk a lot about Wi-Fi in the Alliance, but actually as part of our manifesto, a lot of that is about convergence. So it's not just about how we try to improve, innovate around Wi-Fi, but we believe that actually, Wi-Fi needs to work seamlessly and interoperate with other technologies, and cellular is one of those. You can see here, I'm showing you our industry roadmap. We have an entire work group area, 5G work group, that's dedicated to this topic. So we do take it very seriously. There are around 200 organizations in the WBA. There's members, roughly 50% of those are operators. So large organizations like AT&T, T-Mobile, British Telecom, Deutsche Telekom, Telia. So they've obviously heavily invested in cellular technology, but they've also invested in Wi-Fi, and they're living proof. These technologies are converging. I have a couple of case studies to demonstrate that also. Okay. Just some of our work, as I mentioned, we've been involved in this area of convergence for, I guess, close to 6 years. We're on currently our sort of 5th deliverable. So back around 5-6 years ago, we put out a white paper on 5G, on the role of Wi-Fi and on licensed technology. Okay, you can hear me okay. Also a white paper on network slicing for 5G. We collaborated with other industry organizations. So in the UK, MG&M Alliance focus a lot on this topic of the cellular. We've worked with them. In more recent times, and I think Jan alluded to it, but we've also put out a white paper on 5G and Wi-Fi RAN convergence. So going a little bit more into sort of the technical weeds around how cellular and how Wi-Fi can converge, looking at protocols, things such as ATSS and QoS as well. A lot of this information is available on our website, so I'd urge you, if you haven't seen it already, to to visit our website and take a look as well. Where we are today, we're still continuing this work, taking it down the path of a private 5G network group. So our work groups currently is focused on this topic of convergence, but more specifically on private 5G. So I like this this slide because it does show how basically Wi-Fi and cellular can come together. I think, as we all know, when it's mobile, but to Jay's last point, tends to be that cellular is the I guess the technology of choice. I think that's changing a little bit as well with the advancements that we're seeing in Wi-Fi. But when we're looking at scenarios such as high footfall, lots of devices, the need for high QoS, low latency, then I do think that Wi-Fi is a good choice of technology. But again, it's not about whether one technology is better than the other. It's about how we can basically sort of bring these technologies together, because if we look at our insatiable demand for data, it's growing and growing. It's only going in one direction, and it's going to take a lot, cellular, Wi-Fi, satellite, for all of these technologies to come together to meet that demand. Okay. Also, just some use cases that we have here. So if we look around, for example, and was alluded to earlier, but the applications, the use cases for Wi-Fi, then Wi-Fi is a good choice. So sometimes the device only has Wi-Fi capabilities. If I look at around my home and the smart devices that we have, gaming, so forth, sometimes Wi-Fi is the only option. If I was also looking at, I guess, sort of like the cost of network builds, somebody here alluded to or touched on the topic of rural Wi-Fi. Sometimes it's not feasible to have a mobile backhaul connection in there, and Wi-Fi can come to the fore and help sort of in those situations as well. Okay. What we are also seeing around the globe is that broadband and mobile operators, often the same organizations, are combining the services. So my own operator, BT, provides me with broadband service, but they also give me a mobile option in the event that the broadband is down. So we are seeing, even in situations like that in my home, where these technologies are converging. Okay. One of our members, Deloitte, they do a lot of research in this area. I think this is quite interesting. This report was put out 2 years ago. But what they said was that roughly of the sort of 450 odd telcos that they surveyed, around 45% are deploying or in the process of piloting both Wi-Fi and 5G. And they thought around this time, we have to verify this maybe next year, that close to 100% would be deploying Wi-Fi and cellular together. Okay. I want to give a bit of a global perspective about what some of our members are doing in this area of convergence. So to the left, we have AT&T. AT&T, I think, has been on the front foot of this topic of convergence for quite some time. They offer a international roaming product called PassPoint. It's bundled into your domestic plan. So if I travel in this scenario that I'm showing you, it's for Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris. It shows that when they converged or included the service inside their mobile service and used PassPoint technology, within a period of, I believe, 6 weeks, the traffic went up 10 times. The number of connections went up 10 times. So this is happening. I mean, this isn't a recent case study. This was on something that was taking place 4 or 5 years ago. Okay. To the right, one of our board members, Boinga Wireless, they do DAS, they do small cells, but they also do Wi-Fi. They are the top provider, I would say, when it comes to Wi-Fi in airports across the United States, probably close to 100 of the top airports. All of the mobile operators in the United States are offloading at the airports. They don't have the coverage, okay? And they're doing it seamlessly using mobile credentials. And it shows here, I think this number would have gone up, but nearly 70% of the connections are via PassPoint as well. So that's T-Mobile, that's AT&T, and that are all basically sort of, using the networks there. I believe this idea or this is now expanded into other venues. So sports stadiums, something you probably don't know about, but events like the Super Bowl, the Wi-Fi networks inside those stadiums had all operators offloading as well. I think also another big area where we see opportunity is in the area of in-flight Wi-Fi. We have a work group that's been running on in-flight Wi-Fi for the last 3 years, and operators such as Deutsche Telekom, T-Mobile are heavily involved. And they're probably the two best cases of where they've converged the set for their mobile subscribers with Wi-Fi. So if you're a Deutsche Telekom subscriber or a T-Mobile subscriber, you have access to in-flight connectivity as well using your mobile credentials. Okay. In the interest of time, I won't spend too much time on this, but it's looking at how you can actually use credentials, what's being broadcast in the Wi-Fi network, the ARCOI, as a technical method to latch on and recognize that the network, can be supported by your home operator. Okay. So my last slide here. So, please do visit our website, come and speak to ourselves here at the WBA. If you're interested to learn more about what we're doing in the area of convergence and get involved. As I mentioned, a lot of the work that we've done is now sort of publicly available. And we look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steve. It was very nice session actually, and giving some use cases worldwide being adopted. Now I will request Mr. Paramjit Singh Puri to give his presentation, his thought about the current topic. Thank you.
Can I have the opening my presentation? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen and the dignitaries on the dais, I'm very thankful to the BIF and the WBA for giving the Wi-Fi Alliance and me an opportunity to come and speak up over here. And I would just like to make a few points, and my presentation is probably going to be a little different than what the rest of the presenters have presented in terms of convergence. So mine is more going to be on the first part, what I've written over there, 6 gigahertz connecting to the future, because I still believe that India, whatever, we've had some very, very important people coming on the dais and speaking, that, India has done a lot of good things. And we have, especially in the telco side, on the cellular side, we have made phenomenal improvements. But unfortunately, I'm one of those skeptics who believe that in Wi-Fi, India is very, very, very far behind here. And we are still, we talk about million of hotspots. I don't think we even have 1 lakh hotspots in India, which are actual hotspots here. Irrespective of the fact that the PM Vani is there, and the PM Vani initiative has come off, which was a great initiative by the government. But again, that is a closed platform. It's not an open platform. So we really need to look about that. And that's what I'm going to focus upon. Yeah. So today in the world of communication technology, we are living in a world of strange conundrums. But if you look at it a little closely, probably you'll be able to unravel it a little bit. Have you noticed how much less respect Wi-Fi gets compared to 5G? And I'm speaking relatively. The amount of respect which Wi-Fi gets is far less than what 5G gets here. And this is despite the fact that it is Wi-Fi, which is the digital workhouse of the digital economy here. And without Wi-Fi, we would be all lost. But still, 5G, which is making losses, is considered as the golden opportunity around the corner. Why this perception? But maybe there are some good reasons for this perception. And I think one of the main reasons for this perception is that, the gigantic marketing machine and the billions of dollars which, the telcos and the other people, the system players have spent in 5G, That is, I think, one of the main reasons, despite having, not real cases in use, despite having some unrealistic models. And I'm not belittling, 5G or 4G or the cellular. I mean, cellular technology is there and it has to stay. And both Wi-Fi and, 5G are, have to coexist and they have to work hand to hand. Yeah. But it is, what I'm trying to say is that irrespectively that, Wi-Fi has been there around for the last 25 years, the respect which it gets, it's still a very underappreciated technology, despite being one of the most important communication technology innovation of the globe here. So that is the point I'm trying to make here. And if you look at another important reason for that is that the governments do not get any money from Wi-Fi spectrum because it's a free spectrum. So I really, pray to the government, to our phenomenal government, which is some of the representatives who are present over here, that please do look at, what the rest of the world is doing. Please look at, what the other countries are doing, and let's not, try to, there was talk of, having an India 5G. Let's not do that. Let's not have an India 6G gigahertz spectrum policy by saying that everything will be licensed and open only for the IMT or telcos here. Let's give, if not the full 1200 megahertz, of course, from the Wi-Fi Alliance perspective and the WBA perspective and from the BI perspective, we'll be very happy if the entire 1200 megahertz is given to Wi-Fi, but at least part of that, at least minimum half of that should actually be, and this is a personal request to Shri Christopher G over here, who's our, esteemed wireless advisor to the government of India. So before I start, I'm just, the Wi-Fi Alliance is the, main Wi-Fi body. We have been there for the last 24 years, and we work very closely with IEEE to drive the standard of the Wi-Fi. And then we also do the certifications, for Wi-Fi. And we have over close to 1,000 members across the globe. From India, we have about 19 odd members. These are the Indian companies. I'm not talking the MNCs, but that's just a brief introduction to the Wi-Fi Alliance. And I'm going to talk about some of the trends, the consideration, and then the conclusions, and try to keep it brief. And probably I'll just try to skip through some of the slide in keeping the time in mind. If you look at the first slide, and if you look at the data growth, which is happening, and the amount of data consumption, which is more than 400 exabytes of data we are consuming today every day. If you look at the pie over here, the maximum pie is consumed by Wi-Fi, and then wired, and then cellular. And these are not my numbers. These are all industry numbers given by, by the best analysts of the globe here. So this pie itself speaks. And if you look at this particular slide, which is a corollary to the first slide, data growth now and in the future is predominantly going to be indoors. So you should look at the indoor, what is prevalent in the globe today. And I'm talking global numbers. I'm not talking India numbers, because in India, Wi-Fi 6E is non-existent because the 6 gigahertz is not opened. And Wi-Fi 6 has just started coming into the picture. So most of the shipments in India are mainly Wi-Fi 5. But if you look at this particular slide, if you look at the applications, whether they're, in the retail or, the AI, VI, or, the IoT or the AR, VR or the indoor enterprise, they're all going to be indoors, and that's where Wi-Fi plays its role here. Of course, we have the outdoor, we have the transportation, where the 5G and the upcoming 6G will play a very important role here. But over there, from the Wi-Fi side, we have Wi-Fi 7, which is slated to come out in 2024. And already work has started around Wi-Fi 8, which will come out in the next 3 to 4 years there. And the full benefit of the Wi-Fi 7 and the Wi-Fi 8, we can only get if the 6 gigahertz is open. Otherwise, we will not get that benefit. If you look at this particular slide, which augments what I said in the previous two slides, everybody used to say, 4G has come, will Wi-Fi go dead? 5G has come, will Wi-Fi exist? 6G is coming around the corner, will Wi-Fi be there? I think this slide probably answers that. With every growing cellular technology which has come, the pie of Wi-Fi becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. And again, these are not my numbers, these are analysts and industry numbers. And I won't talk much about it. The slide is very evident about what I'm talking about here. Trend number 3, distributed cloud computing, next generation use cases. Whether we like it in words of sustainability or environmentality, technology is evolving very fast here. And we are very soon moving towards immersive experiences like VR, AR, extended reality, telehealth, industrial IoT, automation, 3D enabled, holographic presentations, etc., etc. And all these applications which are there to stay, and they're going to come whether we like it or not. They require huge computational power, and they require connectivity 100, if not 1,000 of times faster than 5G. So where is that going to come from? It's going to come from Wi-Fi. It cannot be delivered by a wide area network such as IMT. It requires a local area, short-range communication, such as the next generation Wi-Fi technology, which is designed for high throughput and for spectral reuse. So if we want all these technologies to benefit India, we really need to look at enabling the next generation of Wi-Fi, which is Wi-Fi 6 and Wi-Fi 6E today, and Wi-Fi 7 in the next year, and Wi-Fi 8 3 years from now. If you look at the considerations, if you look at Wi-Fi 6E, which is Wi-Fi 6 in the 6 gigahertz, again, which is not available in India. So the Indian public or the Indian enterprises or the Indian government can't even experience the power of Wi-Fi 6E. The Wi-Fi 6E capabilities required for advanced use cases, which is faster speed, lower latency, higher efficiency, higher density. All over the globe, there've been shipments of over 1.5 million Wi-Fi 6E access points, and more than 350 million Wi-Fi 6E devices are out there in the globe. Yeah. And this is slated to reach over 5 million access points and over 1 billion devices by 2024, the next year that is there. And if you look at Wi-Fi 7, which is going to be launched in 2024, what is Wi-Fi 7 going to bring you? It's going to bring you exactly the same benefits as 5G or 6G is going to bring you. Enhanced VR, AR, XR, industrial IoT, automotive, telepresence, immersive 3D, support with higher data rates, very, very stringent latency, and reliability and quality of service, with data speeds of actually 40 Gbps or on an average 30 Gbps, and 92 million units of Wi-Fi 7 are expected to ship out in 2024. But as far as India is concerned, I don't think we'll see the face of Wi-Fi 7 for the next 3 years at least, if the 6 gigahertz is not released in our country here. Consideration number 2, if we look at the 6 gigahertz frequency band, and if we actually examine it very closely, we can actually come out to the conclusion that the 6 gigahertz frequency band is uniquely suited to meet the growing demand for Wi-Fi, and it is not actually suited for IMT. But I'm still not saying that keeping the unique consideration of India in mind, that we open up everything for Wi-Fi, though I would love that to happen, and I'm sure the WBA would love that to happen, and the BIF would love that to happen. But still, we need to look at that. The 320 megahertz, the 160 megahertz spectrum is only available in the 6 gigahertz, and that is where the Wi-Fi 6E, Wi-Fi 7, and the next generation Wi-Fi 8 is going to play the picture. And again, India will not have the benefit of those technologies if the 6 gigahertz is not released here. If you look at this slide, though you might consider it a little biased slide, but I would still like to, talk about it. Countries in which all the regions, with the Wi-Fi is being deployed, IMT frequency harmonization cannot be achieved because there is no interoperability, because there are no devices. If you really want to make the IMT, landscape to happen, or, you want to really make it a stable regulatory framework for the IMT network, you have to spend billions and billions and billions of dollars. So billions of dollars to design the chipsets, billions of dollars to integrate the chipsets, billions of dollars to deploy the IMT technology network, billions of dollars to operate the IMT network. And that's hell of a lot of billions. So at the bottom line is, today there is no 6 gigahertz IMP equipment in the market, either now or in the near future. I have been told that time is up, so I'll skip this particular slide. But this was a slide where I wanted to talk a little bit about the convergence between Wi-Fi and 5G. As Vivek talked about, and some of my other colleagues over here talked about, you have Wi-Fi at the front end, you have 5G at the back haul, either through fixed wireless access or through FWA or through FNRG or through the 5G RG gateway. So that option is definitely there. So both are complementary. I'm not belittling the cellular technology at all. It is there. We all use it, but let's not belittle Wi-Fi also. In conclusion, Wi-Fi is optimized for high performance indoor and therefore delivers the bulk of the world's data traffic, including most of the data traffic on your mobile devices. And the demand for Wi-Fi will continue to grow, despite the increased fiber deployment and cellular generations. And Wi-Fi 6E is a resounding success. And unfortunately, like I said, that cannot come into the country till the time 6 gigahertz is not released. And Wi-Fi 7 and Wi-Fi 8 will depend on 6 gigahertz. So I request the Indian government to seriously look at, opening up a part of the 6 gigahertz frequency, if not the full, spectrum in the 6 gigahertz for Wi-Fi. And 6 gigahertz is perfectly suited for Wi-Fi to continue to deliver the connectivity users. There is no alternative spectrum for Wi-Fi, and 6 gigahertz is unsuitable for IMT. And that's my final slide. Thank you very much. My name is Paramjit Puri, and we have a lot of work and a lot of papers in our website. Please feel free to go to our website and download any of the papers you want. I haven't even talked about IoT and Wi-Fi, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you so much. I hope I was within the 10 to 12 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, we also have our eminent speaker in this session who has joined us on virtual mode. I now invite Ms. Sindhu Verma from Broadcom for your presentation, ma'am. May we request you to kindly conclude in about 5 to 6 minutes. Over to you.
Good afternoon. That's a tough target. I'll share my screen. Can I share my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen, ma'am.
I think it's the tech supports screen.
Yeah, we can see your shared screen. You may kindly proceed with your presentation.
Okay, I don't think it's my screen. It's the tech support screen, but okay, I can talk through this. I have some updates in the presentation I have, so I would have liked to share my screen. Can you please hand the control to me? Thank you. So my presentation provides a technical perspective on Wi-Fi being 5G, and I'll straight away go to the details. So definition of 5G. So 5G has been used incorrectly and colloquially many times. In fact, it has been used to even market any enhancements on top of, say, cellular 4G. However, 5G is actually a keyword that is used to describe technologies that satisfy the IMT 2020 requirements set by ITUR. To be designated as 5G, a technology needs to meet the IMT 2020 requirements over all of the following usage scenarios that are defined by ITUR, namely enhanced mobile broadband, ultra reliable and low latency, and massive machine type communications. EMBB is the mobile wireless usage scenario, and again, it has certain sub scenarios which are indoor hotspot. These are indoor isolated environments at offices, say in shopping malls, based on stationary and pedestrian users, but with very high user density. There's dense urban, which is an urban environment with high user density and traffic loads, but again, with pedestrian and low mobility users, and rural environment with large and continuous wide area coverage, supporting pedestrian, vehicular, and high-speed vehicular users. So now indoor hotspot represents an environment where Wi-Fi is always widely deployed, while dense urban is an environment where only newer generations of Wi-Fi such as Wi-Fi 6 and 7 are getting deployed. So Wi-Fi as a 5G technology, it has been shown as early as in 2019 in evaluations that have been endorsed by IEEE that Wi-Fi 6 satisfies the IMT 2020 or 5G requirements for EMBB indoor hotspot and dense urban environments. And these are the very configurations where Wi-Fi is widely deployed. The evaluations have confirmed to the methodology specified by ITUR and show that Wi-Fi 6 easily satisfied the required peak, average, cell edge user performance and other metrics. And the exact same methodology had to be used by even LTE-NR to show 5G compliance. And here I would like to mention certain trivia. The way Wi-Fi 6 term actually came about is it was to underscore the fact that Wi-Fi 6 surpasses the 5G requirements, and hence we call it Wi-Fi 6. So there is a press release by IEEE, which we've referred to in the next slide, and maybe reviewers can peruse it offline. And evaluations were made by the authors of this presentation and corroborated by other independent evaluations as well. And further, 3GPP2 has integrated Wi-Fi into the RAN architectures of LTE-NR, which allows mobile wireless operators to provide 5G services by seamlessly integrating licensed LTE-NR with unlicensed Wi-Fi. So this is how Wi-Fi is a 5G technology already. And this is the press release, which has several details on how Wi-Fi already meets those requirements. The next few slides, we're talking about some relevant features in Wi-Fi 6, 7, and 8, which clearly are aimed at further improving the suitability of Wi-Fi for 5G services. So Wi-Fi 6 or 6E was aimed at improving not only peak data rate in ideal conditions, but also improving performance, range, and battery life in dense indoor and low mobility outdoor environments, and for a much wider class of Wi-Fi enabled devices. So this way it independently evolved to meet the requirements of the most common 5G use cases of EMBB indoor hotspot and dense urban environments. And this is just a list of some technical features which enabled 11AX as a 5G technology. There were several optimizations for dense congested environments, and as also optimizations for outdoor environments, helping 11AX to provide services even for outdoor to indoor deployments, along with low mobility. And then we have Wi-Fi 7, also known as 802.11b. So it's the current generation of Wi-Fi being standardized by IEEE. And these devices are expected to be commercially available by 2023. So 5G applications with very low jitter and latency are usually unsuitable for the unlicensed plug-and-play environment that Wi-Fi is designed to provide. However, in a large part, due to the success of Wi-Fi, even such applications are now moving to use Wi-Fi. And Wi-Fi 7 standard is geared towards making some of the design changes required to better support them. And so Wi-Fi 7 has been equipped with a much better support for low latency applications like augmented reality, virtual reality, and gaming, 4K or 8K video, remote office, cloud computing, etc. And below this, we have a list of feature enhancements in Wi-Fi 7 over Wi-Fi 6, 6E, which have enabled those. And just to name them, there is multi-link operation, higher bandwidths per link, higher max data rate. And in order to save time, I'm not going to cover the details of these features. And several evaluations have already shown the benefits of Wi-Fi 7 in handling latency-sensitive applications such as AI, VR, and voice, along with active data. And there is some material for offline perusal, and these links would show using standard evaluation scenarios how Wi-Fi 7 clearly meets, more than meets the requirements of such applications.
Ma'am, could you kindly conclude in another 1 minute, please?
Yeah. And finally, there is Wi-Fi 8. IEEE has also started working on Wi-Fi 8, which would be the successor to Wi-Fi 7. And the goals of this were actually finalized in a study group called Ultra High Reliability. So that itself tells us that Wi-Fi 8 will have even further enhancements to meet demands of new applications like AR, VR, robotics, industrial automation, industrial IoT, logistics, and smart agriculture, and to improve reliability. So there are several enhancements that we've started working on in Wi-Fi 8, and this would actually enable Wi-Fi to cover use cases that include not only EMBB, but also IoT and URLLC. And that would be done through more efficient spectrum utilization, better mobility and roaming, improved handling of latency sensitive traffic, improved link adaptation, improved range or coverage and battery life. So to conclude, the 5G terminology covers a host of use cases, EMBB being the most widespread one. And Wi-Fi is already deployed in indoor hotspot and dense urban scenarios of EMBB. And in those scenarios, it has been shown to meet IMT 2020 requirements set by ITUR. Wi-Fi 7 and Wi-Fi 8 continue to add enhancements that make Wi-Fi better equipped to handle latency-sensitive applications comprising URLLC, such as AR, VR, and gaming. And Wi-Fi 8 envisions adding features such as improved battery life, range coverage that would enable Wi-Fi to also be suitable for MMTC, while making it even better for EMBB URLLC. So that was my quick presentation. For any questions,
thank you.
I'll share this presentation.
Thank you very much indeed, ma'am. So, ladies and gentlemen, I now invite our session chair, Shri A.K. Tiwari ji, for the closing remarks. Over to you, sir.
No question answer.
So we don't have time
from audience. Otherwise, we are running short. And
actually, sir, we don't have time for question and answers.
Okay. So, I mean, it was really a very brainstorming session, and a lot of ideas has come. Definitely, the crux of this session, 5G and Wi-Fi convergence. India cannot be deprived of the benefits to get the economical and social benefit of Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi 6, Wi-Fi 7, and upcoming Wi-Fi 8. So that way, and we have to give, after all these sessions and all, we have to also write our view from the industry, view from this conference to Department of Telecommunication to support, as someone has mentioned, that Mr. Puri has mentioned, this 1200 megahertz whole chunk should go to Wi-Fi, but definitely there are other stakeholders. And I will just, if anyone may, if I am wrong, anyone may correct. Mid-band cost of 3300 to 3600 megahertz band was around 349 crore per megahertz. Based on that estimation, if it in 6 gigahertz, it is 200 crore, means 1200 megahertz will be around 2.4 lakh crore, 2.5 lakh crore Indian rupees to the exchequer. So government has to take a very conscious trade-off and very important decision. For that, BIF and other think tank like this, which really for the public and for the social benefit, we have to support the Department of Telecommunication through all these deliberations so that a proper and consensus decision is taken in the Department of Telecommunication along with the TRAI And definitely, I mean, a trade-off, as Mr. Puri has suggested, out of this 1200 band, something a better chunk, if not whole, in his words, if not whole, at least a better chunk should be given for the Wi-Fi 6 in this 6 gigahertz band for the future gain of the country. Thank you. That was.
May I also request you, sir, to kindly do the honors of presenting a memento as a token of gratitude and appreciation to our eminent speakers. We present to Mr. Vivek Dua. Thank you, sir. We present to Mr. Jayant Mondal. We present to Mr. Steve Namasivam. And to Mr. Paramjeet Singh Puri. And I would invite Mr. Arun Mukherjee to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude and appreciation to our distinguished session chair. And may I request for a quick group photograph of the panelists, requesting everybody to kindly step forward. And ladies and gentlemen, before we, I would request everybody to kindly step forward for a group photograph. And ladies and gentlemen, we have one presentation left before we move on to the next session, for which I would like to invite Ms. Nishtha Vasishtha. She's the Strategic Engagement Advisor, Saksha, is a certified project management professional, has worked in various capacities in the disability and development sector over the last 8 years, and has authored several reports and papers, most recently the Global Disability Summit Report 2022. She currently serves as Strategic Engagement Advisor and Project Coordinator for Saksham's Leveraging Social Media Accessibility campaign supported by Meta, and is going to talk about inclusive social media. Let us communicate in an accessible way. So please put your hands together to welcome Ms. Nishtha Vasishtha.
Hello, everyone. So in the interest of time, I'm going to try and concise my presentation for all of you today. So I represent an organization called Saksham, which is a award-winning disability NGO that works for persons with disabilities using assistive technology and accessible content. So I think I'm going to start with why communication is such an incredible part of our lives. It's a basic and perhaps a core need for all humans. It's also recognized under UNCRPD. And when we talk about social media has in the last decade transformed the way we communicate, from the way we exchange ideas to the way we consume information. Now, social media, just to give you a brief idea about the numbers, over 2 billion people are active monthly users on WhatsApp, on YouTube, on Facebook, and 1.5 billion monthly active users are there on Instagram, according to the Digital Report 2022 Global Overview. In India alone, 467 million users are active on social media platforms, and India is also the largest audience base for all of these platforms combined. Now, unfortunately, persons with disabilities are one of the groups that do not have an equal access to these platforms. So when in the last session, Mr. Vivek Dua talked about digital divide, I would also submit that persons with disabilities remain a key group under this digital divide who do not have equal access. So just to give you an example of disability in numbers, over 1 billion people around the world have significant disabilities. According to WHO, now the figure is 1.3 who have significant disabilities. So that is 16% of the entire population. If I talk about India alone, according to the Census of India, there are 26.8 million persons with disabilities as per the census of 2011. So currently, with the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act, which has actually expanded the types of disabilities covered from 7 to 21, you can imagine the impact that it has on people. So disability is diverse. There are many different forms of disabilities, and there are multiple disabilities also. However, there are some common assistive technologies and tools that exist that allow us to communicate accessibly. So for example, if you're a person with visual impairment, you're likely to use a screen reader, or you're likely to use talkback or voiceover. Similarly, for persons who are hard of hearing or deaf, they rely a lot on visual cues. If you're a person with cognitive disability, you rely on simple language and clutter-free designs. So what do we mean by accessible content? For this presentation, I'm going to stick to accessible content in the form, in relation to social media alone. So simple rules that allow us to communicate accessibly, or that allow us to create an inclusive content. So just to give you an example, when we use hashtags, for example, for this particular event, if we use the hashtag Wi-Fi delicensing, and we capitalize Wi-Fi's W and delicensing's D, then only in that case will the screen reader actually pronounce the hashtags correctly. But if we don't do that, the person with disability will not have this access. Similarly, a lot of us actually use colon and a bracket to send a smiley to a friend. But every WhatsApp smiley actually comes with an added description that reads out that text to a person with visual impairment. There are multiple tools that are available for persons with disabilities on the various social media platforms, including alternative text. So if you're putting up a photo and you do not describe what the photo is, then it's not accessible to a person with disability. So what is the gap? The gap is that social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram already offer these tools. They already have the infrastructure in place. But most of us are not really aware of how to make our content accessible, what it means to make our content accessible, and how can we do it in a simple manner. If I was to tell you that you can just change the usage of your smiley and make your content accessible, it's simple, right? But when I say accessibility, it sounds like a very big word. So before I talk about the solution and what Saksham is doing about it, I just want to reiterate why it's so important. Most businesses, even if you're a government agency, you are likely to talk to your citizens using Facebook, and it is a source of dissemination of information. From e-commerce to brand management, social media is everywhere. Secondly, it's a space of learning. In a FICCI report that came out last year, we found that 80% of persons with disabilities actually use Facebook to exchange ebooks and to get information. During COVID, social media allowed different sectors to function, from education to health services. So social media, when there is, during COVID, as it was shown during COVID, it does give you a platform to still continue services, and that's equally important for persons with disabilities. The Government of India and international laws also protect individuals' access to information, including that of India's 26.8 million persons with disabilities. And social media impacts everyone. Content access for millions and billions of people. So talking about what Saksham is doing, we are working at primarily, we are looking at the twin track approach. At one level, we are building the capacity of persons with disability and disability community on how they can create and access social media. At the same time, we are working with mainstream stakeholders from industry experts, governments, UN agencies, and other companies to help them understand how they can make their content more accessible. And at the same time, parallelly, we are also creating on-demand training material, from easy audiovisual guides to text material. So some of the resources which you will be able to find on our website include bullet modules, curriculum. We have audio messages that you can share with your partners. We have a social media toolkit. We have a social media page and a dedicated website. And we also do events and trainings for all of your staff. So in very brief, this was our presentation, but I do welcome you all to join us. And if you would like to know more about the campaign and how you can perhaps have a training for your staff, please do get in touch. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, ma'am. I would once again request Shri A.K. Tiwari sir to do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude and appreciation to Ms. Nishtha Vasishtha. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we would now close the proceedings of this session. We once again thank all our eminent speakers of this session for the wonderful inputs we had from them. Extremely sorry for rushing each one of you into your presentations. And we also especially thank Ms. Sindhu Verma from Broadcom for joining us virtually. And once again, regrets for rushing you through your presentation. We will be, of course, sending the memento over to her by our courier services. And thanks to Tiwari sir once again for chairing this session. So ladies and gentlemen, with that, we now straight away move to the next session, which is on delicensing of 6 gigahertz spectrum. May I invite our session chair, Mr. Parag Kar, Vice President BIF, Vice President Government Affairs, India and South Asia, Qualcomm. Warm welcome to you, sir. Please put your hands together to welcome him. I also invite our eminent speakers, Mr. Amol Kulkarni, Director Research, CUTS International. Warm welcome to you, sir. Mr. Tiago Roderick, CEO, Wireless Broadband Alliance. Once again, a warm welcome. And ladies and gentlemen, we also welcome our eminent speakers who are joining us virtually. Mr. Shubhodeep Adhikari, Broadcom. Mr. Sandeep Agarwal, Team Leader, Wi-Fi Solutions, C-Dot. And Ms. Martha Suarez, President, DSA. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, a very warm welcome to session 3 on delicensing of 6 gigahertz spectrum. The time duration for the session, ladies and gentlemen, is approximately 1 hour, which includes opening and closing remarks by the session chair, presentations, deliberations by all our eminent speakers for maximum 8 minutes, as we are running behind schedule, ladies and gentlemen. And we will have question and answers in the end if the time permits. And before I hand over to the session chair, I have the proud privilege of introducing our eminent panel on the dais. Our session chair, Mr. Parag Kaur, is Vice President, Government Affairs, India and South Asia, Qualcomm. He has been the company's key regulatory and policy interface for the Indian subcontinent and the region since January 2005. He has been working closely with the DOT industry bodies and telecom operators to ensure that policies and experiences can be realized in an Indian context. He has over 25 years of experience in the telecommunication industry. Prior to this appointment at Qualcomm, he was responsible for business development of broadband convergence technologies, both wireless and wireline, at Lucent Technologies in India. And before that, he was with the Indian Railways and responsible for the successful completion of various telecom projects in the railways. Once again, a warm welcome to you, sir. Our eminent panelist, Mr. Amol Kulkarni, is Director Research at CUTS International, a global non-profit promoting consumer welfare through pursuit of optimal regulation, good governance, and rules-based trade. He has led several initiatives to collect and analyze quantitative and qualitative evidence and design targeted interventions to inform policies and practices. We have on the dais with us Mr. Tiago Rodrigues, President and CEO, Wireless Broadband Alliance. And joining us virtually is Mr. Shubhadeep Adhikari from Broadcom. He works on standardization and design of 802.11 products. Joining us virtually is Mr. Sandeep Agarwal, who's Team Leader Wi-Fi Solutions C. And joining us virtually is our eminent speaker, Ms. Martha Suarez, who's President Dynamic Spectrum Alliance, has over 15 years of experience in the telecommunications industry. In her current role as the DSA, she advocates for laws and regulations that will be led to more efficient and effective spectrum utilization, which is essential to addressing key worldwide social and economic challenges. And ladies and gentlemen, with those words of introduction, I hand over to our session chair, Mr. Kaur, for his opening remarks and to kindly carry forward the proceedings of this session. Once again, reminding all our eminent speakers to kindly conclude their presentations in maximum 8 minutes. And with those words, over to you, sir, for your opening remarks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So the session 3, the title of the session is Delicensing of 6 GHz spectrum. Now we all know that spectrum is a scarce commodity. Any spectrum in a band which is going to be used for various kind of services will be always contested. There will be various takers or kind of there will be various kind of demands for this crucial spectrum band, which is 6 GHz, because of the characteristics of the spectrum band, which is quite useful for deploying all kinds of services, which will basically help the consumer unlock the value of the latest and the best generation technologies, which basically are getting deployed worldwide. Now, coming here, let's basically focus on what are the aspects of this particular band which we would like to leverage, and what kind of deployment model which will make this band much more useful for the consumers who are looking towards using this band to experience the latest generation services, which is going to be coming from 6G or 5G and advanced 5G and going forward to 6G. There are 3/4 option. One is exclusive usage of this band for deploying services where the operators get exclusive right for using this band. Second is non-exclusive usage of this band. And third is non-exclusive unlicensed usage. Now, all these 3 options have got its advantages and disadvantages. Now, while we choose a particular option, we have to look into various aspects. One of the aspects is how do we create economies of scale, and how do we ensure that both flexibility as well as the pricing of services, including devices, are affordable for the Indian consumer. Now, if you look at the exclusive nature of this particular band, let's say if this band is used for exclusive services, then there are 2 options here. One is you license this band to the operators for deploying the latest services like 5G, where the propagation characteristics of this band will limit the band for outdoor usage. Indoor usage, you actually have to deploy another base station because the penetration is going to be low. So there, the efficiency of the usage will require a lot of base stations to be deployed, both for outdoor as well as indoor. The other option is to deploy this band for unlicensed usage. The unlicensed usage basically will increase the flexibility of this particular band significantly from the point of view of using the latest technologies which are going to be deployed, like AR, VR, which high bandwidths are required from the point of view of experiencing these services. So given these two conflicting requirements, I think we have an esteemed speakers who will point to the capabilities of the various technologies which are getting developed worldwide to use this band in a delicensed manner, and how, based on their experience, all the technologies are going to leverage this band in a more effective manner and provide the latest and the best services to the consumers in India. So I think from that point of view, I will request the first speaker, Mr. Amol Kulkarni, to make his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Amol Kulkarni. I am from CUTS International. I thank BIF and WBA for this opportunity to speak about our work on Wi-Fi 6E. Yes, my presentation is on. I can use this to change the slide. Okay. Okay, great. So a lot of experts have spoken before me about delicensing 6GHz and what benefits it will create for consumers and what are the potential opportunities for such move. There have been a lot of technical presentations and also a lot of reports underlying the economic value of a Wi-Fi for such for consumers and in case delicensing is the option. But I would like to sort of start from what Mr. Kerr talked about. He said that there is a need to help the consumer to unlock the value of this band. So, which means that there is a need to understand what consumers want, what do they desire, what are the challenges that they currently face in accessing and using Wi-Fi services in the current bands that they use, and what are their expectations from a new generation Wi-Fi or availability of Wi-Fi on a new band, and how do they see all these developments which are coming around. And to bridge that gap, sort of I am here. I represent CUTS, as I'd mentioned. CUTS is a consumer-facing public policy research and advocacy unit. We do a lot of work with consumers, and we are in the process of doing a study to understand consumer perspectives on 6GHz band, as you would see. And I'm here to talk about that work and including some of the emerging findings that have happened over the past couple of months. So without further ado, as I'd mentioned, there is a consumer voice in the 6GHz discussion. There is a need to understand lived experiences of consumers and what is the utility that they're deriving and what are the expectations from the new Wi-Fi services. To do that, there is a need to sort of devise some sort of innovative methodology. So first, what we did was to demystify and de-jargonize whole technical concepts around Wi-Fi and put it in form of a consumer explainers. We went to consumer bodies, try and explain all these concepts. And also we looked at what are the global developments around Wi-Fi 6E licensing and what are the benefits which consumers have derived in other jurisdictions, whatever we could find in public domain. And we have published these two papers, which are also available in public domain, and also I think some prints are available outside. So after doing this, we thought of creating or designing some sort of an innovative approach for consumer interactions, because this use of Wi-Fi in 6 GHz band is not a practice as yet in India. So if that is the case, then how do one figure out what do consumer wants? Because the traditional methodology like survey or asking consumers of what they want won't work. And therefore, what we did was to design some sort of a mixed methods approach wherein we sort of designed choice experiments for consumers to understand how they compare different indicators of different Wi-Fi bands. We also designed questionnaires to understand their lived experiences in terms of what is the quality of experience, what are the use cases, what are the expectations. And also we did a practical intervention in terms of running some videos on 2.4 and 5 bands, and then try and understand what is the perception of consumers with respect to difference in quality which they are observing, and what would they prefer if a choice is given to them. So basically, we had reached out to a lot of consumers around the country across different age groups and income groups from different professions. We did 15 plus in-depth immersive conversation with consumers. In each conversation, we ensured that not more than 20-25 consumers are there, so that we can have in-depth in-person interactions with consumers, and therefore we were able to reach out on a one-to-one basis. More than 300 respondents across the country. You will see the locations wherein we have done these discussions, 10 plus locations, 3 plus languages, both offline and online modes. And these, I'll just talk about the emerging findings of the in-depth consumer interactions that we have made. The first is that Wi-Fi is increasingly becoming the first choice of mode of internet in different locations. So for instance, you will see in tier 1 cities, Wi-Fi users from our respondent base, 90% or 89% of the users were Wi-Fi. And Wi-Fi consumer feels offers reliable and uninterrupted connectivity and supports high data usage. But tier 2 locations are also not left behind. More than 50% of the users now rely on Wi-Fi in tier 2 locations, which is good to know. And consumers are dependent on high-speed Wi-Fi for critical use cases such as education and work. I think before this session, in the previous session, one of the speakers talked about how parents consider education of their children through Wi-Fi as one of the top use cases. And I think our study had also validated this. Both in Jaipur and in Lucknow, we found that learning management systems and use of Wi-Fi for education is one of the prime reasons why consumers are preferring this technology. Also, we found that adoption of Wi-Fi enabled devices is also increasing. So we compared what new devices did consumers procure in the past couple of years and what devices are they planning to procure in the next 2 years. And you will see that in addition to the desktop and the handheld devices, which is sort of presumable, there is a huge demand of entertainment and wearables, which is likely to be powered by Wi-Fi, which will be available in 6 GHz band. So there is a clear case of emerging of devices which will be powered through Wi-Fi 6E. Also, we saw that people are upgrading to new bands of Wi-Fi or are installing Wi-Fi because not only because of better quality of experience or because of increase in usage, but because more number of people are accessing Wi-Fi or they want to connect high-end devices. So the density is also a huge demand, and which we know that Wi-Fi 6E scores more as compared to other bands on the indicator of density, and therefore there is a huge demand for Wi-Fi on 6 GHz band, latent demand, if I put it that way, from the consumer interactions. We also found that typically these are the few use cases which consumers sort of use Wi-Fi for. And while there is some scope for improvement in use cases such as social media, online payment, however, there is a considerable scope for improvement for use cases of work from home, education, and government engagement, and that these are the critical areas wherein consumers would want Wi-Fi to add more value. However, there are key challenges currently with Wi-Fi, which is speed, reliability is something which we all know. Coverage of Wi-Fi security is emerging as one of the key issues in consumer interactions. They are becoming more and more aware of the security-related considerations. Cost is obviously one of those things, and density, which means that more number of devices to be connected with a Wi-Fi is something which is also amongst the top priorities of consumers. We also didn't limit our study to Wi-Fi in closed premises, but we also looked at what are the consumer perspectives on public Wi-Fi or Wi-Fi at open premises. And while a lot of I'll just conclude. A lot of things have been said about public Wi-Fi, but respondents desire ubiquitous and uninterrupted internet connectivity through public Wi-Fi. Obviously, quality of experience needs to improve, particularly at train stations, bus stands, and at shopping malls and complexes. There is a need to increase the security. This was sort of coming up clearly in our interactions in Tier 2 and other locations. I've already covered this. Also, in some locations where Wi-Fi is not available, consumers are facing double whammy because their mobile data limit is exhausting and they have to pay for their mobile data, and they cannot access Wi-Fi PM1 because it has not reached at those locations such as Itanagar in Arunachal Pradesh and in Chittorgarh in Rajasthan. And we need to really think about the lived experience of such consumers, because they are really at the receiving end of unavailability and costly access to services. In our choice experiment, we found that there is a close competition between 6 GHz band and 5 GHz band, and sort of consumers are increasingly tilting towards indicators of 6 GHz band. We also did practical intervention, as I'd mentioned, wherein we showed videos and we ran speed tests and quality tests. This is a photograph from a practical intervention in Chittorgarh. And after this practical intervention, we found that more number of consumers are willing to adopt to Wi-Fi as before this practical intervention. So we need to make the case for Wi-Fi in more innovative mechanisms through going to consumers and explaining them and using videos and other demos if possible. So the expectations of Indian Wi-Fi consumer is reliable, uninterrupted supply with multiple device connections. And that is what we require in pursuit of broadband for all, which is the theme for this event, and in pursuit of universal and meaningful connectivity of Wi-Fi for Indian consumer. These are some of the work that we have done. All of these initiatives, reports are publicly available, and would be more than happy to connect with interested people offline. Thank you so much. This is my vlog. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Amol. I think whatever your study that you have done, the fantastic work that you've done, basically points to one fact, that there is a demand for Wi-Fi, and the consumer are interested in more and more Wi-Fi services with more potential. And if we are able to get more Wi-Fi services with and mitigate all those shortcomings that you have basically pointed out about reliability, speed, I think Wi-Fi is definitely going to be a big requirement which the consumers will want to unlock the value of 6 GHz band. Now, our next speaker is Mr. Thiago Rodrigues. He's the CEO of Wireless Broadband Alliance. Mr. Rodrigues, thank you.
Hello, everyone again. Good afternoon. So before I jump into my slides, I want to give some context and background on this 6 gigahertz discussion. And what is the big problem with 6 gigahertz? The big problem is that this spectrum has been used for many years. When I started my career back in Portugal Telecom in the late 90s, we were using this spectrum. Utilities were using this spectrum. Railway companies is using this spectrum. Military is using this spectrum back in Portugal. So the issue is when the industry started to talk about, okay, how can I use the 6 gigahertz spectrum for massive adoption, was coming with one concept, that is dynamic spectrum management. How can I understand where I can use the 6 gigahertz and where I cannot use it? So didn't come with the idea, oh, this spectrum is free and open and clean. It's not true. Many entities are using this spectrum. So this idea of dynamic spectrum management is mechanism, platform, tools to understand, okay, on this precise location, I can use it. And then in another location, I cannot use it. And WBI, we started to work on these dynamic spectrum management systems probably 8 years ago. If you go to our website, we have some white papers on these mechanisms. And suddenly Wi-Fi became to have a very nice fit with this concept. So because Wi-Fi is a LAN technology, mainly indoor, and with limited coverage. So as a perfect fit with this concept of, okay, where I can use it and where I cannot use it. All this IMT discussion is very recently. When all this discussion on 6 gigahertz started, was not even on the table. So with this context, I just want to say dynamic spectrum management tools are essential to be able to use this spectrum. And the concept of having a clean spectrum to use a large or a massive public-wide macro cellular network, it's very complicated, not to say impossible. So what are we doing in WBA about 6 gigahertz and these dynamic spectrum management systems? So as I mentioned this morning, early morning, so several countries already released the full band or part of the band. Wi-Fi Alliance, my friend Paramjit, on their statistics, they have almost 1,000 devices certified for 6 gigahertz, and several operators have been deploying. And I want to focus on US. So US was the pioneer country to make a decision from their regulator, FCC, to open up the entire band for unlicensed use. Of course, when they made this decision, they make a provision that we are opening the band, but I want a mechanism to manage the spectrum. I want a dynamic spectrum management system. The decision was not to open to everything, was to open with one of these mechanisms there to safeguard anyone that is already using the spectrum. So they come up with this automated frequency coordination system that is called IFC. FCC is the most advanced regulator on the IFC systems. They are at this moment on a process to certify operators to manage these systems. There are 13 entities that got the conditional approval, including the Wireless Broadband Alliance, including Wi-Fi Alliance, and other players. And from my conversations, it's expected that other countries will start to launch their IFC systems. Once more, with the idea, I open the spectrum, but I create mechanisms to make sure that no one gets interferences because of open up the band. So we applied to be IFC provider, and we use this standard that is called Open IFC, where we build our platform. I don't want to spend much time explaining the platform. I don't have time, but one key concept of the platform is I need to geolocate all the Wi-Fi access points. So all the Wi-Fi routers, all the Wi-Fi antennas needs to be geographic identified. And at the same time, the regulators and the authorities, they need to have databases with all the links and all the use already in place for the 6 gigahertz. And by having all that information, we can create a system that can say, okay, I want to activate this Wi-Fi antenna on this location, and I can go check on the database if that location is clean or if someone is already using it. So this is what an IFC system does. So it's a platform that receives queries from the Wi-Fi antennas and routers, and is going to reply back with information to the router saying, okay, on that geography, you can use all the spectrum, or you can have some limitations on power and channels to be used. Once more, because of time, I will jump very quickly to a demo that we did with our platform back in 2022 in the city of Chicago. And basically, we did a demonstration of a query from one Wi-Fi antenna, Wi-Fi 6E antenna, making a request to the database. And what comes out from the database, and we can get these maps, is a map of downtown Chicago. This is a map of downtown Chicago. We were having our event in one hotel like this. And as you can see, tons of point-to-point links in Chicago. Chicago is a major city. It's normal that this happen. So you can see in blue, you can see where our hotel were. But this is not enough. We need very granular information. So when we drill down on this image, I can understand the height of the links, where the links were. And after having all that information, I can provide back to the Wi-Fi antenna what are the standard powers and the channels that can be used. So in this case, as you can see, there was not much interferences because the APs were in more or less ground area, and the fixed links, they were on the top of the buildings. And what the platform gives back to the Wi-Fi router is this type of information. So what are the channels that they can be used and the powers that can be used? And by doing this, we can easily deploy on the 6 gigahertz band Wi-Fi technology without interfering with any other operation that is already happening. And with this, as a summary of my talk, so IFC systems can help and they guarantee that the spectrum can be released to Wi-Fi whenever it is available. Like I said, FCC is leading this process, but other countries like Canada, Brazil, Saudi Arabia, I'm pretty sure they will follow very quickly. WBA is open to do any type of testing demonstrations in India. So Terra AI or any other stakeholders, we are more than happy to work with you and do some demonstration of AFC capabilities. And as a summary, 6 gigahertz spectrum is critical for the Wi-Fi evolution. As you saw before, with Wi-Fi 7, Wi-Fi 8 is all counting with this spectrum to deliver better connectivity to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodrigues. I think you brought a very important point on the table, that this spectrum, the 6 gigahertz, is actually not a spectrum which is available as a clean slate. It is already used by many services. So the challenge here is that how do you harness the maximum out of the spectrum? What strategies that you have to adopt? And you have pointed out that Wi-Fi using those technologies can harness the spectrum and coexist with the existing services without impairing their quality and making them unusable. So that's a very important point, and that kind of emphasizes the fact that how this spectrum can be leveraged for Wi-Fi services in a delicensed manner. Our next speaker is Mr. Shubhodip Adhikari from Broadcom. Mr. Adhikari.
Yeah. Hello. Am I audible?
Yeah. Yeah.
Would the tech support share my presentation, or do I have to share? Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So this is a brief presentation on delicensing of 6 gigahertz. The next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. So the agenda covers 4 points. The first being the characteristics of 6 gigahertz. The next, some considerations on 6 gigahertz and 5G services and allocation of 6 gigahertz spectrum, which is the current topic of discussion, and a brief update on 6 gigahertz allocations. Next slide, please. So characteristics of 6 gigahertz. 6 gigahertz has relatively high attenuation. It also needs to consider coexistence with FS and FSS systems. This makes it challenging to support outdoor standard power wireless broadband services in 6 gigahertz. This is also what my previous speaker and others have mentioned. It is comparatively much easier to use 6 gigahertz for the following deployments. One is indoor, where both the transmitter and receiver pairs are indoors, and the other is outdoor-indoor, where one of the transmitter or receiver is outdoor and the other is indoor. Now, 6 gigahertz also has high building attenuation due to walls. And problematically, such attenuation is expected to increase as buildings become more energy efficient as part of goals for reducing carbon footprint. In the reference, I provide a paper which has been presented in a well-known conference that shows how use of more energy efficient building materials drastically increase the wall loss at 6 gigahertz and similar spectrum. Now, this reduces the incentive for outdoor-indoor deployments, especially deployments where outdoor transmitters have to support primarily indoor deployments. So, given all of the above, if FS and FSS services have to be protected, that's a if, in that case, 6 gigahertz is best suited for deployments where both transmitter and receiver are indoor. Now, such deployments can be efficiently and most naturally used by either Wi-Fi or other unlicensed broadband technologies such as LALT or NR unlicensed. Next slide, please. Now, what about these 5G services? Do 5G services need a licensed 5G technology? The answer is no. Wi-Fi onwards from Wi-Fi 6 has been shown to meet or exceed the IMT 2020, that is the 5G requirements for indoor hotspot and dense urban deployments. The reference has been provided, which are evaluations that show that Wi-Fi 6 is able to meet the IMT's 2020 requirements and is hence also 5G. This means that Wi-Fi can be used to enable 5G services in these two environments without any loss of efficiency relative to other licensed mobile wireless technologies such as LTE and NR. Furthermore, both LTE and NR standards have integrated Wi-Fi into their RAN architectures. This allows mobile wireless operators to provide 5G services by seamlessly integrating licensed LTE and NR with unlicensed Wi-Fi. So in high or moderate mobility outdoor environments, LTE and NR would be used. In low mobility, dense outdoor or indoor environments, Wi-Fi or LALT or NR unlicensed can be used. And this can be done in a seamless manner without any loss of efficiency. Next slide, please. Now, 5G services and allocation of 6 gigahertz spectrum. So there has been a lot of discussion that 5G services would need primarily licensed more spectrum for licensed 5G operations. Now, let us look at what 5G services mean. 5G spans the following categories of services. Enhanced mobile broadband, which has 3 subcategories: indoor hotspot, dense urban, and rural or outdoor high to moderate mobility, 3 subcategories. Then it has ultra reliable and low latency communications, known as URLLC, and massive machine type communications, MMTC or IoT. So there are 5 kinds of 5G services. Of these 5G service classes, licensed mobile wireless technologies are required to support EMBB rural, that is, outdoor high and moderate mobility configuration. So one of these 5G service classes can be supported only by licensed mobile wireless technologies. The remaining 4 of the 5G service classes can be easily supported by Wi-Fi or LALT or NR unlicensed. And among these 4 service classes, most of the data download and upload occurs in EMBB indoor hotspot and EMBB dense urban, which Wi-Fi is already prevalent. Importantly, many of the transmitter receiver configurations that require heavy data exchange or low latency are peer-to-peer. For example, a configuration where a video display is connected in a peer-to-peer manner with a video distribution point. Now, such peer-to-peer low latency data heavy exchanges are difficult to support in the licensed operation model, as they do not involve a central base station controller or a coordinator. These, however, can be much more naturally supported by the decentralized plug-and-play network model of Wi-Fi, which does not need any coordination. So given the above, it is clear that Wi-Fi or LALT or NRL licensed can better support a much larger set of 5G services than licensed LTE or NR. Crucially, Wi-Fi can provide these services at a lower cost and much lower power. So when there is a demand for allocation of new spectrum, it has to be borne in mind that 1 out of the 5 5G service classes can be supported by licensed mobile operations, whereas 4 out of the 5 classes can be as well supported by Wi-Fi or other equivalent technologies. Now, this is just a brief update on 6 GHz allocations. This most would know. Now, the USA, Canada, Brazil, Saudi Arabia, South Korea, and among others have decided to delicense the entire 6 GHz band for Now, Japan, UK, Australia, Hong Kong, Qatar, etc., they have delicensed the lower 6 GHz band and are under discussion to delicense the upper 6 GHz band too. So it is possible that these countries also end up delicensing the entire 6 GHz. On the contrary, the European Union, Russian Federation, South Africa, UAE, New Zealand, and others have delicensed only the lower half of 6 GHz. Now, what should be the general position? There is a technical position, which is irrespective of what industry bodies say, or it is clear that the most feasible long-term path for the use of 6 GHz is either of the following. One is licensed outdoor use by standard power mobile broadband, which then cannot coexist with FS and FSS. FS and FSS have to be moved to other parts of the spectrum. The other is unlicensed use by primarily indoor or outdoor mobile broadband, which Wi-Fi is, which can then coexist easily with FS and FSS services. Now, the final point is, as 6 GHz is prime spectrum, the regulator or the government should put the spectrum in use in a manner that best suits our national interests. And national interests can vary from regulator to regulator and telecom domain to telecom domain. That's all. The next slide. So for any questions, we would be happy if you could write to either me or my co-authors into one. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Adhikari. Actually, you have pointed out a very important point about how to unlock or utilize this band most efficiently without disturbing the existing services. Now, as far as India is concerned, there are satellite uplink, which are existing in this particular band, and also some fixed line point-to-point networks. Therefore, the outdoor use, as you mentioned, will have to be done in a manner to somehow manage this deployment, either move them or work with them. So there will be definitely some limitation as far as 5G licensed operation is concerned. And that's why you basically said that because of unlicensed operation, it can be controlled very easily indoor as well as outdoor, and it can coexist with the existing services. It's the best suited, and it's going to have cost effective, and it will be in alignment with the worldwide trend where most part of the band is delicensed and will get delicensed going forward, even the upper portion also. That's what your summary of your presentation is. So the next speaker is Miss Martha, sorry, I'm sorry, Mr. Sandeep Agarwal, team leader Wi-Fi C dot. Mr. Sandeep Agarwal.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
So I'll be sharing my screen.
Go ahead. Go ahead, please. Please unmute yourself. You are not audible. Please unmute yourself.
Am I audible now?
Yeah, yes, please go ahead. Unmute yourself. You again went to mute.
Sorry, when I'm sharing my screen, I'm going on mute. If the tech team can share my PPT, that would be great.
Please try again, please.
Okay. Let me do that again.
No, no.
With my discussion. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think it's okay. Okay.
Yeah.
We can hear you.
So
Go ahead.
yeah, hello everyone. I'm Sandeep Agrawal, team leader with C dot, and I'm also chairing the WB IoT work group as well as Rural Wi-Fi project. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah. So if we primarily look at use case of 6 gigahertz, because we already have Wi-Fi 6 operating in 2.4 and 5 gigahertz band, and we already have around 70 plus 605 megahertz unlicensed band available for the use. So if we only look at what are the benefit which 6 gigahertz band particularly going to bring, so I can think of these three characteristics where there is a high throughput because of bigger channel size like 160 megahertz, and going forward in Wi-Fi 7 we can also have 320 megahertz channel size MIMO and the QAM. The major use case what we are seeing here is video, AR, VR, and metaverse type of applications, which can be best suited on 6 gigahertz band. Similarly, if you look another characteristic of low latency, which can be achieved with the wider channel size. Again, AR, VR, metaverse, gaming, and sensing type of applications are very suitable here. And at the same time, now we are also talking about deterministic Wi-Fi, which is possible due to 6 gigahertz being proposed to be used only for the new technology and not for the legacy IEEE modes till AC. So this will give us a green channel, no interference. And now there is a possibility of deterministic behavior when we combine it with OFDMA, and now that become very important use case for industrial IoT. So if we see these three characteristic and the use case which are associated with them, these are primarily the indoor use cases. And most of the discussion and showcase what we have seen, even the industrial use cases are also indoor on a larger factory area. And if we also see, all the FTTX connections are already Wi-Fi enabled. Though most of the FTTX connection what we are getting at our home is up to 11 AC, but now going forward, I think the Wi-Fi 6 will make indoor in our houses. But primarily these all use cases are indoor. And as Subhadeep was also talking in earlier presentation, that 6 gigahertz is generally discussed from the indoor perspective and looked from more from the perspective of access. But what I wanted to discuss here is what are the possibility of outdoor use cases on the 6 gigahertz band, and what are our experience of deploying some of the links in a rural part, and what are the possibilities. Can we go to the next slide, please? So this is one of the trial which we have done in rural Maharashtra in Akola region, where we have extended the fiber connectivity from the GP to the nearby villages using a middle mile network, that is unlicensed band microwave links. And here, as we are seeing, our main focus now is how to take the connectivity from GP to village, a fiber connectivity, but at the same time how that can be achieved even by using unlicensed microwave link which are operating on 5 gigahertz band. So the pilot which has been done by CDOT have shown that Wi-Fi can be used to extend the connectivity from GP to village. And GP where already we have a fiber available, and use of Wi-Fi technology to establish point-to-point and multi-point link in 5 gigahertz band is a suitable technology that which has been shown by our pilot and trial. And the distribution of that particular bandwidth is done on 2.4 gigahertz, because we were using 5 gigahertz as a point-to-point multi-point link in PM WANI configuration, so that the services can be provided. So the observation what we have here is that with 5 gigahertz 80 megahertz channel P2P links, we are able to get 100 to 300 Mbps drop in a village. Now, if we will be able to utilize higher channel size, which is only available, which will only be available in 6 gigahertz band, where we have 160 or 320 megahertz, I think this become a very important use case where even a Gbps, speed or the bandwidth can be dropped in a village over microwave link. So this is one use case which we are able to map with the higher frequency band requirement. Can you go to the next slide, please? So this is the case study which we have also included in a white paper which has been published by WBA called Rural Wi-Fi. So we have a case study which include fiber as a backhaul, unlicensed microwave as a backhaul, as well as satellite as a backhaul. So unlicensed microwave middle mile is one of the very interesting use case which we find very suitable for our geography and the extension of GP to village connectivity. Can you go to the next slide? So some of the rural and spectrum focus white paper I just wanted to bring to the audience, which they can have a look. Like one of the report which we have published to World Bank is a spectrum report for World Bank, which extensively talk about 2.4, 5 gigahertz, 6 and 60 gigahertz spectrum and their use cases, and it is publicly available on WBA website. And the next one, can you go to the next slide, please? And the next one is a very detailed white paper on rural connectivity. We have discussed multiple use cases and with a spectrum focus, which will give a detailed blueprint of how the connectivity can be achieved in the rural areas. And the next slide, please. Yeah, so this is from my end. The more focus is from the use case, which is available for us in GP to village scenario. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. So you bring out a very important point. The question which keeps on coming when we discuss unlicensed spectrum is that a lot of spectrum is available in the 5 gigahertz band. And why do you need the 6 gigahertz spectrum band? Again, in unlicensed manner. So you bring out a very important point saying that some of the services that you are planning to deploy, especially in the rural India, is not possible to be deployed in the 5 gigahertz band in absence of sufficient bandwidth and the channel size. So that's very critical for this particular part of the discussion, because that emphasizes on the fact that why the full band is required. That is, the 1200 megahertz spectrum is required in order to support high frequency applications, high bandwidth applications, which are being planned by CDOT. Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Martha Suresh, President DSA.
Thank you. Good
Martha.
afternoon. Yeah, can you please confirm if you can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead, Martha.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. I'm going to share my screen with my presentation. And I know we don't have a lot of time, so I will try to go very quickly. So my name is Marta Suarez. I thank the organizers for inviting us today. And I'm the president of the Dynamic Spectrum Alliance. So the DSA, for those of you that are not very familiar, is a global non-for-profit organization, and we basically promote different types of frameworks for spectrum management that are quite flexible. And particularly, we support spectrum sharing and unlicensed access, because we think that is a way to enhance connectivity and to have more broadband access, and also to foster innovation. We have already heard about the importance of the 6 gigahertz band and the importance of Wi-Fi for affordable gigabit connectivity. I would just like to emphasize that this is a technology that combines very well with other technologies. It could be satellite for remote and rural areas. It could be fiber in big cities where we have a good fiber penetration, and also with 5G as a way to offload traffic from the 5G network. So there are many opportunities to use Wi-Fi with other technologies to enhance connectivity. And Wi-Fi is a technology that all of us we use, and most of the time spectrum for Wi-Fi is given for granted. So we have found that in our interaction with regulators from all around the world, it's like, yeah, I mean, everyone uses Wi-Fi, but there is not a clear conscience that if we don't dedicate more spectrum for Wi-Fi, then it's not only about the current use cases that are demanding more and more capacity, but also about new use cases, about innovative applications that need that additional spectrum in terms of larger channel bandwidths, and also in terms of providing new capabilities as low latency and very high throughput. So 2 things that I would like to highlight from this slide. There is a discussion about the future of 6 gigahertz band, but Wi-Fi complements 5G. It's not a way to say, okay, if the band goes for Wi-Fi, then we are not enabling the growth of 5G. No, Wi-Fi is a great complement for 5G, and there are many other frequency bands that have been identified for 5G. So we think that the entire band for Wi-Fi is a great complement. There are many use cases that are for fixed applications, and they complement very well the mobile cases of 5G. Also, Wi-Fi is used not only for households, that's an important use case, but it's also crucial for different applications like healthcare, education, transportation. It's also important for smart warehouses, smart cities, industry applications, IoT, and also for public hotspots. We shouldn't forget that that is an important option for many people to access affordable internet, broadband access. And for example, in India, that's a very important use case. I think has been already mentioned, but there is also an economic value. Even if spectrum is unlicensed, it's an enabler for different sources of value. And in the estimations from telecom advisory services requested by Wi-Fi Alliance show that there is a huge impact of $240 billion in India by 2025. At the global level, we are seeing more and more countries or administrations that are opening the 6 gigahertz band for licensed XM access or unlicensed access. We see a very clear trend in the Americas. So that is region 2 at the ITU level, with most of the countries opening the entire band for licensed XM access. And then we also see other countries, mainly leaders of 5G. I like to highlight that issue, that also decided to open the entire band. So that means that we have more and more economies of scale. In addition to the numbers that were shown by the Wi-Fi Alliance about the number of certified devices, I would also like to highlight Intel has a tracker in terms of devices. So you can see here numbers from the last quarter last year. There were more than 1,200 devices operating in the 6 gigahertz band or available or in the process of certification. So that means a lot of devices. It means that industry is really doing their job in terms of making devices available. And that's important because any choice about the future of that band should take into account the ecosystem, because there is an opportunity cost. If the band is open for licensed XM access now, it means that users will benefit from those economies of scale and from those devices that are available on the market at this moment. I won't spend a lot of time, probably my last message, and it's a very clear request to all the decision makers in terms to support a no change for the next WRC 23 for the 6 gigahertz band. A no change means that the band will keep its current status in terms of spectrum allocation. It will continue we will keep the allocation to fixed service, fixed satellite services, and mobile allocation. And that means that administrations will have the flexibility. It's not a decision about exactly one technology or the other. It just keeps the flexibility. It's the most technology neutral decision. We just finalized CPM last week. That there are many studies that show that it's very hard to keep coexistence with the fixed satellite services in the band. And GSOA, the Satellite Association, explains that it's very hard to have coexistence in this band with IMG. So with that, I would close my remarks saying that definitely taking a no change option for this band is a way to achieve an effective and efficient long-term use of the band for different technologies. So thank you very much for your attention. I just mentioned here, we had our summit a couple of weeks ago, and there are a lot of materials online.
Will start now.
Thank you. Thank you, Martha. So I think I'll just take a couple of minutes, maybe 5 minutes to conclude. We are lacking time, so we really don't have an opportunity for Q&A. So I think the way this session panned out, I think the speakers have done an excellent job in capturing every dimension of this debate, which is required to understand how this spectrum can be used and what kind of value that it can create for the consumer. Now, what Martha, I'll just start with Martha, it's a very important point. She says that this particular spectrum, which is basically being talked about in this session for delicensing for Wi-Fi, it is going to be a complement for 5G services. Very, very important point. It is not at all in competition to 5G. It is a complement for 5G. That is point number one to be noted. The second point that emanated out of this debate is that how to unlock efficient utilization of spectrum. How do you ensure that you are able to deploy your technologies in such a way that you do not hamper with some of the services which exist in this particular band, which is satellite services and FSS links, which might get disturbed with a manner which typical exclusive licensed services work. So therefore, unlicensed services actually kind of make their way through without disturbing these services. That's the point number 2, which is very, very important. And then we came on the international trend because the device ecosystems and the cost of ownership of device is very, very important, because unless the devices are affordable, no band can be of any value. So here, Martha, again, pointing to Martha, she basically said that she has a tracker and she's been monitoring the devices. There are some 1,262 Wi-Fi devices already by Q4 22, which is significant, which actually kind of adds a lot of value for Wi-Fi deployment. So India should leverage that, because if you don't leverage that, you are basically depriving the consumer of the kind of value and affordability that brings on the table. So that's the third point. The fourth point is the kind of services which can get deployed, which we can deploy, which is not possible to get deployed right now with the current Wi-Fi spectrum which is available. Now, we'll definitely like to thank the government of unlocking more spectrum for Wi-Fi in the 5 gigahertz band. Sufficient amount of spectrum is available, which was not there earlier. I would not say sufficient, but I would say a lot of spectrum is available, which was not there earlier. But still, it is insufficient from the point of view of the services that we are talking about and the channel size that we are talking about, which is 320 megahertz of channel size. Not possible because that spectrum is fragmented. There is a hole in that spectrum because there is satellite there, which is having, which we can't use that particular spectrum because of the interference which is going to cause into satellite. It's not a contiguous band. So that's the fourth point. And the fifth point is flexibility of usage, because licensed spectrum is definitely brings a lot of value, but it is managed by the operator from the point of view of deployment of services. So you really cannot have the flexibility to use that services without going through the operators. Whereas Wi-Fi has brought a lot of value on the table because it provides the consumer with flexibility. He can deploy the services anywhere where he wants. He doesn't have to go through the operator, which has unlocked a lot of value, and the potential to unlock another set of values or take this value to some other level of proportion can only happen when similar kind of spectrum can be made available for unlicensed operation, which can synergize with the 5G applications bandwidth capability. Because if suppose, let's say, if the pipe is fatter on the licensed spectrum side and it is not fat enough to able to interwork with the licensed spectrum, which has got tremendous amount of spectrum. Like if you look at millimeter wave, there are a lot of spectrum available there. So it will make the pipe fatter and fatter. The thickness of the pipe will increase. And therefore, in order for the services to be used indoor, you need to have similar capabilities at the Wi-Fi network also. If you don't, then you will basically have a bottleneck. And that bottleneck is not going to help you. So that is the fifth point. So given all these points and given the manner in which the technology is developing, I think that the speakers have done an excellent job in presenting all the dimensions. I think it's a very, very, panel has been very good because they have kept the time. They brought all the dimensions of this debate. And I really want to thank all the speakers and thank the audience for their patient listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. I would request Mr. Tiago Rodrigues to kindly do the honors of presenting mementos to our eminent dignitaries on the panel. We present to our distinguished session chair, Mr. Parag Kar. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for those wonderful moderations of the session. We present to our eminent speaker, Mr. Amol Kulkarni. And ladies and gentlemen, we also take this opportunity to thank and convey our gratitude to our eminent speakers who joined us on the virtual mode. We will be sending them through the courier services, their mementos and the small token of gratitude. Once again, thanking all our eminent panelists, requesting for a group photograph, sir. Wish all the speakers who joined us virtually could also be here with us. Nevertheless, we once again convey our heartfelt gratitude for them to be joining us on the virtual mode and for wonderful deliberations we had from them. And ladies and gentlemen, we now break for lunch. The lunch break will be of 30 minutes only. The next session will commence at 20 minutes past 2. Thank you. Requesting everybody to be back in time. Please enjoy your lunch.
Yeah, it was very good. Everybody spoke very well.
Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everyone to kindly be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. May I request everybody to be kindly seated back for the next session? Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to now go ahead with the proceedings of the next session, which is on public Wi-Fi roaming, open Wi-Fi, and PM Vani, the Indian perspective. And for this session, I would like to invite our session chair, Sri Vivek Narayan, DDG DS, Department of Telecommunication. Please, sir, kindly grace the stage with your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Our distinguished session chair, Shri Vivek Narayan. I invite our eminent speakers, Mr. Srinivas Gudipudi. He is the founder and CEO, Matre Communication Technologies. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Inviting Mr. Steve Namasivam, Vice President, Industry Engagement, WBA, Open Roaming. Warm welcome to you once again, sir. I invite Professor Himanshu Tyagi, Associate Professor, IISc. Warm welcome. I invite Mr. Pramod Gumaraj, Founder and CEO, Apricom Private Limited. And ladies and gentlemen, joining us virtually in this session is Mr. Sai Manapragada, Chairman and CEO, Zi-Fi Networks. Warm welcome to you, sir. And Mr. Ketan Gajjar, Telecom Infra Project, Open Wi-Fi, is also going to join us on the virtual mode. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, the topic for the session is public Wi-Fi roaming, open roaming and open Wi-Fi and PM Vani, the Indian perspective. The time duration for the session is approximately 1 hour. You can say 1 hour, 15
project, open
which
Wi-Fi,
includes
is also
presentations
going
by
to join
all our
us,
eminent speakers for
on
about
the
8
virtual
to
mode.
10 minutes each,
Ladies and
and
gentlemen,
opening
once
and
again,
closing
the
remarks by
topic
the
for the
distinguished
session is
chair.
public
We
Wi-Fi
will have
roaming,
question and answers
open
in the
roaming
end
and
if
open
the time
Wi-Fi
permits.
at PM Bani.
And
The
before I
Indian
hand over to
perspective.
the session
The
chair,
time
ladies and
duration for the
gentlemen, I
session
have the
is
proud
approximately
privilege
1 hour.
of introducing our esteemed panel.
Yes, 1 hour, 15
Session chair, Shri Vivek Narayan, is DDG DS Department of Telecommunications, and ITS officer. He has experience of 34 years in various fields, which include research and development, installation, maintenance, policy formulation, monitoring of telecom services. Has worked as Director Sports, Government of India for 5 years, as Secretary National Finance Reporting Authority, which is the regular auditors of large public interest entities in India. A warm welcome to you, sir. Joining us virtually in this session is Mr. Sai Manapragada. He's Chairman and CEO, Zi-Fi Networks. He was recognized with the Outstanding Researcher by the Department of Labor, USA in December 2002. Has vast experience which spans over 28 plus years of building secure and reliable carrier-grade wireless infrastructure and mobile products. He's an accomplished and recognized wireless technology R&D expert with extensive hands-on experience in algorithm development, embedded processing, digital communications, and digital signal processing. We have with us Srinivas Gudipudi, founder and CEO, Matrecom Technologies, has over 24 years of experience in consulting, designing, and developing solutions for governments, service providers, and enterprises across the globe, and engagements in performance monitoring for network applications, business services in wireless and wired environments, and product development across LTE, Wi-Fi, IPv6, and security. And ladies and gentlemen, eminent panelist, Mr. Steve Namasivam is Vice President, Industry Engagement, Wireless Broadband Alliance, WBA. Professor Himanshu Tyagi is Assistant Professor, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, is a senior member of IEEE and served as an Associate Editor for IEEE Transactions on Information Theory, was awarded the Indian National Science Academy's Young Scientist Medal for the year 2020, and work with his research group has won the Best Student Paper Awards of the IEEE International Symposium on Information Theory twice. He has served as an advisor for various government agencies in India on topics related to communication privacy and COVID-19 management. And ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Mr. Pramod Gumaraj, who is founder and CEO, Apricom Private Limited. And joining us virtually in this session is Mr. Ketan Gajjar, who's Telecom Infra Project Open Wi-Fi, and has prior experience, which includes Meta Connectivity, Vodacom, and Vast Networks, running Wi-Fi services for tens of millions of users in developing markets, and he has been shortlisted multiple times for WBA awards. So, ladies and gentlemen, with those words of introduction, I hand over to our distinguished session chair, Sri Vivek Narayan, for your opening remarks and to kindly carry forward the proceedings of this session. Once again, reminding all our eminent speakers to kindly conclude their sessions in the time limit of 8 to 10 minutes. Over to you, sir, for your opening remarks.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, telecom professionals, media persons, first of all, I thank BIF for inviting me and to this session. See, we all know unity is strength. And ever since I joined this post, PM Vani was a challenge. And there were all kinds of remarks on PM Vani. But the fact is, when I joined, there were around 50,000 hotspots present. As on date, there are 1.5 lakh hotspots as on date. So within 1 year, 1 lakh PM Vani hotspots have been added. Government has funded for 40,000 hotspots in addition, 45,000 hotspots in addition, which are under deployment. And I have a commitment from various ministries on PM Vani hotspots. So the figure is increasing. But as I said, unity is strength, and we have to have a very viable business case for PM Vani so that the market forces take it up on their own, rather than having a support from the government. So there are two solutions to this. One is PM Vani roaming, that if the hotspot is there and they say, I've made a concept paper on roaming and I've done a I have consulted some select people on that to improve that document. I'll just share the concept. See, individually, a PDOA may have 5 or 10 or 20 hotspots, but that is what his coverage is and that is what his revenue is. So collectively, this 1.5 lakh hotspots as on date. So assuming that at a given point of time, there are 5 users per hotspot. So I get a figure of 7.5 lakhs. Now 7.5 lakhs is a good figure. And so there are two concepts here. One is PM Vani roaming, that a subscriber, a user has to pay to each PDOA. So that payment is cumbersome and it is not easy to pay every time. Say if he has visited, he's a tourist, he has visited Qutub Minar and now he goes to Red Fort or some other place. So every time he pays for it, it is not easy use for the user, and that is one of the reasons why he does not use PM Vani. Now, if he has a wallet of say 100 rupees in one PDO with one PDOA, and he roams pan India, and all the PDOAs provide him service, so that becomes easy for him. So that is, and the settlement is done every month, as in case of international roaming in mobile operators, or earlier in even domestic roaming used to happen between telecom operators, mobile operators. So that's monthly settlement, there would be a hub. And in place of, in case of mobile, there are mesh agreements that every operator has to sign with every other international operator. But however, even at international scenarios, there are certain hubs to which only one agreement is signed. So in PM Vani, what I am proposing is that there is one hub, central hub. It could be CDOT, it could be Matricom, it could be somebody else, and anybody. So one hub, and each PDOA signs the agreement with that hub. And the hub does the control and does the settlement. So the roaming takes place, and the user gets seamless service, as in where he comes in the range of the Wi-Fi hotspot. And so that whenever the user logs in into a particular network, then his wallet is checked from his home PDOA, and by the hub, the visited PDOA will seek the information from the home PDOA through the hub, who will then deduct the amount, and then the service would be provided to the user, and monthly settlement would be done by the hub on netting basis. So that is one concept. And the other, but I would like to add to this that the wireless roaming, Wi-Fi roaming is happening worldwide, and I would like to learn from WBA and the other speakers how it is happening, and I'd like to improve my concept document to incorporate all the good points from what is already happening worldwide. And if I could get a template document from WBA on the Wi-Fi roaming, so I could use that to have the roaming agreements between the hub and the PDOA. So that is my request to WBA. The other concept is advertisements. If I say I have 30 people or 40 people, nobody would give me advertisements. But if I say I have 7.5 lakhs, 7.5 lakhs is on date, the number is going to increase. So, and if see, it's a check, it becomes, if PM1 succeeds, the roaming succeeds, then it will add on. So that figure will always increase. If the hub gets advertisements from any entity, and that advertisement is pushed, obviously as per TRI guidelines, to the users, then I have a footprint of footfall of 7.5 lakhs, which is not a small footfall. And the revenue from advertisement is shared between all PDOAs based on the number of subscribers they are having at that, who have seen that advertisement. So, see, there are places like London, Paris, which are having free Wi-Fi networks because of the advertisements. So eventually, if this model succeeds, we could even come to a stage where there is Wi-Fi is free, PM1 services are free, and the only revenue is through the advertisements. So that is the other concept. I would like to hear from my distinguished panelists more about roaming and more about this topic, and for quality of service for the end user from APRICOM. To learn more about it, let us deliberate on it so that the concept get improved and actually finally gets implemented in a good manner. So now I'll request Wi-Fi is first. Wi-Fi has to speak, or Matricom can speak, and Zai is there. So yes, good afternoon.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Yeah, so over to you, sir.
Okay. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be present here. And I'm apologize myself for not being there in person, but giving me this virtual opportunity is excellent. As our chairman of this session, Mr. Vivek Narayan, rightly pointed out, we are in need of having ubiquitous roaming, which is the topic of this session. In light of the 6 gigahertz, I would like to, point out a couple of things that first, let's talk about a little bit about the 6 gigahertz. I know a lot of other panelists have talked about, and I would like to reiterate some of those points. The first point is being that by delicensing the 6 gigahertz, we know that we have higher bandwidth, higher capacity and higher range. With the advent of the Wi-Fi 6 and Wi-Fi 6E and Wi-Fi 7, enabling us and this comes back to what we're talking about when we talk about proliferating PM1. The use of applications. People use Wi-Fi mostly for emails and very like WhatsApp and those kind of things. Nobody gets into using a public Wi-Fi today thinking that they will be able to use it as an alternative or a cost-effective alternative to the hubs that they have at home. Most of the people, FTTX connections, the FTTH or FTTB, FTTP, you name it, that's where most of the internet applications and the bandwidth is being consumed. Now, how do we bring that into PM1? So that is, I think, will be well served with 6 gigahertz licensing. Of course, with 6 gigahertz delicensing, we have improved bandwidth backhaul. Earlier, we used to rely only on 5 gigahertz, and before 5 gigahertz was delicensed in India in 2018, there was only 50 megahertz of the channel, which now we have more than that. And it has helped, and that is not enough. And that's the reason that we need to have more spectrum that is delicensed at this point, which will help in the wireless backhauls, especially to reach the remote areas in India. And the ability to to provide the value-added services is of utmost importance when we are talking about utilization of PM1, and that will be also well served. So all of this will impact and an alternative for the cost-effective means of having, in other countries like US and UK and European countries, internet bandwidth is taken for granted. It is there in your home, it is there in your car, when you're driving, it is there in your office, it is there in the malls, it is there everywhere. And then not only that, the cellular bandwidth is also pretty prevalent. However, in India, we see that 70% of the population, according to the BIF report, still doesn't have this internet proliferation in some of the geographical areas. So having said that, let's jump back into roaming. When we talk about roaming, it's not about, is it open roaming versus PM1? Okay, so I would like to point out a few points here. Open roaming versus passpoint versus PM1, these are the concepts that are now newer technologies, and we have to embrace them. We as a society have to know what are the developments that are happening and how that will benefit us. So open roaming is one of those technologies, a very significant effort. Especially I commend the entire organization of WBA for spearheading it. And I know Cisco was involved in the beginning, and I was also part of it a few years ago. But here, the support of open roaming basically means a new standard, which is 802.11u, which is also part of Wi-Fi 6, Wi-Fi 6E, Wi-Fi 7. And PM1 works in contrast with the legacy equipment. For example, if you are waiting for Wi-Fi 6 devices like the access points or the mobiles to come into being before we could actually have a roaming, that I think is a little misplaced understanding. What we have to look for is the newer technologies help enterprise networks. They help cellular data offloading for the telecom providers. And it is a very well thought out technology. However, when we're talking about bringing and bridging the digital gap, making that gap a little closer, we need to be looking at how do we look at, for example, 18,000 hotspots of RailTel, 60,000 already deployed hotspots of BSNL or CSCs, the eSeva, MiSeva, these kind of centers. We are looking at legacy devices already being used, and we have to leverage them. And that's where I think PM1E comes into picture. Having said that, PM1E right now is an excellent protocol that provides the security and roaming between different access points. However, the paid Wi-Fi portability that the esteemed chairman, Mr. Vivek Narayan, was pointing out is very, very important. It's very significant, and I think I have read that paper, and it is an excellent paper. There are a lot of modifications and a lot of insights that we have to gather from the industry. At the same time, I would like to point out that Sci-Fi has these token-based systems wherein whenever somebody downloads our app in our network, it doesn't only work in our network, it also works in the neighboring networks, which is paid Wi-Fi portability. As a small instance, I would like to mention, somebody downloads the app, we give them about 1,000 tokens, which is one token is about 1 MB each. So they get 1 gigabyte of free Wi-Fi. Now they go to Sci-Fi network, they use about
Extremely sorry for interfering, sir, but I think you've taken more than 15 minutes. If you could kindly conclude now.
Yes, I would conclude in the next 10-15 seconds. So my point here is that open roaming and PM1E. So the main distinguishing point here I would like to make is open roaming is something that is good for the newer devices, and we don't have to wait for the newer devices. PM1E works with the existing devices, and I think both open roaming and PM1E can work hand in hand together, and that is the future. So thank you for this opportunity one more time.
The next speaker would be Mr. Matrikon.
Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah. Firstly, I would like to thank BIF and Vivek Narayan ji for providing me the opportunity to share my thoughts. To get started, I think all of us, when we have thought about PM1E and what's probably the business case or the details therein, significantly, many a times it's been shared that 40% of India doesn't have internet. And if we look at it from basically an opportunity perspective, that is 40% of digital economy of India is available to be taken, right? And when we talk about 40% of the digital economy, it's like the folks in that particular 40% region, and we look up at the places where the PM1E has been adopted for the past few months or more than a year, we can see that it's been adopted out across hospitals. It has been adopted across Krishi Mandis. It has been adopted across educational institutions and various such similar areas which were kind of not having as much of internet presence as would have been desired. Now, if you were to put yourself in place in the shoes of the folks, be it the farmers as well, who are trying to seek these services, I think it's yes, they want seamless services across wherever they travel, internet, any place, anywhere, anytime. But I think to look at it a bit more deeper in terms of the way the opportunity, the need came, it moves a little, in addition to the roaming part of it, it almost, which is an internet exchange. I think we are also moving up into a place where the folks who are using PM1E are now coming up with needs more towards the application part of it. So for us, as much as we have built up this PM1E roaming platform, it is also moving towards being a service exchange platform. A service exchange in the sense that the folks in the rural area want a way to connect on the commerce with the urban folks, and similarly, the folks in the rural area want resources out across for their learning, and even for the advertisement, the folks from the urban to rural part of it. So it's almost a place where we are working to create a circular economy kind of a paradigm through this particular program. And so what I would say is that the PM1E roaming is, as an internet exchange, is there, it's now available, but I think it's now becoming, evolving out into being a service exchange platform, wherein the business need, I think many times the question is asked is, what's the business case for PM Money. I think the business case is that it's the circular economy which is being solved through this. So if you're able to basically tap into that 40% of the digital economy not being available, that's a place with opportunity, and that's what our roaming platform kind of does. It's a service exchange platform, not an internet exchange platform. And towards that, as much as we have built the platform, and we would very much like to open it up to various startups or others who can make use of it to reach and innovate and primarily further add it, because Wi-Fi was an enabler as an internet to basically get those audiences connected, and urban audiences also being connected to the rural part. But I think the opportunities in the services areas is huge, and the seamless availability of the services through the roaming is there, and the opening of that particular 40% digital economy through the service exchange is further there. So, and one more thing is there, we are now launching the PM Money on the FTTX kind of products beyond the outdoor products. So that kind of also enables to open up another segment of the users, because public hotspot is there, but the same way the Wi-Fi in the homes is another place where we would be able to open up and reach the audiences. So roaming, absolute necessity, because internet anytime, anywhere, any place is absolute need. But with the roaming is the opportunity to open up the economy being available through the service exchange. And as I mentioned, we're willing to open up the platform for various startups and entities to use it and further innovate. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm back again. It's Steve Namas from the Wireless Broadband Alliance. Hope you can hear me okay. So I'm going to talk a little bit about open roaming. You've heard it referenced already here by Vivek and Sai. I want to address, Vivek, your question about what we can provide as a WBA to help organizations deploy open roaming, you know, what we're bringing to the table. Maybe what we can do. It's not moving it back and forth. Turn it on. Got it. Thank you. Moving forward. So I just want to reflect. Very sensitive. Very quickly on what the alliance is about. So actually, for those of you that don't know, you know, we are celebrating 20 years this year. We were actually founded on the premise of Wi-Fi roaming. So operators, organizations that wanted to roam seamlessly across each other's networks. That's how we were founded. Since then, a lot of our work has evolved. So how can we actually improve things like the Wi-Fi experience? You can see here down the bottom in the last few years in our manifesto, one of the things that we strive to do is to see how we can help bridge that digital divide. So that's something that we are very, very passionate about. Okay. I want to just spend a moment just to explain what open roaming is, just to sort of clear up any confusion. So there is a technical standard. It's a framework. So Vivek, to your point, any organization that wishes to adopt open roaming can adopt those technical standards, follow those standards. There's also a legal framework. So if you're looking to basically incorporate end user terms and conditions, privacy terms and conditions, if you want to strike roaming relationships with other organizations, there's an entire legal framework that exists, you know, behind it as well. There are three components, I would say, inside the sort of technical aspects of open roaming. So the first thing we think about is how to make the Wi-Fi more secure. So in open roaming, there is no such things as open networks or pre-shared keys. We use a system of public keying infrastructure and RADSEC technology as a way to secure the traffic and keep people's data secure as well. Okay. The second component, really sort of the concept of the cloud federation, effectively creating this family of organizations that want to work together. So if it's PM1E, the WBA, operators, and so forth, you know, how can we all collaborate? How can we all be, you know, trusted inside the family as such? There are two components to this. Something we've been investing a lot of time in over the last 10 years is wireless roaming intermediary exchange. Again, that is a set of documentation. And if I'm an operator from India or from abroad or an enterprise, and I want to interconnect with another organization, I can lift those standards and establish that interconnect, and then have all of the financial clearing and settlement, all of the plumbing that goes on inside a roaming transaction as well. Okay. All organizations that participate in open roaming are recognized. So you have something called a WBA ID. So that's your unique identifier to say I'm part of open roaming. This third aspect, we call it network automation. I think to Sai's comment earlier, the technology itself, the Wi-Fi technology, it hinges on the support for passpoint compliancy, passpoint certifications as well. So invariably, if the equipment, the devices, or the hardware has been around for probably 10, 11 years, the likelihood is it can support open roaming. So it goes back, you know, some way as well. Okay. I think the final component, technically speaking, inside open roaming is this idea of a roaming consortium code. So what's being broadcast in the beacon of the Wi-Fi network and what the device recognizes, that's how the interconnection is done automatically as well. Okay. I'll speed up. I think just in terms of looking at some of the benefits, how can we connect more people onto networks? You know, how can we do that seamlessly? How can we offer a better user experience? If you're an operator, how can you get more users onboarded onto your network? If you're an identity provider, can you actually provide more or better customer satisfaction to your users as well? So that's very much the ethos, you know, I guess the sort of benefits behind open roaming that we tend to basically, you know, I guess sort of promote the most. I won't spend too much time on this slide just in the interest of time, but the idea being, how can we go from different types of venues, different types of networks? So if I'm landing here in Delhi airport and coming to the hotel and going to a coffee shop, wherever it is, how can I have that seamless experience? How can I know it's secure? Okay. So there are two types of providers. We have the you can see the network providers. So those are the organizations building out the infrastructure. And then we have identity providers. So those organizations that carry a subscriber set. So it could be a mobile operator, it could be a hotel brand such as Marriott. The WBA's role in this is purely non-commercial. We are a non-profit organization. We're here to effectively evolve the standard and make, or help organizations, with their adoption of the technology as well. I think I can skip this slide because I think it's just covered it on the previous slide here as well. The other thing here is we talk about end users. So effectively, I think that's very much, if I look at the ethos behind Broadband India Forum, is how can we actually improve the end user experience as well? And I think that's very key when it comes to open roaming. Okay, just some examples today of different types of participants. So we have our ecosystem brokers, but we have organizations like Deutsche T-Mobile, Boeing Wireless, AT&T, locations such as Sao Paulo Airport that have all deployed open roaming. Quite excitingly this week, we've had two large cities. So Tokyo, the metropolitan government has just done a very large deployment of open roaming. It's something that Tiago mentioned earlier. And in my town of London, the borough of Westminster has deployed open roaming across some of the street markets. And it's quite an interesting use case because whilst you think London's a very sort of wealthy city as such, their motivation for this is actually helping to deal with this cost of living crisis So what we are seeing is that people are having to start to rationalize on their utility bills. You know, there's energy prices that are going through the roof. We have broadband bills going through the roof, mobile bills. People are having to rationalize. So that's the reason why Westminster have decided that they want to actually deploy open roaming, so that if it's children that need to do their homework or people that need to, obtain, cheap broadband connectivity, they can do that. And then they're even looking at the stage further where they can, for example, have seamless roaming across the entirety of London. So how can I go to Canary Wharf, one of the largest financial districts in the world, or Transport for London, the metro system, and have seamless connectivity using open roaming in those areas as well. Okay. I just want to show a little bit of open roaming in action. So I've mentioned Tokyo. I've mentioned London. I think for anybody that was able to travel to Europe last month for Mobile World Congress, it was enabled, at the FIRA. So houses that had close to 80,000 visitors. Interestingly, the two largest identity providers were two US mobile operators. So they accounted for more than 75% of the connections. And what is interesting is that they probably didn't know. So they were traveling from the United States. So T-Mobile, AT&T, arriving on venue and seamlessly, without knowing, connecting to the Wi-Fi. Okay. It's enabled here courtesy of our members HFCL. So thank you, Bhuvnesh. I know you'll be speaking here today as well. Yeah, it's easy to set up. So we can quite simply, I think, here in this venue today, open roaming was set up today. It's not particularly difficult. They have a reference case in their offices, in their labs, and they're able to replicate that wherever they go. Okay. What we do, and I make this offer to everybody here, if you're interested in getting involved in doing things like proof of concepts and having a reference point in your own location, please, approach us and we can basically make that happen as well. We're probably running over 100 trials today concurrently around the globe. I think to Srini's point earlier, we have some very nice use cases in healthcare, in education. So if you're familiar with EduRoam, open roaming is supported across EduRoam, some places like San Jose State University, also in healthcare. So one of the reference points that we like to point out is one of the largest healthcare providers in the United States, Adventist Health. I believe it's more than 5,000 healthcare centers around the globe have around the United States, they have open roaming enabled as well. So how can patients, how can visitors, how can staff connect seamlessly onto that network? Okay. A little bit on the provisioning methods, and this isn't all of them, but at the device level, it can be provisioned natively. So if I buy my new Samsung device, out the box, open roaming is enabled. I can go to an OSU to an online sign up. If I prefer that method, that's a one-time process. We're seeing some nice use cases for enterprises that want to enable open roaming in their environments and have seamless roaming to other locations. So if you're seeing here this organization, Delhaize, they're a leading supermarket chain in Belgium. And they've enabled open roaming through an application, which people do their shopping through as well. Okay. And something we've mentioned, but mobile operators. So it's also possible to use your mobile credentials as a provisioning method onto open roaming as well. Okay. So our vision here in India, we're very supportive of everything that PM WANI stands for. We could see PM WANI acting as a central or a decentralized registry as well. So we would like to see how we can work together to see how we can make that happen. We know that there's a lot of focus on driving growth in industry and trade in manufacturing. So by more equipment providers, more device manufacturers being able to support open roaming, we believe that will boost the economy in terms of units shipped in India. But also we're seeing a trend where in Europe and in the Western markets, more people looking to India for supply as well. And again, back to our manifesto. But how can we actually help bridge that digital divide? We've done a lot of work in this area with our friends at CDOT. Sandeep was speaking earlier, but we put out this rural Wi-Fi white paper, which is really a blueprint for how we can enable connectivity in rural places. We would like to see open roaming and rural Wi-Fi come together in that sense and see how we can how we can make that a reality as well. Okay. So what we also look at in terms of open roaming here, so it's not just, it's around the citizens in India being able to have seamless roaming within city, but go from place to place, but then also for international visitors to come to a country. So, we're fortunate we get to travel and we get to experience Wi-Fi connectivity firsthand, and sometimes how easy or how difficult it is. And certainly, we see things through those eyes. Okay. Yeah, so my final slide. So yes, so definitely if you'd like to learn more, if you'd like to get involved, if you'd like to do things like look at a proof of concept, then please contact us and we can make that work. Okay, thank you.
Can you bring my slides? Oh. That's not enough. In the meantime, maybe I can start while they bring up the slides. So, can you hear me? Yeah. Yeah. So, good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me for this session. I'm Himanshu Tyagi. I'm a professor at the Institute of Science in Bangalore. Okay. The other one? Okay. Is it better? Great, great. Yeah. So, thank you for inviting me to this very interesting conference, this workshop. So I work in the area, among the various things I do, I also work in proof systems for decentralized infrastructure, bringing crypto incentives and crypto proof systems to decentralized infrastructure, PM Vani being one of them. And in this presentation, I'm not just presenting my own view, but my view together with this organization called iSpirit. I'm a volunteer for them. You may know iSpirit for what they have been doing for India Stack. They brought in Aadhaar, they brought in UPI. And this context is important because this is where I see PM Vani. So one initial contrast from all the other presentations since morning is we heard a lot about technology driving Wi-Fi and innovations there, technology driving 5G and the contrast with Wi-Fi. But this session is about business. This session is about unleashing the economic forces that can drive connectivity. That distinction is very clear upfront. And in that context, we have heard about how in some of the coverage things and technology related things, India is lagging. But where we have leading now famously is in digital public goods. The availability of identity in a digital form, the availability of a payments in a digital form, two important parts needed to enable this ecosystem are already there solved for us. And so the problem becomes, how do we take these two and enable the business ecosystem over it? We're already leading there. We should be able to build a business ecosystem. Very clear from the context Mr. Vivek Narayan provided, and then also what Srinivas Guduputi said. Roaming is not about roaming. It's just an excuse to enable the business use case here. So I'll talk about roaming for Vani with the clarity that this is not just about roaming. It is the first use case, a very important and technologically involved one, to enable a business ecosystem, which PM Vani needs. So can we have the next slide? Okay. So Vani is, we know, is remarkable. No effort like that has been seen globally. When I tell about this to my friends abroad, my fellow researchers abroad, they are surprised that an effort like this is going on in India and they're not aware at all about it. So that's the good part of it. The bad part of it is that adoption has been slow. We ourselves are not so aware of it. And the reason we are not aware of it is because success stories are still few given the scale of India. Okay, so we have tried to, many of these things have already been said, by the way. We have tried to organize this into some structure. So why is it slow? Let's categorize the problems in 3 categories: business, technical, and growth. So the business has been slow. The drivers of WANI are the PDOAs and PDO who actually want to do business around it. They are not finding enough income, as simple as that. Although we heard by Mr. Vivek Dua today morning that rural India, when given opportunity, will consume at the level of urban India. Okay, but they have to be given that opportunity. So this money is on the table. Someone has to get this money to the PDOs. Now, the other part is, of course, many of the rural Indians cannot afford this bandwidth, and some subsidy ecosystem has to be built. Not just subsidy in form of public Wi-Fi as we know it, but an ecosystem has to be built. Second part is technical. We must admit that WANI has a lot of technical problems in terms of access points not working. It is a bit of a technology challenge. It's not like just take open Wi-Fi and deploy something on it. That's not how networks work. It has to be certified, carefully designed, checked, like the OS related issues on the user applications have to be addressed. Technical challenges have to be addressed. Fourth component, which we feel and which is being addressed by roaming as well, is that PDOs are not interoperable. They are sort of right now standalone units doing the things over their own. Some of them are being very innovative on the business side, as they should be. But we have to combine them into an interoperable ecosystem. That's again what standards strive to do. Last points are about growth. The network is not dense enough. Roaming should address that. Second is very simple, lack of awareness. Everyone should know about it. This is an excellent effort, and it should be advertised through whichever venues possible. Next slide, please. So with this background, so what we need essentially is a playground for business innovation. Okay, and roaming we see is the first thing to build on that playground. Next slide. Okay, so just to concretize this, what do we mean by roaming? In an abstract way, devoid of different implementations such as the one which we saw in the previous one. Let's first try to see what we want out of roaming. I don't know if how many of you are aware of this. In WANI, the users are acquired by user apps, as the standard says. And so the roaming, when we say, if you can anyway have an open access to a network, what is the need for roaming? The point is that users are with the user app, paying some monthly subscription. And now, even with that, they should be able to connect to different available PDOAs. Okay, so it's a deal between this user app and PDOAs that the roaming essentially will enable, barring alternative infrastructure in alternative ecosystem where there's a central new user app which onboards all the users. Then at the back end, there must be some interaction between these PDOAs and this user app to verify the user is who he is. And then finally, there should be a trust-free accounting to allow open business and business interactions. One of the issues one has seen in cellular roaming is this accounting, and many things happen for that. But cellular roaming was designed 20 years ago. We are now 20 years ahead with blockchains at our disposal and many, many new electronic transactions are at our disposal. We can do a much better design than what was done 20 years ago in GSM roaming. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so let's put down some design objectives. Suggestions from our side. Many of them probably have already led to what we saw in the previous presentation. 3 design objectives, very simple. I would like to insist on the first one, that WANI is for business, and this roaming is a use case in business. So it should lead to business innovation. First design objective. It should not stop at just roaming, as Mr. Vivek Narayan was pointing out, that after roaming, we go to advertisement as well. So we have to think of this broader business innovation around roaming. So use it as an excuse to enable an open negotiation platform. Let's avoid centralizing as much as possible within the regulatory framework, of course, but enable some open negotiations, bring in the smart contract ecosystem. Okay, that's happening now. Okay, we know that happens and it's scaling well. Second point is, I would insist, we have to solve PDOAs and PDOs problem. They must be able to make income out of all this effort. So it should be PDOA first. They should be given all the income benefits that we think roaming can generate and these business use cases can generate. In this context, we should keep this context in mind when we compare a centralized single entity enabling roaming versus multiple brokers being enabled. Which one of that would make more sense for PDOA's business and general ecosystem? Okay, we should use this benchmark to, for example, the idea of service exchange platform is very much aligned with this thought. Third, of course, is that standardization is important. We should have very clear standardization. This can be an opportunity for Indian manufacturers to make something here which is compliant with this standard and is taken abroad as well. So this standard should be well defined, not just a use case, user journey type of standard, and it should be aligned with existing standards so that the same equipment which is manufactured here can be used globally. Okay, so that's also an opportunity. Okay, this is a warning. Let's move on, I think. Okay, so we had these thoughts in mind, and with that, we summarize some of our thoughts and a plausible design in this white paper that we put out about 4 months back. No time to go over all the details, but the basic idea is one can have a simple electronic contract and negotiation ecosystem, which can enable this kind of negotiation and happening. There is not necessary need of a single entity running the roaming ecosystem. Even if you have that, allow space for multiple such entities and use as much as possible this electronic negotiation ecosystem, because as I'm saying repeatedly, the goal is not just roaming. The goal is to enable a business ecosystem where other things like this can happen. Even the advertisement marketplace that you envision should be able to gain from this ecosystem that we build from roaming. It's the same problem, negotiation, and parallel forces exist. We all see what ONDC is doing right now. We all see how in Bangalore you can do a negotiation with an auto wala in an app called Nama Taxi. You can directly negotiate without middlemen. That's happening now. Okay, again, I will insist, this is where we are ahead of the world. We should align with that. Okay, that's it, I think. Just the concluding slide. So Vani roaming, in my view, can pay way for Vani revival, business revival. I'm calling it revival because it's a 6-year-old thing now, and startups die in this time frame. So it is a revival. It has to do more than this. A carefully drafted roaming standard can enable global adoption. So we have to spend some energy on drafting the standard in a way that it can be globally adopted. So it should be done with due diligence. This activity can be decoupled with the reference designs and the pilots that we are doing. But some time and due diligence should be spent on this. And then we should have this open business ecosystem, and we should make it future-proof. In that, bring in all the electronic contracts and all the new innovation that we are seeing around us. That's what I would like to say.
They were ahead of the time. I think they have put my slides before this. Can you do that now? So every time we get to the presentation, we have a problem with this. Or when we are in the conference room, we'll have a problem with these HDMI cables. This is experience. So, and I am also going to talk about, as he said, it is not about, okay, it is not about roaming. It is about roaming experience. And that's what Africom is all about. So we looked at things from the customer's perspective. We have been in this domain for quite some time. We have been with Qualcomm coming from the chipset backgrounds. We understood how the chipset companies work. Then we worked across companies like Cisco's, Netgear's, who are manufacturing these access points and who wants to deliver the experience to these end users. And then finally, we have the end user perspective, what gets delivered to them. How do we understand that experience? How do we see these kind of PM Vani kind of programs gets an adaptability? We can roll out a lot of technologies, but how the adoption happens is all about how easy is it for the people to use it and how benefit it is. When you come up with an subscriber pricing models or an subscription models, people should be able to see a benefit out of it. And if the systems are working well, then obviously they're going to pay for that. Now, our portion of the research or the product is all about how do we understand their experiences and how do we bring that field to the labs or to these players who are actually developing this technology. So we'll start with some numbers here. So typically, if you see, there are around 8 billion people on the globe. And we see that 60% of the population is already connected to the internet. So India is not lagging back. As Mr. Vivekji has mentioned, we are also having a 67% of connectivity. I don't know how many people have access to the potable water or the clean water. Possibly in the next 2 years, we will be crossing this in terms of the internet. So it's going to be a much needed system than water. Now, if we have some 5 billion people really using the internet, does it mean we have 5 billion devices? That's not the case. We see that each person here is holding multiple devices. That's the same thing with our homes too. We have multiple devices going on. So if you see, there are two graphs here. One of them is looking at how the population is growing, and the other one talks about how the devices are going to grow. Today, we have around 13 billion devices and 8 billion population. In the next couple of years, we will be doubling, tripling this numbers. Population may not grow at the same rate. There are huge sets of IoT devices, or what kind of devices you talk about, they're all coming into the play. Now, all of them need some kind of network access, M2M, or IoT kind of things, 5G, cellulars, whatever we talk about. So what are these devices going to do to these networks? And how are these service providers under stress? If you look at today, there is 13 zettabytes of data being pumped per year. Zetta is like 10 power 21. I don't know how many zeros we have to put for that. And then you look at, it is a huge number of packets that are being transferred in the internet. So today, it is not about just connecting people. It is about how people are perceiving things. So when we talked about a solution of connectivity 2 years back, when we talked about people about how you need the importance of the experience, right? Pre-COVID, people were kind of okay to go and reboot these routers whenever things are not working. Now, when critical things like education has moved to homes, it's not so easy for them to go and reboot things. So because any disruption is a disruption to the kids' education, and that is like priority one problem, even for me. So we cannot do such kind of things. So we need to now ensure that there is a meaningful connectivity inside the homes. Meaningful connectivity is quality of experience for us. And if you have to measure such kind of experience at this size of packets that are coming in, we may have to look at each and every packet and look at multiple parameters, understand how the people are experiencing it. That's a lot of course, and hopefully we'll be making a lot of revenue to these Googles. So slowly the transition is happening in terms of how efficiently people are delivering this experience. So earlier, service providers used to deliver link being up as a, let us say, it is a SLA kind of norm. There is now, if suppose you have the internet link, but my internet doesn't work, still now things are like, I'm not very happy with that internet provider. Potentially, I'm going to change over to a new subscriber in the new internet provider in this case. So there are concepts like NAS, which are coming into picture. Excuse me. NAS is network as a service. And the thing is like you deliver service, network as a service, and then you get paid for whatever gets delivered. So if you are able to keep the SLAs, you are able to keep the customers happy for 98% of the time, you get 98% of your revenues. This is a new concept that is coming into picture. With lot of devices now getting into play, network, how well it adopts, how well it is autonomous, or how well it understands the intent of the users and then adapts to that, right? It's going to be a bigger play. Excuse me. So these new concepts are now coming to picture, and we are all working towards such kind of places where we can make networks more intelligent as such. And also look at when you have huge sets of devices coming into the network and people having problems in connecting, sometimes roaming around and then having disruptions, how do they contact? So how does the service providers really support such kind of problems? How do they really solve such kind of problems? This is where you would see more and more. I'm sorry, yeah, we'll go fast. We'll go. So this is where more of self-care applications where people can troubleshoot will come into picture, and they are going to pay a way bigger play in case of 5G too, because the number of devices are going to be very large. So when we talk on this experience, for us, ultimately at the bottom of the slide is these devices. We talk about device experience as such. So at the bottom of the thing, you see multiple devices and how people are using these devices becomes an experience. But the experience gets degraded for various reasons. It could be because of the kind of PM1 devices that are being put in, or it could be due to the switches, OLTs inside the network, or other components inside the network. You may have to understand each and every device, how it is working, and you may have to correlate all of that to really derive at an case where we call it as an subscriber's experience. And that's what our play has been in PM Vani as well as in other enterprises too. So how we are able to compute that and how we are able to bring multiple players together. So we bring the OEMs, we bring the ISPs, and we bring the customers into the play. So ISPs, obviously, they want to provide the best service possible at the lowest possible rate. How do we reduce that is going to be the key. And OEMs and chipset makers would like to see how their devices are working in the field. And if there is a way, there is an automated feedback that can come in to help them to really improve, that is going to be a bigger advantage for them. And that's what we kind of get them in through multiple approaches. We have been doing this with HFCL in PM Vani as well, where data was much useful, and we have generated a white paper out of it to explain how well the things are going. See what, and finally, whatever we kind of make the solutions, unless it is viable to these in terms of the commercials, it's not going to be a really success. And as we have been speaking from morning, India is an hypersensitive market in terms of the pricing. So though we kind of come up with a solution which is, let's say $10, but it doesn't really produce $10 to these service providers, LCOs, right? Kind of markets, it's not going to win. So we kind of did an exercise where we said, okay, let's take 1 million devices and see 1 million homes and see how things are and how we can really fit this to the Indian market. Potentially, we have done this in the global scale where the pricing was okay, but when it comes to India, yeah, we had our own challenges where we had to do a lot of innovation in terms of decentralization of algorithms and distributed learning, or a way to handle this using the edge intelligence. We kind of use these technologies to bring down that cost or that kind of data huge number of times. Like 1,500 times is what we have really brought down. I'll rush through these slides, but these slides are available for you and you can always reach out to me. So ultimately, we have modified our solutions to fit to these Indian needs. That's the bigger exercise that we have done during the last couple of years to produce something which is really viable for the Indian market. And that's where we are able to transform 4 million devices into intelligent devices where people can, or the end devices, if you look at it, there are around 25 million end devices which generally connect, like these mobile phones or TVs or laptops, which actually get benefited out of this whole situation. So, so I would like to conclude with this slide on the 5G side. Quality of experience is going to be a bigger play. What we have done in these Wi-Fi and PM1Es or FTTH is going to be a similar framework would be required into the 5G area as well, because there would be more and more IoT devices coming in, more and more security threats that are going to happen. And self-care applications like what we are building is going to be much more needed in these kind of 5G deployments. So I would like to conclude this with this remark, and thank you for the opportunity, BI.
Mr. Ketan would be the last speaker, and he's speaking from remote. I'll request Mr. Ketan to be brief because we are running out of time. Mr.
Sure,
Ketan.
thank you. I will be as quick as possible. I'm just going to pull up my slideshow quickly. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I'll try and keep it brief. I think the idea is to talk really about how SIP and open
Ketan,
Wi-Fi.
are you there? Yeah, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Am I visible?
Yeah, you are audible, and my request to you is to be slightly brief because we are running out of time. I'm sorry about that.
No problem. I will be as quick as possible. So I think I just want to briefly go through how the Telecom Infra Project and Open Wi-Fi support India's initiatives. Just very briefly, Telecom Infra Project is a non-profit foundation founded in 2016, and it really brings operators and providers together to build open source and open and disaggregated telecom solutions. From a what have we already done and what's out there is it started in 2021 on both the supply and demand side of the ecosystem. So if we look at real world practical examples in India today, we have communication service providers like Airtel and Spectra. We have system integrators like Tech Mahindra and HCL,
and we have ODM, so people actually make hardware. And Telecom Infra Project, or TIP, works across access, transport, and core domains. And we have a strong set of domestic solution providers capitalizing on the intrinsic IP in India of hardware, software, and capability. If we have to look at exactly what TIP does and how we are supporting India's vision, it's really around key policy objectives. We aim to foster competition and diversify the supply chain. So it's no longer buy your hardware from one provider, it's buy your hardware from a variety of providers, which really in the last 2 years has shown its strengths by diversity of where you source your equipment. It obviously drives economic growth and development of a more technically proficient workforce. And ultimately, that hits India's key objectives, which is to build future-ready networks, which, you know, from a TIP open Wi-Fi perspective, open roaming is built in and capitalizes on the innovation that's already there. And we have Indian manufactured Wi-Fi 7 devices already out there in the field supporting open Wi-Fi. So if we look at really what open Wi-Fi is, it's essentially an ecosystem play. I think we've had discussion from the previous speakers about how an ecosystem play wins. And ultimately what TIP does is facilitates technology providers and service providers to meet with solution providers to actually build the technology stack that they want. And in terms of who we work with, we really work very closely with the WBA and the Wi-Fi Alliance. So you essentially have the best of industry consortia working together to produce open source hardware and software at a significantly more cost-effective price. The objective of open Wi-Fi is really simple. It's to accelerate higher access internet through Wi-Fi and through an open source platform. Open Wi-Fi was launched in 2021, and there are a number of large-scale open Wi-Fi networks and trials, including in India. What is open Wi-Fi? It's essentially, we take the technology components of Wi-Fi, so we really take the access point, the software on that access point, and a cloud controller, and we package that together and allow that to be available to an open source community. So if you're a member of this community, whether it's hardware or software or solutions, you can pick apart and combine the best hardware and the best software together to meet your use case and your commercial objectives, which in an Indian context means you can choose the right access point for the right use case, be it urban or rural, be it high commercial technical requirements or rural. If we have to look together at what the Wi-Fi market looks like today, I think it's really it's quite fragmented. You have a fragmented residential class of APs, and then you have a much higher end enterprise grade set of APs. And what open Wi-Fi does is it straddles the two, and it really brings open source capability and enterprise class features for a significantly lower price. And just to give you an idea, I mean, I think in the room, we've had mention of local providers like HFCL, Indio, Inventum, and local providers and operators like Spectra and Multinet who've deployed and have gone kind of large scale with open Wi-Fi today. So in terms of who plays with open Wi-Fi, I think I've mentioned Indio, Inventum, and HCL as local solution providers, Spectra and Multinet as domestic and regional customers. And ultimately, what we're doing is providing a platform and a technology solution that Indian manufacturers and providers can use to use not only domestically, but to take to the rest of the world. Because frankly, if something can work in India, it can work anywhere in the world. So our perspective is because of India's volume and the aggressive revenue and ARPU numbers, if you can make something work in India, you can take it global and make it work anywhere. And that's really what we're seeing some of our partners and provider ecosystem do. We have large multinationals, we have local operators, we have the likes of Boingo, we have Vodacom, we have Deutsche Telekom and T-Mobile, Liberty Global, Comcast. We have trials going on around the world, and we work very closely with all the industry bodies. So WBA, Wi-Fi Now, Wi-Fi Alliance, silicon providers. So we work with Qualcomm and MaxLinear and MediaTek, and then system integrators and OEMs and other providers. Essentially, join the TIP Open Wi-Fi community. There's more than 300 active organizations specifically focused on Wi-Fi, more than 1,000 participants. Just in 2022, we had 350 new participants. We're really focused on commercial deployment, so real operator live billing deployments. And it's a diverse set of members. It's service providers, technology partners, system integrators, and other connectivity stakeholders. I think the key message is join the community. It's a vibrant ecosystem. It's open source. What you build, you can use and you can deploy, not only in India, but to the rest of the world as well. I hope that was succinct enough for you. Thank you.
It was very good to hear from all the speakers and learn and improve the concept paper. I'd like to clarify a few things. One is that DOT has started a scheme called Bharat Udyami, in which rural FTTH connections are being provided, and 3,000 rupees initial cost, the capex, is being borne by the Universal Service Obligation Fund, USO fund, and in which there's large number of people are taking rural FTTH connections. And the speed which we observed, because one of the speakers was talking about the speed in rural areas. See, FTTH connections, average speed is from 250 to 300 GB per subscriber per month, whereas in mobile networks, it is 17.1 GB per subscriber per month. So FTTH connections consume a much more data. We all use Wi-Fi in our homes and in offices. It is only when we are on the move, we use the mobile data. At home, we are all using Wi-Fi. In offices, we are all using Wi-Fi through FTTH connections. So rural consumption of data is almost as same as the urban areas. Recently, the laptop is also being run through the PM Vani framework. That has CDOT has worked on that, and that has also started working. One another use case, a huge use case for PM Vani is the study centers or libraries. If you Google, you will see that large number of study centers and libraries in each city, and that is terabytes of data. At least 2 to 3 terabytes of data per month is being used per study center. So there, it's a ideal case for deploying PM Vani solutions. It's an indoor requirement. With the terabytes of data per month, so it's an ideal case for PM Vani for having a traceable identity of the actual user. So, and as regards, see, the concept paper on PM Vani was just a concept paper to start. You, instead of me using a word central could be a number of central hubs. I'm only speaking about instead of mesh architecture, it's a star architecture between PDOs and that hub, and we could have multiple hubs interconnected to each other in a mesh fashion, so that one hub caters to a number of PDOs, and then the hubs interact with each other. So I never meant that in India we will have only one hub. I was talking about a architecture that it would be a star model between the hub and the PDOs, but I never said that the whole of India we would have one hub. So because if we have only one hub, his efficiency or inefficiency will bring down the whole network. If we have multiple hubs, then if there's competition, and if there's competition, there is the scope for innovation and an improvement. So that is what I meant. So I agree with what you said. Yeah. So with that, I would like to close this session and
Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for all our eminent speaker and chairperson for that wonderful, insightful session we had. As I request our distinguished session chair, Sri Vivek Narayan sir, to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude and appreciation, a memento and a gift to all our eminent speakers on behalf of the organizers. We present to Mr. Srinivas Guddipudi, founder and CEO, Matricom Technologies. Thank you, sir. We present to Professor Himanshu Tyagi, Associate Professor, IISc. We present to Mr. Pramod Gumaraj, founder and CEO, Apricom Private Limited. Thank you, sir. And I would invite Dr. Shiv Kumar to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude and appreciation to our distinguished chair, Sri Vivek Narayan sir. We thank you, sir, once again for wonderfully moderating this session. Thank you, Dr. Shiv Kumar. And ladies and gentlemen, we once again take this opportunity to thank all our eminent speakers who joined us on the virtual mode. We do appreciate you sharing all the valuable insights with us, even despite you could not make it here physically to the conference. But from our side, we will be couriering you the memento and the small token of gratitude at your address. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we thank our eminent panel, requesting you all, sir, for a group photograph. Kindly step forward. I would request you all to kindly step forward. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we'll be straight away moving up to our next session, which is session 5 on global perspectives towards Wi-Fi 7. We would request all of you to kindly remain seated. We are straight away moving to the next session. Just give us a few minutes while we arrange the top table for the next session. I would request everybody to kindly remain seated, please. It will just take us less than a minute more to set up the top table for the next session, which is session 5, Global Perspectives Toward Wi-Fi 7. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite our distinguished session chair for this session, Dr. S.N. Gupta, who is chairman of the board, Blue Town India and BIMSTEC South Asia. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Inviting our eminent panelist, Mr. Tiago Rodrigues, CEO, WBA. Warm welcome to you, sir, once again. And Mr. Bhuvnesh Sachdeva, Senior Vice President, HFCL. So, ladies and gentlemen, we also have two eminent speakers who are joining us virtually in this session. Mr. Mark Grayson, Cisco Fellow, Cisco Networks. We warmly welcome you, sir. And we also welcome our eminent speaker joining us virtually is Mr. Kevin Robinson, CEO, Wi-Fi Alliance. A warm welcome to both the eminent speakers. So the topic of the session is Global Perspectives Towards Wi-Fi 7. Time duration is approximately 1 hour, which includes the opening and closing remarks by the session chair, and deliberations, presentations by all our eminent speakers for 8 to 10 minutes each. And we will have question and answers in the end if the time permits. Ladies and gentlemen, before I hand over to our chair, I have the proud privilege of introducing the session panelists, our eminent speakers. Our chair, Dr. S.N. Gupta, is chairman of the board, Bluetown India, BIMSTEC in South Asia, is an international expert in NGN technologies, regulation, interconnection, and broadband with 40 plus years of experience. He is popularly known as the NGN Guru, author of Long Tail Walking Extra Mile on Rural Broadband Business. He is the first Indian recipient of IPv6 Hall of Fame 2019 and also the chairman of India IPv6 Council. He has earlier served in the Ministry of Communications and Railways and TRI. A very warm welcome to you, sir. We once again invite on the panel Mr. Tiago Rodrigues, President and CEO of Wireless Broadband Alliance, WBA. We welcome Mr. Bhuvnesh Sachdeva. He is Senior Vice President, Business Development Head, Communication Business Vertical, HFCL Limited. In his more than 24 years of experience, he has led multiple projects, lines, and held various leadership positions. He specializes in architecting new age connectivity solutions and is instrumental in setting up the IO product brand within HFCL. He is well versed in the ever-evolving market dynamics and can quickly steer the team for maximizing results. He started his career as a hardware engineer at IFCL in 2000 and occupied various positions before establishing himself as a senior vice president at HFCL. A warm welcome to you, sir. Our next eminent speaker, Mr. Mark Grayson, is a distinguished consulting engineer, Cisco's Emerging Technologies and Innovation Group, leads Cisco's 5G strategy, including defining the role of Wi-Fi-based access, leading Cisco's multi-vendor RAN virtualization program, as well as supporting Cisco's enterprise team, defining systems for supporting 5G enterprise use cases, and he has over 25 years of experience in the wireless industry. A very warm welcome to you, sir. And Mr. Kevin Robinson is CEO of Wi-Fi Alliance. He's a 15-year veteran of Wi-Fi Alliance and became CEO of the organization in October 2022. He's focused on securing sufficient harmonized global Wi-Fi spectrum, deepening engagement and cohesion across the Wi-Fi ecosystem, and involving the organization to ensure it remains as nimble as the industry it serves. So, ladies and gentlemen, with those words of introduction, I hand over to our distinguished chair, Dr. S.N. Gupta, to kindly carry forward the proceedings of this session with his opening remarks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sapna. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great honor and pleasure for me, and for which I'm really thankful to our President TV Saab and the Executive Committee to give me this honor actually to chair the session. Actually, my objective was to come here since morning to learn. And in this panel, the privilege is so high that every panelist who have been introduced, actually, they know much more than me about Wi-Fi 7, actually. So it is like I'm totally ignorant, or I was ignorant till morning, actually. And then I have started learning a bit about Wi-Fi 7. This session, actually, the global perspectives towards Wi-Fi 7, and we have 4 great experts here. And I will, from my perspective, what I've learned since morning, actually, the debate has been mainly towards convergence and a debate between 5G and Wi-Fi and that 6 gigahertz spectrum, whether to license or de-license it or harmonize it or do sharing, dynamic, all those things have been discussed. And I think the decision makers themselves were here, Mr. Christopher and all that. I think they have got the great message and great debate has happened. So this session, of course, we will like to concentrate on any leftover issue and also the Wi-Fi 7, though it was touched upon, but from the horse's mouth, like Mr. Tiago and Bhuvnesh is there, though it is global perspective, but I believe the India is more than a part of the global perspective. And at Wi-Fi 7 that I learned today only, India is the leader, actually. The first product or the device of Wi-Fi 7 was launched in India only few months back. and why nobody other than Bhuvneshji, I think he will tell more about that. So we have already taken a lead actually on Wi-Fi 7, though it is still in its infancy. And then Mr. Tiago, of course, he will come from the world experience, Mark and Kevin. So a lot of learning for us. So I'll request to the panelists that try not to repeat what have already been discussed actually, because time is less and we really want to know more and more and more about Wi-Fi 7. From my perspective, actually, Wi-Fi 7 and that madam who spoke from the Broadcom, actually, Madam Verma, she really gave a great ideas about the Wi-Fi 7, and that was a learning for me. According to me, Wi-Fi 7, and which have not become very clear, is what I like to call spectrum neutral. So spectrum neutral, normally no technology is spectrum neutral. The spectrum can be technology neutral, but Wi-Fi 7, according to me, is spectrum neutral. Spectrum neutral means you just give any spectrum to it and it will work. It can be 2.4, it can be 5 gigahertz, it can be 6 gigahertz, or anything else. So what a better technology than that. The spectrum debate can actually be closed by using a technology like Wi-Fi 7 actually, because it does not bother which spectrum is there. And that is why they have been mentioning. Other thing which were talked about actually about Wi-Fi 7 was that it is a quantum jump over whatever Wi-Fi 6E is there or whatever Wi-Fi 6 is there. 2-3 things have come very clear, of course. One is about throughput, of course. The throughput here, they are talking about 30 gigabit per user actually. And Wi-Fi 6E, you know how many gigabit we can get. So 30 gigabit is the limit. And what technology they are using actually, OFDMA is being used to its hilt actually. They are totally optimizing OFDMA and using what I have read just now, 4096 QM, which is called 4K QM. Actually, we were knowing 8 QM and 64 QM. They are talking about 4000 QM, 4K QM, and that is the efficiency of the spectrum usage. So 12 times actually in 1 hertz, they are trying to push 12 symbols or 12 bits actually. So 12 times more efficient than anything else. Only thing is what they have done, they need a channel of 320 megahertz. And that of course is a big ask with the existing spectrum, unless you go for 6 gigahertz. So 320 megahertz is quite big. But that is not the only thing they bring, the higher throughput. So many other things are there actually. And one concept which was very good was about how to give better QoS, and this MLO is one, the multi-link operation actually. Normally in MIMA also multi-link operation happens, but then you use a single MAC channel or a primary channel. The transmission happens through primary channel only. But in case of Wi-Fi 7, the multiple channel will use in parallel, something like parallel processing in a way, actually. So many other things are there, actually. And the great thing is there that it is a part of the 5G ecosystem already, release 16 and beyond. It was mentioned by Madam Verma that the testing of Wi-Fi 6E and Wi-Fi 7 is done as if it is a LTE base station. The same parameters are measured. So if your Wi-Fi 7 can pass those parameters, that means there is no difference between a small cell of 5G or LTE or a access point of Wi-Fi. No difference, because they are tested on the same basis or same parameters. So then what is the debate about actually? Why there is a debate about 5G and Wi-Fi? And I like to repeat what Mr. Mandal, C. Group had mentioned. Actually, since in the morning when I was coming, I saw the same ad actually, where our big brother Bharti, who is advertising 5G plus, and that is real. He is more than 5G plus service, and below that is mentioned Wi-Fi like speed on the go. So that shows the Wi-Fi has to be there. Actually, it has become a benchmark for the 5G leaders, actually. The 5G. That means Wi-Fi is also equally important. And earlier it was other way around. When we were doing Wi-Fi trials 7 years back for the opening of 5 gigahertz, and our chairman, Madam Arna, who was there, and she was having the decision-making power. So she just decided, I want to see how the Wi-Fi works. She made an impromptu tour to our trial sites in Ajmer, and we were not even told. She just went there, and she told, okay, show me how Wi-Fi works. That time only 2.4 was there, not even 5. And she told, can I make a video call? And our people, unfortunately, I was not there because it was a secret visit or surprise visit by her, but our intern and one of them is here. And they showed, and she made a call to Denmark or Europe, and from a village, not from a city. And when it worked, and she came back and she opened up that 5 gigahertz. That is the basis, because it delivered actually. And that time the feedback given by the user was, she asked, Wi-Fi कैसा है? तो उन्होंने कहा कि मैडम 3G से अच्छा है. उस टाइम 3G ही होता था, 4G कुछ होता ही नहीं था. जब उन्होंने कहा 3G से अच्छा है, then she told, yes, Wi-Fi is there. तो अब वो now it has become reverse. Now Wi-Fi जैसी स्पीड 5G plus वाले कहते हैं हम Wi-Fi जैसी स्पीड देंगे. So you can change how much ahead we have come. So many things we have seen and happening, and now I think we should go to our friend Tiago, CEO WBA. Please, you give us global perspective about Wi-Fi 7, not anything below that. Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, before Mr. Tiago presents his presentation, we would just like to make a small announcement that we also have running tea and coffee counters open on the right-hand side. You may kindly carry your cups of tea and coffee back to the hall if you wish to have one. Thank you, and over to you, sir, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They have 1 hour. They have 1 hour for the.
And especially with experts who are very rare in this panel.
Yeah, thank you. So it's fantastic to see the energy and the enthusiasm that Mr. Gupta talks about Wi-Fi 7. So this shows the expectation that exists on the industry about Wi-Fi 7. And the promise is that it can really change the way that we connect to the internet. So I want to start just by sharing that on our research, we found that around 1/3 of our members on the Alliance are already looking to Wi-Fi 7 very seriously. And they expect to start somehow deploying the technology already in 2023. And this is because many of the key players on the Wi-Fi industry, so chipset manufacturers and some of the AP manufacturers, they are very involved on the standardization of the technology. So they are able to bring, let's call it pre-standards products that can be used on the networks. And a good example is our friends from HFCL. They already have a Wi-Fi 7 AP available. And we can see here, so companies like Broadcom, Qualcomm, MediaTek, they already have Wi-Fi 7 chipsets. And then several companies like HFCL deploying APs into the market to make the technology available. I think it's important to reinforce what Mr. Gupta said. So Wi-Fi 7 definitely will bring another level of capabilities in terms of speeds, latency, comparing with the previous version of Wi-Fi. And this is very important because for those of you that follow the fiber technology closely, so fiber is evolving a lot as well in terms of their capacity and capabilities. We don't want that suddenly the broadband connectivity Wi-Fi becomes somehow the weak point of that value change. We want fiber to come to 10 gigs, 15 gigs, 20 gigs, and we want at the same time that Wi-Fi can follow that trend on the fiber capacity. So it's very important that there is this evolution in terms of the Wi-Fi technology. Like Mr. Gupta said, I think one of the key innovations is that significant increase on the QAM from the Wi-Fi standard. So it grows by 4 times. That will give us much more efficiency and capacity to the technology. As we saw as well before on that use case presented by CDOT, these technologies, by using additional spectrum, they can create these wider channels up to 320 megahertz that can really bring that speed to those cases like rural Wi-Fi, as we saw, that by using Wi-Fi 6 or Wi-Fi 5, it allows certain type of capabilities and speeds. But when we go into these new standards, it can really multiply by 6, 7, sometimes even 10, the speeds and the capacities. And I just want to finalize by sharing that in the Wireless Broadband Alliance, we are very enthusiastic about this technology. As we heard from this morning, for Wi-Fi 7 really to massify and to be adopted, we need the access spectrum. So the 6 gigahertz becomes a very important anchor for the Wi-Fi 7. So that's why it's so important that these type of events and these discussions about the spectrum take place. We heard as well all these innovative use cases, especially on augmented reality, virtual reality. For those of you that already tested metaverse, all those experiences, we need broadband connectivity, and most likely will be happening in our houses, in our offices, and not on the go with the mobile network. And I want to finish with this message that I've been socializing and coming to India for almost 15 years, and I really would like to see India taking this opportunity with Wi-Fi 7. Once and for all, seeing India on the forefront of the Wi-Fi peloton. And I think there is a structure of 3 angles, so almost a triangle. We need to have the fiber capacity, and I think the Indian government is doing a great job on incentivizing the deployment of fiber. And then we need 2 very strong legs, that is the Wi-Fi, and Wi-Fi 7 is there, and Wi-Fi 6 is there. And the other one, the 5G and the cellular. So these 3 components, really for a strong and successful connectivity strategy of a country or a region, it needs to come on these 3 angles. And I really look forward to help India to expand their connectivity strategy to Wi-Fi 7, and of course, fiber and 5G. And thank you for everyone.
Mr. Tiago, for bringing the perspective, but there'll be questions, and I think we'll have them in the later one. But one immediate question which I cannot wait is whether Wi-Fi 7 will work in 60 gigahertz as well, 60, 90, that E band, V band. Will it work or not?
No.
No. Oh,
No,
then
it's
I'm
not
wrong to
spectrum.
call it spectrum neutral. But anyway, more questions will come later. So now I like to invite Bhuvnesh Devaji, Senior Vice President HFCL, who are the first company in the world to bring out Wi-Fi 7 products.
Thank you. It's really an honor to be here and talk about one of the latest developments in the world of Wi-Fi technology. We had been instrumental in contributing a lot towards the standard of Wi-Fi 7, which is still ongoing. Plus, we became the first company in the world to launch Wi-Fi 7 as a product, which is commercially shipping today. Can you move to the next slide, please? I'll cover a few things. One, I'll quickly talk about Wi-Fi technology evolution, and I'll briefly touch upon how the hunger of technology is growing. Very interesting facts to be seen there. I'll also talk about what is the motivation behind continuously enhancing Wi-Fi. Why Wi-Fi is one of the few technologies which is continuously and very evolving at a very fast pace. What are the promises that Wi-Fi 7 brings in? What is the need for Wi-Fi 7? What is a global perspective here? What people are saying across the globe? Why do we need Wi-Fi 7? And I'll also briefly touch upon what HFCL's contribution had been towards the standard. So if we look at Wi-Fi technology evolution, I'm not going way back in 97 where Wi-Fi started. Let us just pick from 802.11n, which is commonly called Wi-Fi 4. This was introduced in 2007 timeframe, and it took almost 8 years for this particular technology to become mainstream or to be adopted in masses. 8 years. Then came Wi-Fi 5. The standard got ratified in 2013. It took another 6 years for this to become ratified, to become a mainstream and being adopted by many devices. Fast forward to Wi-Fi 6, 2019 was the time when standard got ratified. It took almost 3.5 years. So can you see the difference? 8 years, 6 years, 3.5 years. Wi-Fi 6 has become mainstream today. We are no longer pushing Wi-Fi 5 in the market. The chipsets are becoming obsolete. Now see the magic. Wi-Fi 7, the standard is yet to be ratified. And we have already started shipping in the market. And it's not just us. Many, many companies have already started shipping. We believe by the time standard gets ratified, within 1 year, it will become the mainstream. And that's the hunger that I was talking about. That's what the technologists are looking forward to. In terms of evolution, what Wi-Fi 6 brought in over Wi-Fi 5 was higher capacities, better efficiencies in terms of a dense environment, better handling in terms of an interfering environment where there are multiple devices who are all transmitting simultaneously, than what Wi-Fi 7 brought in. Can you move to the next slide, please? I'll skip this slide. Tiago has already shown this. This is the same thing. So we'll talk about what Wi-Fi 7 brings in, but what is the motivation behind continuously evolving? Wi-Fi 6, when it came in, we also said that it was a quantum leap getting from Wi-Fi 5 into 6. It talked about multifold capacities. Today's Wi-Fi 5 typical access points handle 200 clients together, whereas Wi-Fi 6 are able to handle 1,000 plus clients together. So that was one of the enhancement it brought in. Then what else is needed? Further enhancements require ultra high throughput. When we talk about Wi-Fi 6, theoretically, we can support up to 9.6 Gbps. For Wi-Fi 7, while the standard is still being ratified, people are talking about having to support 30 Gbps plus. In fact, some of the companies are offering 46 Gbps per access point, which was never heard of before. Another important aspect that Wi-Fi never addressed before was ultra low latency. We always talked about higher throughput, but we never talked about ultra low latency, which is one of the main topics that Wi-Fi 7 addresses. I'll talk about what it means. Wi-Fi always being a technology of unlicensed band, it was never really considered a reliable technology. And when I say reliable, it does not mean that it won't give you what you're looking for. But you can't rely on it to give you what you're looking for when you're looking for. So if there is a lot of interference in the network at one point, you may not get the performance what you're trying to achieve. So that was the reliability aspect which Wi-Fi lagged in the previous standards. We'll talk how Wi-Fi 7 addresses it. And higher efficiency. We talked in the morning that we want to have 6 gigahertz spectrum released, and there were discussions about whether we are really utilizing 5 gigahertz. The technology itself was not efficient. If I'm using a 5 gigahertz spectrum on an access point, which is a 40 megahertz channel, and if some part of this 40 megahertz is being having some interference, I will not be able to use the entire 40 megahertz. So that was the limitation till Wi-Fi 6. And that has been addressed with something called preamble puncturing or multi-resource unit allocation to Wi-Fi 7. And that brings in higher efficiency, which means now we are able to really use all of the spectrum. Whatever is available, we are able to use it, allocate it to some of the resources, some of the clients. What Wi-Fi 7 promises? We are talking about 46 Gbps plus, although it's not standardized yet. There are few companies who are talking about it. 30 Gbps plus is a standard that people say Wi-Fi 7 is going to support. We are talking about 4096 QAM as compared to 64 QAM of Wi-Fi 4, which became 256 QAM of Wi-Fi 5, 1000 QAM in Wi-Fi 6. Now we are talking about 4000 QAM. And if you look at the dots, that is what explained what it means. So if Wi-Fi 4, I'm talking, these are the number of symbols that it will carry in one element. Whereas if you go towards Wi-Fi 7 on the left, now you see that it has blurred so much. So from a technology complexity, what it means the receiver has to be so sensitive to extract every symbol out of this complete diagram, with the nearby symbol so close that the smallest amount of noise will make it difficult for the receiver to decipher it. So the complexity has gone multifold, although the speeds have not gone to that extent, but the complexity has become very, very high. From a spectrum bandwidth perspective, we started using 20 megahertz spectrum in original standards of Wi-Fi. Then 40 megahertz channels became available. Wi-Fi 5, Wi-Fi 6, we started using 80 megahertz and 160 megahertz spectrums. Now, with 6 gigahertz being available, Wi-Fi 7 can use a 320 megahertz channel together also, which means now from a 160 megahertz channel, which is available in 5 gigahertz today, we are able to double the capacity just like that by using a wideband spectrum. That is another advantage that Wi-Fi 7 brings in. And all these features that I'm talking about, higher efficiency, higher modulation, higher channel bandwidth, all these are factoring into when we are talking about increasing the speeds from 9.6 Gbps of Wi-Fi 6 to 30 plus Gbps of Wi-Fi 7. Can you move to the next one? What is the need for Wi-Fi 7? Why we have been talking up till Wi-Fi 6 or 6E? Still, if we look at it, is no less than a wonder innovation in the technology. Why do we need Wi-Fi 7? So far, despite all the advancements in the technology, Wi-Fi was never considered suitable for use in mission-critical applications. Primarily reasons. One is latency. And it is not that the latency is very high. It is unpredictable. It is not deterministic. So you may see latency, which is 1 millisecond right now, and it may become 10 milliseconds in the very next instant. So determinism was not there in the latency. And of course, latency numbers were higher, especially when it comes to some of the applications like metaverse or online gaming, where it requires very low latency. Throughput, we were able to achieve up till 9.6 Gbps. Theoretically, there are systems available in market today which support 6 Gbps easily, but yet this was not enough, because when we say throughput, it has to be a defined, predictable throughput which you can achieve at any point in time. That was missing in up till Wi-Fi 6. Reliability, you need to get the performance when you really need it. That is a reliability aspect of it, and it becomes a special challenge because the spectrum is unlicensed, which means it is free for everyone to use. So the amount of interference you would expect in an unlicensed spectrum can be very high. So within that, given constraints, given interference, you need to have a network which is reliable and give you the performance to the extent what you need when you really need it. And of course, deterministic behavior in terms of latency, throughput, and reliability is all what was not really clearly defined up till Wi-Fi 6. So how we were handling it so far? So far we were relying on license band technologies like 4G or 5G to implement any mission critical applications. Even today, when we talk Industry 4.0, we are talking about private 5G and all that. We are not talking Wi-Fi yet. But Wi-Fi 7 is a promise that is coming release 16 onwards. We are talking about having a co-working of Wi-Fi 7 with 5G to deliver a network which is a collaboration of both the technologies, and yet it delivers exactly what is being looked for. So there has been use cases defined and demonstrated which involve both 5G and Wi-Fi 7 together. We at HFCL, we are implementing one of the first private 5G along with Wi-Fi 7 in our own factory in Hyderabad. Again, the question comes, why Wi-Fi 7? If we have 4G or 5G, why do we need to really invest time, money, effort, energy in implementing something which we can solve with another alternate technology? There have been challenges with 4G and 5G as well. The license spectrum itself is a huge cost. Especially in India, people know that operators have to pay a lot of money to the government to own the license spectrum. So that the cost itself is the major barrier for operators to go all out and deploy everywhere, because spectrum is limited and spectrum is expensive. Unless they see a return on their investment, they would not like to make an investment. Added on top of this, the deployment cost. Everyone knows that per tower, if I have to deploy a 4G site versus a 5G site versus a Wi-Fi site, the cost can be there is no comparison. It can be tens or maybe 15x times the difference, or maybe even more. Being an expensive spectrum, I would not like, being an operator, if I'm an operator, I would not deploy in places where I have less ARPU, less number of users, especially rural areas. I would not want to make this investment unless I get value on return. So coverage becomes another challenge in 4G and 5G kind of technologies. That had been the main reason even today USOF kind of funds exist, because government forces operators to pay as a penalty for areas they are not covering because they are not seeing a business case, and then USOF has a fund which collects the penalties and awards it to different bodies to deploy spectrum or deploy networks in those areas so that those unconnected people can get connected. So what are we saying now? We have talked about the challenges, we have talked about the need, we have talked about the requirement, why Wi-Fi 7, so what it promises. Throughput is not something which, of course, Wi-Fi 7 comes with a very high throughput, but that is not something which Wi-Fi 7 promises to replace 4G or 5G. Even I don't think even 5G can deliver the kind of capacities what Wi-Fi 7 is offering. So that is not really the promise what we are talking about. We are talking about sub-millisecond latencies, which means Wi-Fi 7 makes it capable to be delivered for applications which are really mission critical. You would get that latency as you need and when you need. So it is a predictable behavior, sub-millisecond latencies, 30 Gbps plus throughputs we have talked about. Although it's not that everyone is looking for 30 Gbps capacities, but people are looking for a deterministic behavior of the network. You get to get what you need to get at the time when you are expecting it. It should not be that you need it now and it is the latency is high and you are getting the throughput sometime later. So that's not there anymore. Very high level of reliability and predictability, and that is one of the focus areas of Wi-Fi 7, where when we are working on the standard, it is still to be ratified. One of the main action items for the bodies is to make sure that we have a reliable and predictable outcome of the network. And that makes it really ideal for augmenting 5G, for offering higher quality of experience, especially in denser indoor environments. We know that there are challenges of deploying 5G indoors or providing coverage by deploying 5G indoors because of the spectrum fundamental nature. There have been trials going on across the world. There have been trials going on in India as well. We personally, are working in our own factory and a couple of universities where we are deploying Wi-Fi 7 and are trying to deliver the use cases what 5G has been offering so far. And we have been able to be very successful to a large extent. And you would see in the coming years, we'll be coming out with some white papers or some case studies that we'll be publishing, which will help us make the technology segment understand how Wi-Fi 7 can help deploy the networks of the future, what we are looking forward to. What's HFCL contribution there? We became the first company, we worked very closely with Qualcomm as our technology partner. We became the first company to formally commercially launch Wi-Fi 7 access points. Today we are shipping those. We launched these in last year in India Mobile Congress. Today we are shipping Wi-Fi 7 commercially, although they are a bit expensive at the moment because of all the supply chain ecosystem issues. But proof of concept is there. We can do a lot of use cases today. We have done a lot of POCs, and we have been working with a lot of universities to do some of the research projects, how we can build metaverse networks ready using Wi-Fi 7 alone. There have been a lot of work going on in the background for that. We at HFCL, we are committed towards innovation, committed towards working in the forefront of the technology, making us and our country proud. We want to represent India on a world's technology map. We want to make sure that India shines in the world as one of the leading examples of technology innovators. We are member of standard bodies and work groups. We have been contributing towards many of the working groups in Wi-Fi 7. Eventually, our mission is to bring out the products which are affordable for all, and we have a vision to connect the unconnected, not just in India, across the globe. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Bhuvnesh, for making such a nice presentation and taking the country on the world map. And questions, of course, you kindly note down your questions. Our president have given us enough time, but after all the presentation are over. But I cannot wait to ask one question, Bhuvnesh. One is you are telling you are doing trials here in India on Wi-Fi 7. So what spectrum band you are using?
So right now we are using 2.4 and 5 gigahertz. In fact, the initial products that we came out with are a tri-band product, wherein we have an option to plug in a 6 gigahertz card. But since 6 gigahertz is not open in India, we are using one 2.4 and two 5 gigahertz radios. And both the two 5 gigahertz radios can work independently in different channels. So we are doing all the trials using dual 5 and one 2.4 gigahertz.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that is what I thought. My other question is also there, like these mission critical applications, especially 5G, private 5G network. And you mentioned, and today only I was reading a Cisco update that 5G and Wi-Fi 6 will coexist in private network. And I also thought, according to me actually, and that is a theoretical assumption, according to me, for a private network, you don't need 5G. You can do it with Wi-Fi 7. Because if Wi-Fi 7 can do everything what 5G can do, then why you need a spectrum? I mean, that is my personal thinking. But can you comment on this?
I would not comment on that because that becomes a political debate, 5G versus Wi-Fi 7.
Okay.
But from a technology perspective, you are right. The kind of requirements of private 5G enterprises looking forward to, most of it, if not 100%, most of it can be met by Wi-Fi 7 today. Although, as I mentioned again and again, that standard is yet to be ratified. We are yet to see the final parameters that they will recommend with. But till then, private 5G is the mainstream. And we are doing many trials with Wi-Fi 6 and Wi-Fi 7 products coexisting with 5G and working in the same enterprise, delivering the same parameters what they are looking for.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. More questions will come. So I think we have now some external who are from remote. We will start with Mr. Mark Grayson, Cisco Fellow from Cisco Networks. If he's connected, Sapna, there.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Mark, welcome. Can you hear our voice, Mark?
I absolutely can.
Okay, then you can go ahead, Mark.
Sure. I see you've got my slides up. So thanks, Dr. Gupta, for the opportunity. Yeah, I want to, I guess, continue the narrative that we've just heard from HFCL around, I guess, a popular misconception that low latency needs 5G and 5G delivers low latency. And so we want to talk about deterministic Wi-Fi and what we see is being able to create those new opportunities using 6E and Wi-Fi 7. So next slide, please. And I think this slide really sort of highlights a message that we heard this morning around convergence. These from a technology perspective, you know, the differences between 5G and Wi-Fi are continuing to diminish. And so we see, let's in quotes, the 5G benefits are associated not necessarily with the technology, but primarily with the license in which you operate. And why do we think that? Well, we know that Wi-Fi 6 is already delivering on key INT 2020 requirements. We see this spider chart there that Steve Vyam shared earlier from a WBA perspective, showing 802.11 sort of outperforming IMT in different criteria, and moving to a scheduled access then delivers that consistency and determinism that we just heard from HFCL. But we do know that permitted higher radiated power in license bands delivers you a coverage advantage, and that assumes some sort of low medium traffic densities, and it should come as no surprise that the first deployments that we see in private 5G are the strip mines, are the ports where I need to cover a large surface area for a particular deployment. And clearly there's a benefit for low traffic density if I'm able to emit higher powers to cover those ranges. And finally, you know, licensed spectrum offers us control over alien interference. We always face the issue of self-interference, which we know we have to manage from a Wi-Fi and a 3GPP cellular perspective. But what do we do about alien interference? Obviously, if I'm operating in licensed spectrum, I can go to the regulator. If I'm operating in unlicensed spectrum, I need to use additional techniques, so spectrum analysis and being able to adapt to alien interferers in the particular band. So next slide, please. Yeah, so what about 6 gigahertz? And we heard about 6 gigahertz earlier in the session today. And I think key here, and these are some charts from Ofcom, so I guess is a different perspective, and it's comparing spectrum occupancy in the 3 gigahertz band, so a 5G band, and you can see that is blocked out for broadband and cellular use. So we have exclusive use of those bands for cellular operators. And we contrast that to what we're talking about here on between 5 and 7 gigahertz. So I thought I'd go from the bottom of the Uni 1 all the way up to 7 gigahertz from a spectrum occupancy perspective. And you can see here we've got a variety of incumbents in the band. And so just looking at the 6 to 7 gigahertz band, we've got the program makers for the special events. We've got weather systems and weather radar. We've got military systems here in the UK. We've got fixed links, and we've got unlicensed usage. And so already we've got 5 users of the band. And the question is as we move forward, and we heard from DSA earlier on in terms of the Dynamic Spectrum Alliance, it's unlikely that we're going to be able to clear the band, and therefore the key is we need to be able to share the band. And I think that's the narrative moving forward. We heard from Tiago as well in terms of AFC, that the key problem we have is how are we going to share this band between the various different users. So 6 gigahertz, at least for some, if you come from exclusive spectrum, is going to be a lesson in sharing. Next slide, please. For others, it's an opportunity to avoid legacy stations and interference. And so here is a contrast of a Wi-Fi deployment in a hospital environment, contrasting 2008 to 2020. and looking at the spectrum occupancy in the 5 gigahertz range. And we can see back in 2008, we had heavily occupied 2.4 gigahertz. So that's in the top left. In the bottom right is the Uni 3 band, so 5.7 to 5.8. You can see some usage there, but the Uni 1 and Uni 2 band, we can see back in 2008, were very clear. And we contrast that now to a view of that spectrum, and we see, high utilization of Uni 1, Uni 2, as well as obviously the Uni 3. And so the opportunity of 6 gigahertz is obviously to remove those contending stations that support Wi-Fi 5, Wi-Fi 6, and then to be operating in that cleaner spectrum when we don't then have those contending stations for the spectrum. So 6 gigahertz opportunity absolutely is an opportunity to benefit from that wider spectrum, but also the cleaner spectrum and avoiding those legacy stations. Next slide, please. And so, slide here on contrasting the latency performance. As I said, the popular misconception that low latency needs 5G, and these are two charts. The one on the left is from Ericsson, and this reports on the empirical data of 5G deployments in the US, and contrasts 4G with 5G and with 5G millimeter wave performance. And here you can see with figures from Ericsson is that the average latency for LTE is around 30 milliseconds. I only get a 5 millisecond advantage as I go to 5G. And then when I go to millimeter wave, I get a 10 millisecond advantage. And so here you can clearly see that incremental enhancement of going from LTE to 5G is only 5 milliseconds of benefit. On the right-hand side, we contrast different versions of Wi-Fi. And in the blue bars, we show Wi-Fi 5, and to HFCL's presentation previously, it's about being able to be deterministic. We always had the issue with Wi-Fi 5 that we can have to contend for access to the channel, and that can lead to indeterministic delays. Well, as we go to the light bars with Wi-Fi 6, we remove those contentions, and we move to a more deterministic service from a Wi-Fi 6 perspective. But we still have some contention, most notably around buffer status reports and the like. And so in the green, we're showing an innovation that we introduced some time back with a feature called Fastlane Plus, is when I no longer need to poll stations for their buffer status. I get their application characteristics, and I can then proactively allocate resources for those stations. And we can see there that we're going from a 40 milliseconds average in Wi-Fi 5 down to 15 milliseconds in Wi-Fi 6, a real significant decrease in average latencies with Wi-Fi 6. And then in Wi-Fi 6 with Fastlane, we get 10 milliseconds. And the good news is that the technology that we have in Fastlane Plus is going to be rolled into the Wi-Fi 7 standard as part of the stream classification service. And so all of these benefits should be available to Wi-Fi 7 deployments. Next slide, please. And so I want to wrap up with I guess a key message, or a key sort of key point in terms of how to serve the locations where we live, play, work, and learn. We have indoor locations and we have outdoor locations, and we've got a building barrier, and let's be clear, that building barrier is going to get harder and harder to cross from an RF perspective. And so if you just do a single build here, we can see, need to press, just build the slide. Okay, so let's look at some densification data points. So the GSMA, the cellular body, the trade body supporting the cellular operators, are estimating that by 2030, our dense urban grid is going to be 1,000 feet, 300 meters, and small cells, we maybe see 1 or 2 small cells per macro. 300 feet, 100-meter sort of radius. When we contrast that with the reality of Wi-Fi cell densifications, we can see we've already gone from 20-meter AP to 10-meter AP separation in our hyperdense. We're already now deploying systems below 10-meter separation. So 7-meter now is now the new hyperdense. And so really, if we want to deliver a densification, we can see that the cellular network hasn't really densified in the last 20 years. GSMA is predicting it's not going to densify in the future. And therefore, if we do the next build, one more, and one more, because it's the final one. So we can say over the last 15 years, the cellular business model has failed to deliver densified networks using exclusive spectrum. So the only successful densified networks have been using unlicensed spectrum. And then most recently, now MNOs are expressing concerns to their regulators that densification is not cost effective and flagging practical barriers to it. And indeed, it's interesting because the operators are saying, I can't densify, give me more 6 gigahertz spectrum because I can't afford to densify, which seems to be a bit contorted in terms of rationale, because obviously the densification reality is the way we need to densify networks is it looks like we need to deliver more unlicensed spectrum because that's the one that's been successful in being able to densify. So hopefully if you thought that was interesting, and obviously happy to take questions in the chat later.
Yeah, thank you, Mark, for clarifying, especially this latency debate. Actually, you have buried it actually when we talk about Wi-Fi 6 actually. So both are same. And so we will come back to you, but I propose if you are still there and you cannot wait further, I can ask 1 or 2 questions from audience if they have, because he is logged in and maybe later on he has to switch off. So any question for Mark actually, for others, you have to wait. Anybody wants to know from Mark anything? So then we'll wait for more questions, Mark, if they have another thought. So if you are still there, we will wait for you. So then we should go to our last expert, Mr. Kevin Robinson. Is nothing other than CEO of Wi-Fi Alliance, actually. And Kevin, you are there, you can hear us?
I can. Hopefully you can all hear me.
Yes.
And I will go ahead and get my screen up. Just give me one
Yeah,
moment.
and before that, I want to give you a feedback, Kevin. Your colleague, Paramjeet, he made a great presentation in the morning. And we have now our expectations are very high from you. I hope you will overdo.
Well, I've seen Param speak, so I know I have a high bar to go over. So good morning, I guess from the United States. I apologize I'm not able to be there in person. Hopefully people can see my slides, but it's really an honor to be here and to speak to all of you about some of Wi-Fi Alliance's perspectives on, yes, the current generations of Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi 6, Wi-Fi 7, but also something that is, frankly, more momentous and more significant in the long-term health of technologies like Wi-Fi, and that is around the 6 gigahertz opportunities. So I'm sure many of you are familiar with who Wi-Fi Alliance is, and we're the worldwide network of companies that brought you Wi-Fi, made up of more than 900 members from around the globe, including many key members who are based in India. And all of these companies really come together with one vision, harmonized vision to connect everyone and everything everywhere. And of course, that's a very lofty mission, but it's something, frankly, that the Wi-Fi as a technology does incredibly well. When you look at the amount of traffic that Wi-Fi delivers, more than half of all internet traffic. When you look at really the diversity of people and in areas where Wi-Fi is relied upon to deliver critical connectivity, it really is quite astounding what we've been able to accomplish as an industry in going on almost 25 years now. So there are a number of focus areas for Wi-Fi Alliance, and really I think the ones that I'll be touching on a bit during the presentation today, during my short segment here, is around the important work we're doing to drive next generation technology. So of course, Wi-Fi Certified 6 is today's Wi-Fi, and as previous speakers had spoken to, Wi-Fi 6 really has already become the mass market, right? More than 50% of all device shipments are Wi-Fi 6, and we accomplished this in an incredibly aggressive time scale. And we expect that as we look to future generations to see similar really hunger for the latest connectivity in the latest high performance. And I'll get into some of the other reasons why we see really strong pull to these latest generations of Wi-Fi. So in terms of Wi-Fi 7, because I'm sure this is the question a lot of people have, obviously there are Wi-Fi 7 devices out there today, and Wi-Fi Alliance is working really very diligently to get Wi-Fi Certified 7 out to market as quickly as possible. We're well into the technical development of our certification program. In fact, we entered that technical phase back last June. And that phase typically takes anywhere from 18 to 24 months, right? So that kind of gives you an idea of when you're likely to see a certified version of Wi-Fi 7. The other key thing that I'll be touching on today is the important work we do around ensuring global spectrum availability and harmonization. So of course, our critical work as we are involved in the work ahead of WRC 23, and I'll get into, as you'd expect, our positions there and what we're driving in terms of positions for the full 1200 megahertz. But then also finally, there is Wi-Fi Alliance is taking another step to ensure global spectrum availability, and that is having a diverse, vibrant ecosystem of AFC operators. Wi-Fi Alliance is expected to be one of those AFC operators, along with others, and you may have heard others talking about that today, whether it's WBA being an applicant, people like Federated Wireless, chipset vendors, Qualcomm, Broadcom, right? So really just ensuring that there is a vibrant ecosystem so that the characteristics that made Wi-Fi successful to date, what I would say, affordable performance, that continues on into the future. Now, I think this is no surprise that Wi-Fi delivers massive socioeconomic benefits in India. Today, I believe so in 2023, I think this number is roughly 170 billion US dollars in economic value being delivered to India. And we expect that that's going to grow to 240 billion US dollars by 2025. So just getting into some of the momentum, and I'm going to try and avoid touching on some of the points that I think some of the other speakers have already hit on, but we're seeing incredibly strong momentum around Wi-Fi 6E. And ultimately, that's going to help deliver world-class connectivity. As others have said, Wi-Fi 6E using 6 gigahertz spectrum is going to provide higher data rates, lower latency, and reliability. And I think really Wi-Fi 6 was a bit of an inflection point for the industry in that, yes, the top line numbers in terms of speeds are still very, very much important. But beginning with Wi-Fi 6 and even more so moving into Wi-Fi 7, the quality of experience, the determinism, the consistency are all becoming more important for the overall experience with Wi-Fi. And we really saw that beginning with Wi-Fi 6. And of course, with Wi-Fi 6E in this new spectrum, we're able to even deliver more on that promise. In terms of certified devices, we have now nearly 700 different product models that have gone through our certification for Wi-Fi 6E. And that really brings worldwide interoperability within the 6 gigahertz band. We're expecting this year that nearly 500 million Wi-Fi 6E devices will be entering the market. So again, this is really, when you look at the adoption of 6 gigahertz, and maybe you think of this as like the number of months that it takes to get to 500 products. We have never seen Wi-Fi proliferate in a new frequency band as rapidly as we have with 6 gigahertz. And this is important to understand because as an industry, when we get spectrum made available to us, we capitalize on that opportunity rapidly, and people can be rest assured that the ecosystem is going to supply the devices. This is not a hope that in some far distant time period you're going to see proliferation in the band. Rather, it's something that's going to happen immediately because the ROI around Wi-Fi is incredibly compelling. And in fact, I have a stat here that from Tiago and the WBA, when they did a survey around the number of service providers and vendors looking to deploy Wi-Fi 6E in the coming 12 to 18 months, and that number being 44%. So nearly half of the people they surveyed were looking to immediately deploy Wi-Fi 6E. So moving into Wi-Fi 7, and of course has already been discussed earlier. Wi-Fi 7 is focused much more on determinism, right? So it's Wi-Fi 6 is already used in mission critical applications today. It's used in hospitals, it's used in factory automation, right? So it can do that today, but Wi-Fi 7 just takes that to another level in terms of deterministic behavior, consistency around latency. And that's going to be incredibly important for many of the use cases that Wi-Fi 7 is expected to address. Of course, like all generations of Wi-Fi, we do have those jumps in top end data rates with over 40 gigabits per second for those intensive use cases. Now, this next one, and again, people have spoken about it, but it's going to really tie into my next two slides, is increasingly when you look at performance improvements, Wi-Fi is, yes, we're doing things around increased modulation schemes, but the increased channel widths is really an essential ingredient to delivering the full performance that's possible with each subsequent Wi-Fi generation. So with Wi-Fi 7 getting all the way up to 320 megahertz channels, which really, when you look at frequency reuse and deployment planning, is going to require 6 gigahertz again to get usage of those ultra wide channels in many scenarios. And then of course in the areas of latency, things like multi-link operation, which are really something very, very new for Wi-Fi and help drive that deterministic behavior. So next, I'm going to get into maybe something that's a little bit different than maybe what has been covered previously. Though I think Mark, you got into this a bit, but Wi-Fi performance really does depend on channel diversity, right? So when you look at really kind of the best practices for deploying into, I don't even know if I would call them dense scenarios anymore, right? What as Mark said, what used to be considered a dense deployment is now run of the mill, suburban type of deployment, not even really being adequate for multi-dwelling unit. Forget about ultra dense deployments like you might have in a train station or stadium or something like that. But all of this really depends on channel diversity to support frequency reuse. And what has often been a benchmark and kind of a rule of thumb or a best practice, if you will, is the availability of 7 channels. And this is because Wi-Fi devices are self-coordinating. They rely on contention-based protocols, with the SNR being really a major factor in that. So as you have fewer channels available, you are increasing the collision probability and raising the noise floor. And when you get into surge conditions, so think about when, let's say in a train station, massive number of people are getting off of a train onto a platform, and so they're immediately coming up onto a network. With insufficient number of channels, that can really cause a degraded experience on those networks. And so when you look at ensuring these higher data rates, lower latency, and optimal performance, having more channels is really very critical. And so again, but what has often been the best practice in the past is having at least 7 channels to get 2 cells of isolation in planning. And so that brings up why getting really access to the full 1200 megahertz and 6 gigahertz is essential to experiencing the full benefits of the latest Wi-Fi generations. So here you see what is available in many areas of the EU, where when you look at 80, just not even 320 megahertz or 160 megahertz channels, but simply 80 megahertz channels with half of the band, that only frees up 6 of those 80 megahertz channels. So not even getting you to the 7 that it is often a goal. Or I've even heard something like MWC approaching 20 something channels that are used in channel planning. Oh, sorry, my build is a little off here, so I'll go ahead and build the whole thing. And then when you look at, let's say, what's happening in Brazil, Canada, the United States, now you start getting up to those 7 channels at the 160 megahertz widths. So again, to get really the full benefits of Wi-Fi 6E, Wi-Fi 7, and future generations of Wi-Fi, and to deploy Wi-Fi in those more dense indoor environments that are really becoming the norm, it's essential to have the full 1200 megahertz. And I think, Mark, you had a really great point about what is happening in the cellular community with respect to densification compared to what is happening in the Wi-Fi community with respect to densification. Cellular and Wi-Fi are always going to be strong complements to one another. Cellular is particularly strong, obviously, in a mobile environment or in a wide area network environment. But when you start looking at indoor connectivity, dense deployments for dense connectivity needs, Wi-Fi really stands alone, and only Wi-Fi has the economics, that affordable performance that is going to support the level of densification that is necessary for tomorrow's connectivity. So with that, I know I'm a couple minutes over, but I want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak, and I look forward to your questions.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. A great presentation, and you have added some value on Paramjeet thing, and 2 points I have taken before I open for the questions. 2 points which come very early to me are 2 things. One, you have mentioned that Wi-Fi 7 can solve the problem of train communication. Like in India, we are the largest train operation of the world, but Wi-Fi is not there in the running train, especially when we are in tunnels or remote areas. The second problem which you have mentioned is 92% of the rural, of the actually cellular mobile call quality, and what we in India it is called call drop actually. So is there, and low data rate of course is there. So as you are telling, I also hope that Wi-Fi 7 will solve this problem. Means, am I right in reading your statements?
Absolutely. And again, so in let's say the mobile train scenario, that's a great example where you're going to have likely cellular and Wi-Fi paired, right? So Wi-Fi providing the in-train connectivity while mobile, and then using other technologies as the broadband backhauls for those moving trains. But then when you get into, let's say, the platform scenario where you really have the massive congestion of people getting on trains, getting off trains, really only Wi-Fi is going to provide that level of densification. And hopefully we think that's going to be a seamless experience using things like, I didn't hear Tiago mention it, but I think things like open roaming is something that we often highlight based on Passpoint that allows that more seamless experience. Because if we found this in all geographies, and I am certain it is very pronounced in geographies like India, where you have incredibly dense in congested areas, that cellular networks licensed spectrum, when you're doing wide area macro cell, are not suited to supporting these very dense deployments. A great example, so I was in Rio, and Tiago was there as well. We went to a concert that was happening one of the evenings of the Wi-Fi Now event. I could not get a text message out because the cellular network was so overloaded with the people in that concert. And yet then when we look out over the crowd, all you see are smartphones trying to shoot video and send that to their friends. You have no hope of sending high definition video content if you cannot even get an 8-word text message out. So again, that's Wi-Fi really has to play a very strong role in those dense deployment scenarios. and also in indoor scenarios where the macro cells simply are not going to be able to support.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. And now, gentlemen, we have a opportunity to ask the questions. It is very rare that 4 experts are there from remote locations and remote expertise. So, yes. Only 15 minutes. So five minutes for questions, because then the last words have to be from our CEO WBA for wrapping up the session. But before that, I'll wrap up my session. You will wrap up the full day. And so in between 5 minutes questions.
So I think, thank you, Kevin, for an excellent presentation. I think this is the first one where we saw a large number on the device side. You mentioned that there were over 400 million that you assume would get delivered in this year. If you look at the Indian market, we would have about 120 million smartphones. These would be Wi-Fi as well, another 30 million additional laptops, etc., devices. Now, all of them would be Wi-Fi 6 enabled. So give us a perspective of the 6 gig Wi-Fi device ecosystem that's evolving. You mentioned some numbers, and the fact that we can all get the advantage of economies of scale in India if we have the full 120 meg spectrum, as you're saying. So give us a device perspective, because that's the most critical part to really leverage the advantage of what Wi-Fi 7 would enable for a country like India.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yes.
Oh, sorry,
Yes,
can I go ahead?
Go ahead, Kevin.
Okay, great, thanks.
Go ahead.
So, yeah, I think we're seeing strong adoption of 6 gigahertz in devices. And again, the number was, when we said that for the nearly half a billion devices, that is 6 gigahertz, right? So with Wi-Fi 6, again, we're shipping more than 50%. So you're in the 2 billion plus devices per year using Wi-Fi 6. I think with all, there is additional cost involved in supporting 6 gigahertz. But as the Wi-Fi industry has demonstrated, and this is also why the spectrum harmonization is really so essential, is with that spectrum harmonization, with the Wi-Fi industry's ability to scale massively, with that scale, you see very rapid drops really in the costs that are involved in products, right? So we go from something that is only in a flagship smartphone to something that is mid-tier incredibly rapidly. In fact, we are already, there was a comment made when we were at the DSA event in Rio, that somebody was remarking how surprised they were that 6 gigahertz is already in some mid-tier phones. And nearly all laptops are supporting it in terms of the cards that are showing up in laptops. So that is the key difference in what you should expect from the Wi-Fi industry is, again, this is not some far out hope that these gold-plated networks will materialize someday 10 years from now, maybe in 2030 or whatever it shows up. You're going to see this moving down into really massive adoption pretty quickly. Again, the mention of Wi-Fi 5, you don't even really see those chipsets out there. Everything is Wi-Fi 6 for the most part. So again, we're seeing very good momentum. We had, what did I say? I think we said almost 800 certified products. Intel, of course, they track they have actually a larger number that includes some of the uncertified gear. And I want to say that's well over 1,000 different products out there. So very, very strong, given how early we are and given that we do not even have 6 gigahertz in every country yet, we're seeing very strong signals.
Thank you. And any other question? Yeah, we have Mr. Tiwari, our honorary principal advisor and as secretary to the government of India.
Yeah, thank you. My question is partly to Mr. Bhuvnesh and Kevin. Yeah. Most of the enterprises which are, having the critical mission or critical operations, they rely on the license band spectrum operation. And someone has already mentioned in some session also. So what way, because 5G as a network slicing and all these things, you are aware that they are having that ultra reliable category and security features. how this Wi-Fi in Wi-Fi 6, 6E and 7, they are going to cater. Otherwise, that market segment of enterprise business and all these things cannot be captured actually from the Wi-Fi. Cannot be captured, or in a better language, I can say cannot be catered from the Wi-Fi unless reliability is really met, security is really met. So your comment, please.
Kevin, you want to go first?
Sure, I can go first, and this is one I'm also very much. I'm hoping Mark has a chance to kind of touch on this as well, being from Cisco. But I would challenge the premise that Wi-Fi is not used today for mission critical use cases, even in healthcare. We know that there are clinical medical devices that use Wi-Fi today. This is a fact, right? Using things like Wi-Fi 6. And so Wi-Fi today delivers on, I would say, a significant number, maybe even a majority of the requirements that are needed for those mission critical applications. And we start getting into the ultra reliable communications and some of the things that the Wi-Fi 7 brings in with the increased determinism. That's really getting kind of a niche is not the right term for it, but some very specialized use cases that require the determinism, right? Because even in a medical device, if you're talking 10 milliseconds of latency, 15 milliseconds of latency, that addresses many of the actual use cases. So that exist today, even in the area of mission critical, right? Because you have other layers that are ensuring delivery, right? So yes, it takes 15 milliseconds, but it did get there, and that the message got there, right? And so again, I would challenge that premise a little bit, that the Wi-Fi cannot already do it today, and just say that what's coming, the determinism in Wi-Fi 7 is about kind of getting the next layer, or the next set of even more demanding use cases that would make people comfortable utilizing it. And the other piece of the security, again, I would push back on that one. We have a paper that looks at that. Yes, cellular and Wi-Fi do security slightly differently, though if there's actually quite a bit of overlap that people don't realize. But both Wi-Fi and cellular in well-configured networks deliver adequate levels of security for the most demanding applications. I mean, we have militaries that U.S. military uses Wi-Fi for command and control areas. So it has the ability to deliver on security needs.
And Kevin, if I can jump in, and I think the key message there is Wi-Fi is delivering. And when we look at the marketing of 5G, and we had Cisco Live back in February when we talked to a wide variety of Cisco customers, and some interesting feedback from them. One customer was waiting on release 16 features for his high accuracy location determinism 5G use case, and so it's interesting that release 16 isn't yet widely deployed in the field, and now we're already on release 19 from a 3GPP specification perspective. So it was marketed early, and it's still not delivering, a number of releases later. Whereas we know Wi-Fi is being used in the field in terms of those key data points. And the second takeaway from another customer, a big car manufacturer based in Germany, is they tried their 5G in their factory and they decommissioned it. It was too expensive to operate. It was too expensive from a CapEx perspective, and turning to Wi-Fi as meeting their requirements. So I think there was lots of hype, but there currently certainly is lots of hype around 5G, but the reality, what's being deployed, what capabilities that is delivering, I think that's at odds with how it's being marketed.
So just to add on top of this, as Kevin and Mark has already mentioned, we are also working with Indian Defence Forces. We are currently doing a POC with the Indian Army today. entirely based on Wi-Fi. And of course, when it comes to defense, they require special encryptions, which is defined by Bell or an Indian government body. So their requirement was to build a Wi-Fi network with their encryptors built inside the devices. And of course, it is possible, it is doable. We have done a POC with our standard encryption, which is available today in form of WPA3 AES 192, which is a fairly good amount of secure encryption. If we want to enhance the security further, of course, Wi-Fi enables us to do it today, but it comes with a cost. It will require additional hardware, additional engines to be running on the same hardware, but certainly it is doable. The point I'm trying to make is Wi-Fi today is enabled to meet all kinds of requirements, provided the end application or the end user is ready to afford or ready to pay for the cost of it. Wi-Fi is enabled today to deliver that kind of applications.
Mr. Tiago. Yes.
Wi-Fi will be cheaper, certainly, if we compare against any other technology which is delivering similar kind of performance. Wi-Fi will be cheaper, but of course we can keep on adding various augmented application on top of it, and that continues to increase the cost.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned this that defense POC, some better encryption or even something else has been added. Have you ever tried quantum encryption also in any one of the trials?
Not yet. We have not tried
Right.
Now, Mr. Tiago, the
Yeah,
last answer to the question, and then
Yes, just to complement a little bit more.
Yes.
So in WBI, we have a very large program of trials and POCs on Wi-Fi 6 and Wi-Fi 6E, covering multiple enterprise verticals, including manufacturing, industry 4.0, education, transportation. And it's, first of all, it's very important to understand that these companies, they don't care so much about the technology. They care about improving either maintenance cost or improving production time or improving somehow specific needs and requirements from their business. And normally they look to multiple technologies. They don't look only for Wi-Fi because they are on this transition many times from wired infrastructure to this wireless infrastructure. And of course, they always have, I can say, these three main options. So they can go with the public cell network, like the 5G slice option. They can go with a private cell network, or they can go with Wi-Fi. And in many of the POCs that WBI has been involved, it comes the option for Wi-Fi by very unique requirements. So sometimes it's a legal requirement because they don't want to take the risk of having certain type of information going back to the core of a mobile carrier. But sometimes it's things like lifetime of the machine. So when we have a machine that is going to last for 50 years, and I need to put sensors, that enterprise doesn't want to change the sensors from 4G to 5G and then 6G and then 7G throughout those 50 years. They want somehow one very unique capability that Wi-Fi has, that is the backwards compatibility. So I can go back 20 years in the beginning of Wi-Fi, I can bring a device and it's going to work with Wi-Fi 6E or even with Wi-Fi 7. Other things like Bushmet mentioned, so the cost. Many times these industries are in such a competitive environment that they need to get that wireless connectivity the cheapest as possible. And as many of you know, the cost, starting with the chipsets, when we look into the Wi-Fi, it's much cheaper than a 5G or a 4G chipset. So those, many times we need to understand that these enterprises, they come from very different angles and they look to this technology issues, not only by the technology, but by all these different requirements, cost, legal, what they want to achieve. So it's a very complex equation for them. So I just want to leave that on the table.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tiago and Mr. Tiwari, for your questions. I think they were great questions, and most of the questions what were in our mind are answered actually. So with that, before I hand over to Mr. Tiago for the final wrap up and vote of thanks, I'd like to wrap up this session, the key point of learning, especially for me, and maybe you will also support me. Great learning on 2 points in this Wi-Fi 7 session, learning from the global experience and not only global, our local experience also, and especially taking some clue from Mr. Tiwari's conclusion in the morning and also Paramjit. So I've come to two as a wrap up, the 2 key points. One is that Wi-Fi 6 itself and Wi-Fi 7, they can beat the licensed LT, actually application or the service part of it. Let's not debate the technology. Service means what is delivered to the end user. I think Wi-Fi will never lack in comparison to the licensed LT. The service delivery, that is what Mr. Vivek Narayan was also mentioning about the service delivery. Let's forget about the technology. Actually, technology is given. There is nothing what a technology cannot do. There is nothing what LT cannot do, and there is nothing what Wi-Fi cannot do. So that is what is the beauty of technology. Its potential is unlimited. You can do it whatever way you want with AI, ML, software-defined radio and all that. It is all about service delivery or about the customer experience. So in that, there is now no doubt left that Wi-Fi based infrastructure or network cannot deliver what the licensed LT network can do. That is for sure. But the other question, and that is where great learning has come since morning, and about the, so if somehow, and that is what the claim is, if I go with what Pramjit mentioned and what Bhunesh mentioned, that if you have got the solution already, the solution to make use of 6G spectrum, so then just show it to the government, show it to the decision maker, and let the decision maker decide whether he wants the solution which is today, or he wants to wait for the WRC, which will happen in the end of this year. And that also will be discussing for zone 1, not for our zone. So why to wait for that if you can show something is there today? And that is where the challenge will be with Bhuvnesh company, and maybe WBA will have to support them. That you, according to me, you just, and I hope, Bhuvnesh, this is a Indian IPR. Oh, then the cost, then don't ask the question about cost. If it is Indian IBR, the cost is just the cost of silica, exactly. The cost of sand. What is the cost then? Then cost is not a question at all. Then I think the great learning have come. You should go all hard, make it, just make it. They say build it and they will come. So you just flood with your chips or your equipment, whatever is there, and let it be shown to the decision makers. And let us get a feedback like I got when 5G was unlicensed by the Madam Chairman who was there in the morning. She just listened to one word. It is better than 3G. That's all. That was the one sentence when he heard from a customer, and she came back to her office and opened up 600 megahertz. That was more than the FCC had done those days, that time. So that is there. I think great learning if we can do that. And with that, I really want to thank our President TV Saab and all of you to give me this opportunity. And now, Sapna, over to you. And we have to give last word to our friend Tiago.
Yes. Thank you very much indeed. So, ladies and gentlemen, before I invite Mr. Tiago Rodrigues for his summing up and vote of thanks, I would request you, sir, on behalf of WBA and BIF to kindly do the honors of presenting a memento and a gift as a token of gratitude and appreciation. We present to Dr. S.N. Gupta. Thank you, sir, for wonderfully chairing this session. And we present to Mr. Bhuvnesh Sachdeva. At this point, we also take this opportunity to convey our gratitude to our eminent speakers who joined us on the virtual mode, and certainly we will be sending over their memento and the token of gratitude. And I would now invite Mr. Tiago Rodrigues, CEO WBA, to kindly wrap up and convey the vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Okay. So I think it's been a fantastic day. And I want to start by inviting Mr. TV to join me here on stage for the closing remarks. Please, Mr. TV. No, please come. We have been working together all this time to make this event happen. Now we'll be here with me. So from WBA point of view, I hope that this collaboration with the Broadband Indian Forum by making this event has been useful. So we discussed a lot the problematic of the 6 gigahertz. We show the importance of the 6 gigahertz for the evolution of Wi-Fi as a technology, the importance that the evolution of Wi-Fi has for India, not only by the example of HFCL as a company that wants to increase and develop their business throughout Wi-Fi, but as well with the cases of rural Wi-Fi and broadband connectivity that were presented throughout the day. Important as well the discussions on PM1E and how open roaming can help PM1E to evolve and become a more global standard. I see there a lot of synergies. I see as well, and we discussed it throughout the day, the convergence between cellular and Wi-Fi. I think that's another big conclusion from this day, that we should not look into individual technologies, but these technologies, they have their own path, but they have very touch points and lots of collaboration that can be achieved. At the same time, this event was special, at least for me, Wireless Broadband Alliance, and I believe for Mr. TV from Broadband India Forum. We signed a formal MOU of collaboration. Probably many of you don't know, but we have been collaborating in the past. But I think this MOU is an initial step just to increase the collaboration, and we can expand quite a lot the scope of the work of the two organizations. Another strong message from this event really is for India to take a leadership role and a leadership seat on this Wi-Fi industry. I think that's another very strong outcome from today's. And I want to close by give a big thank you to our sponsors. So Meta, Telecom Infra Project, Open Wi-Fi, HFCL and Spectra. Without them, we could not have this event. So let's give a round of applause to our sponsors. And final, thank you to all the speakers, moderators, all members of Broadband India Forum staff that helped, and as well from the WBA staff. A big thank you for all your support and efforts to make this event a reality. And I look forward to come more often to India, to other events and to other initiatives. And I hope that next time that I visit India, I can benefit from Wi-Fi 6E and maybe in the near future, Wi-Fi 7 using the 6 gigahertz band. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. I would like to add one word. We heard a lot of talk about deterministic courtesy, Bhuvanesh and other speakers. It's very important whether it's mobile. Mobile also is not deterministic because you can't predict speed if more people sign in. But we are determined, both Tiago and Broadband India Forum, and WBA. We are determined that we are going to make it happen in India. We're going to take Wi-Fi to where it deserves in India. Thank you.
Group photographs, sir.
Oh,
yeah. Please, you also join, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that group photograph, we now close the proceedings. of today's event. Once again, taking this opportunity to thank all our distinguished chairpersons, all our eminent speakers, panelists, and above all, we thank each one of you, all our distinguished participants, for making this event a huge success that it was. But before we close, we would like to invite that PM Vani roaming demo is live outside by Matrecom. You all are requested to kindly go and have a look at the PM Vani roaming demo outside by Matrecom. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we close the proceedings, inviting all of you to have a cup of tea and coffee before you leave the venue. Once again, thank you very much indeed. Have a safe drive home. Wonderful evening ahead. Good evening and namaskar.